And welcome everybody to the Merit Royal Diamond for the big one, the Mediterranean Poker Party main event. It's the one we've been waiting for. It is day 2. Registration and all that nonsense is in the rear view mirror. We are playing for keeps here in the ballroom. It is myself, James Dempsey, alongside Warps. How are we doing? I recognize the shot, the shirt, the hat. I believe that was worn on this very stage, was it not?
Superb profile picture they've used for me there. No, we are here, Demps. Day 2. No more rebuys. It's the crux time now, isn't it?
Certainly is.
It's where the pressure happens.
That's what we've got for you all this evening as we play down into the money and further on. We will then resume action, of course, tomorrow as we try and play down as close to the final table as possible. But because of the bumper field we have, more on that in a moment, may be tough. Of course, that final table will be on the 13th. We will be crowning a champion, and they will be walking away with, well, I don't want to spoil it. I think you're about to see in a minute how much money we are talking about for this $5,000 buy event. It is insane. And not really surprising, just given the turnouts we've had in this place. You see there, 1,196 entries in total, 333 of them bagging. 175 players will be paid with a min cash of $8,500. And still quite a long way to go for that, Wolves. We were just discussing before we came on air. Maybe we see that happen level 3, level 4 of our coverage today, somewhere around that, I guess.
Yeah. Well over the 5 million guaranteed, as you said, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sailed over.
We'll see what develops.
And there we go. That's what I was waiting for. The first prize, a cool milli in this 5K event. And then, of course, the rest of the payouts you can see there. Everyone in the top 7 getting that 7-figure payout. And it's just it's a nice benchmark. But Warps, $1 million for a 5K. It's tasty.
That is going to be a very tasty heads-up match.
Right.
$1 million for first, 635K for second.
I mean...
Yeah, wow.
It's gonna be one of those things we always say play sort of squeeze up towards final tables, but when we get there we play a bit more aggressively, and then on that particular final table it will pay to do just that. Well then, a long way to go before we get there. We are picking up action at the start of this day 2, and this is how our Luxon table, one of 3 featured tables we'll be bringing you, is shaping up. George Tomescu leading the way, 2.1 million chips. For him, coming in as that table chip leader. I don't know. I see a big name in there in Sinan Unlu, obviously a regular around these parts, plays some high stakes action anywhere he can get it in here with 600k. The starting stack in this one, 300k, a little bit higher than the previous events we've been covering. Over at the DTD live table, it is Timur Gazen leading the way. Another one we see here quite often. Have seen quite a bit of him so far this series as well. 2.36 million with Paul Grummett of the UK. Oh, another 30 blinds behind in second. Again, these things aren't too relevant at this point. We are just playing down into the money first. Sure, when we get onto the pure bubble, those gaps will be important, but ultimately we're still sort of in that chip accumulation phase. And finally, over at the main of our 3 featured tables, it is the Onyx table. And we have a Cypriot up top, Aytekin Yaila, in there with, what, just under 2 million in chips. Just looking through the names there, I'm not sure I'm too familiar with any other bar the man propping up the table, Seref Anar, who we saw in, I believe, the 2K, the Luxon Pay Grand Final. If not, it was the 1K Poker Ope Mystery Bounty. And this is the first time on air we've been since that 2K final table, which was wild, Wobbs. We saw Ivan Briskin take down the title in emphatic fashion on this very stage. But here we go. That's what they're playing for, that gorgeous trophy in the foreground. I do gather if you choose to chop this tournament 3-handed, they don't give you 3 trophies, Orbs. Is that true?
They certainly don't, James. They certainly don't.
I jest, because the very first MPP, Warbs, is in the mix here on the final table. Lovely little score there.
Yeah, we did manage to chop for the most money, but as you always tell me, it's all about the trophies, isn't it?
It certainly is, my friend. It certainly is.
There was one name I recognised, Mr. Paul Grummett. He was on my table yesterday.
Ah, you played?
I did indeed play this event.
I knew you wouldn't be able to resist it.
I thought I'd sort of put it back on you by mentioning it first, rather than having the fear that you'd mention it at some point in the next 4 hours.
So there are 1,196 entries, but you were one of them, so 1,195 other people in there?
Yeah, there's actually 2 of them, but let's move to this interesting first hand. Mr. Thaler actually was deep with me in 2022. He's a very, very strong player. He's going to 3-bet the ace-9 suited here. I like the play. This is, even though it's versus under the gun,
Right, and just going after it first hand of the day, and Reed being on in the sense that Adomavecius in here, we just jacked 10 offsuit from under the gun, really trying to get one through before everyone gets settled. And Badai, ace king in the small blind. I mean, pretty juicy spot to find yourself in, but scary nonetheless because it's under the gun and hijack, as you mentioned.
Yeah, we're obviously deep into the festival now, so lots of players have spent the past week playing with other players, and maybe that came into Thaler's thinking with his 3-bet free. He's just run into it, and no messing about, no time banks needed. He knows it's just an easy fold to the 4-bet there.
Yep, 4-bet jam for 40 bigs, and Badai will be happy. I want to assume it's just to take that down, didn't run into top of range.
Sure.
Nice settling moment for him and the rest of them as they sit down at this feature table.
We've said it before, they don't mess about here, do they? Like, people get on with it. There's no stalling, time wasting.
It's fantastic.
They're just playing poker. It's good to see.
Yeah. We were sort of discussing before we came on air, weren't we, when we thought the bubble might burst, and it was like, sometimes it bursts a little earlier than you think. Because of that, we get more hands per hour, right?
Yeah, a little bit quicker for sure, overall.
Okay, over at DTD Live, our first look at Jazar, who's flopped best with this ace-7 off. Ace of clubs in his favor. Two Lebanese nationals battling it out.
Yeah, the ace-queen suited has opened the hijack here, and the very standard defend with the ace-7 suited. I just paused as I was trying to hear the table talk, because we always like to hear. The ace-queen getting away there quite cheaply, really.
Yeah, so certainly could have lost chips there with a c-bet. Yeah, and then this is the third of our feature tables. For those just joining us for the first time this series, we do have 3 simultaneously running feature tables here. We sort of edit some action together, not quite highlights, but if you will, it allows us to skip out all the boring parts of the tournament. As I said to pick on the first day, we don't want to see a dealer shuffling. That's the objective.
Of course, yeah, you straight into the action. Keeps your interest, doesn't it? We've seen a lot of these t-shirts, haven't we? I love them. Just one time.
The Poker Oak t-shirts.
Very good idea from whoever was doing the branding there.
Wow. Shout out to the branders of the world. Okay, ace-9, the queen-9. Kotkowski getting action for this, 10 blind rejam.
Yeah, you do actually expect to be in quite okay shape. I was going to say, when you get called, it's very unlucky to have the 9 pipped. But what a flop.
Yeah, it is a great flop, but still not done yet. Redraw to the spades.
You hit the absolute miracle on the
word.
flop.
Yeah.
Until somehow the guy's live.
Wait a second. Wait a second. No, okay, we couldn't do it twice.
I was going to say, we've seen that a couple of days ago, haven't we? That incredible hand with the straight flush, Jack-9 of hearts.
Yeah.
And the even more insane fold by the ace of hearts.
Yeah, nut flush be straight flush, folding, getting 7.5 to 1. If you haven't seen that hand, please do head on over to the DTD Player Instagram page. It's up there. Really crazy, crazy hand.
It's definitely one to check out, isn't it? It's just, yeah, I feel like it's a very polarizing opinion. You know, like half the comments are just like, you can never fold, and half are just like, oh yeah, easy fold.
Yeah, I think it's going to set up a train reaction of people trying to bluff people off nut flushes in the future.
It's possible, yeah, possible.
It'll be bold. Okay, back here at Onyx. Thaler coming in with a 3-bet against Yaila's under the gun open and finds a very favourable looking board.
Yep, 3-bet is just going to be very ace-X heavy here. But wouldn't be surprised to see him check call 1 on the flop. Ace King 6, just a very good board for the 3-bet here. +2 versus under the gun.
What looks to be about 125. It is indeed. The red chip's 100k a piece. The white's 25ks.
No backdoor heart. He may just let this go, but you know the bet's so small, and I think 10s is a fine continue. But again, it's like we said the other day. It's very, very hard to get the showdown.
Yeah. If
you are up against the Queen Jack or the Queen 10, that's 3-bets a bluff pre-flop. Yes, let it go. Nice fold. I think you can get a bit sticky there, and You know, you can sort of run into a spot down the streets where you're a bit like, I'm not sure how I got to this point, and then you start turning your hand to a bluff, and
Yeah.
it's all a bit messy, isn't it?
Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. Gets out of the way. Another one of those 333 making it to day 2. As we go back to DTD Live, where Tim Magazen.
DTD regular on DTD Live, Mr. Paul Grummett.
There we go.
This man plays a lot of hands, by the way. So
oh yeah,
he could be quite entertaining.
Well, this one kicks off with a Grummett raise. Larrabee flat on the button, and then Tim Magazen, of course, coming along from the big blind. Ace-high board. C-bet by Grummett, who now checks over to Larrabee, who obviously has that king-high flush draw.
One thing I noticed yesterday, he does love a stare down. He will be watching you the whole way until you've acted. And I think for Larrabee here, it's a must bet. You know, you can still obviously hit the diamonds. You block the king-queen, which is a very reasonable holding, just to an open and a call. We can see that Grummett won't be going anywhere.
I love the look as well. You said it.
But even with no diamond, I would like to see a river bluff here from Larrabee. Just seems like Grummett's got a lot of baby ace X, king jack, queen 10, etc, etc. He can also have missed diamonds because he is quite loose pre. So I would like to see a bluff. It's probably not going to work, but
I like where your mind's at.
let's see if he does go for it.
Pair plus gut shots would have stuck around, but he does just
good
wave
job.
the flag, and probably for the best. Unless he was going to go very big there, Wolves, I don't think we're getting the forward.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to go all in, don't you, and just have one size, because you are repping 2 pair plus. Nice pot though, over 500,000. What do you think about those sideburns, James?
I'm rather jealous, to be honest. I mean, it takes a lot of dedication, perseverance.
Back to the Onyx table.
Tell me what we see. What do we see?
Very interesting flop here, the 7-8-9-2 clubs. Both hands interacting.
Yeah.
Check though. Neither like to see that card, but Badai does have the second up push draw.
Yeah, sends him out in front, I guess. Wolves a little worried, perhaps, of getting check raise on that board, the 7-8-9, and
yeah,
betting into
I don't
some
mind
made
it.
hands.
Yeah.
Now, obviously ahead, but we're never that thrilled with one pair, albeit top pair on a 4-liner. He is going to bet just the 40k.
I think in these fields you can be a bit opponent dependent on your checkbacks here. You know, a lot of players you've played with maybe all day or yesterday, you're going to work out you're not really going to get check raise bluffed here.
Right.
So actually it is better just to bet for value, and you can quite easily just fold to the check raise. If you're against some, you know, I'm going to say it, young internet guy, and you know you sort of feel like you're going to get check raised by the 6-5 off, and you know all these other hands that are sort of pair and gut shots. That was a straight, but you get what I mean.
I wasn't going to correct you.
Yeah,
but
you sort of pair and like the gut shot hands, then yeah, I do like the check back, but you can't just go ahead and bet for value until you hear otherwise.
Well, back here, it's Grummett back in action. It's Martino opening up this ace-10-0 from +2. Grummett does peel, and Larrabee going for it again, this time in the form of a squeeze.
Yeah, I think he's taking advantage here a bit of the hijack flat from Mr. Grummett. He's also got a good candidate for a 3-bet bluff with the king jack off. Doesn't play too well 3-way. So he has decided to go for the 3-bet bluff, and he's got the best hand to fold and the worst hand to call.
Yeah.
So
it's quite a good strategy if we can implement it.
Little over pot back. It's a good situation.
Yeah, this pot really has swelled as the 5-5 deuce delivers no joy to either, but perhaps Larrabee, with that pre-flop lead, would, if you think, sniffed out a big hand from Grummett.
Yeah, of course. He's obviously got some pairs in his range, Grummett, but it's a very good flop just to see bet small and win a lot of the time. Let's check back there. That's interesting.
Think maybe the King of Diamonds perhaps a factor of that one? Or?
Yeah. I do much prefer a c-bet there.
Now let's see, Grommet picking up a gut shot straight draw. Gets anything here. If he were to sniff, you feel like he might win the pot, but interesting now for Larrabee, of course, repping quite a lot of, I guess, the strongest ace-x when we check back, and now we pick up that gut shot draw. Those hands almost feel like to check back. But
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird hand now. He's obviously realised that maybe King Jack isn't good at showdown. He's gone for the delayed c-bet, but I'm not sure what better hands he's going to get to fold. Maybe King Queen.
well, so you can get some worse hands like that to fold. Maybe just thinking, you know, I've only got pot back, just taking down here, protecting against back card. I don't know what they are.
So, yeah.
Look at Grommet.
He's still staring him down.
Pot's over. Okay, and he's all in from the big blind here for, what, 12 blinds over the top of this ace-queen from +1, and so far so good. It's a nice display of time bank cards. Fancy. Ace-queen not working quite so well, though.
It's a good board for the deuces.
Remains that way, and with the double up.
350?
Very hard to win all in the deuces, so you are absolutely loving that, aren't you?
Certainly are. And again, with just 100k, going to be undergun the next hand. Here he is. He's going to need more than 100 in, my friend.
I know that man. I'm trying to think who's now. It's Keys. Is it Keys?
No?
Dutch player. There is no Keys there. That's not his name.
Can I ask you what? We can discuss.
Back to the DTD live table now. Open from under the gun 1. King 10 off, decides to peel the cutoff. Small blinds in there with the 9-8 suited. I would assume the big blind's going to come along as well with the Queen 5 suited. So 4 hands to a flop.
Yeah, Kuktara back in action. We saw a lot of him during that 2K. Coming in here and flopping trip 8 from the small blind. And here we go.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, versus a normal peeling range from the small blind. You don't tend to have that many 8s. You've obviously got the 2 combos of ace-8 suited. Potentially the 9-8 suited as well, maybe 10-8 suited, but there's not many combos. He has decided to lead. I don't like this at all.
Wow. Yeah, perhaps why. You see there,
Yeah.
everyone making way.
He's kind of flopped Jin there with a hand that's, you know, very disguised, and I don't mind it so much from the big blind, but small blind lead there, I think you should just be checking your whole range.
Well, up to 1.2 million. Kuktara, of course, just checking. Orbs was 12th in that 2K Luxon Playground final just a couple of days ago.
No actual payout.
Looking to improve here on that as Van Gent has got his remaining chips in with ace-10 against 10-7, but look at this, a 7 on the board for Thaler. And priced in from the big blind.
Only 1 out.
An 8 would be dirty. Would counterfeit things. Close. Through across. But no. Van Gent, the latest, hit the rail.
Table 1, sit up.
Winning this, player dabbles here, looking through his hand him off. Semi-regular here at Merit.
Yeah. I'm sure he's changed his name, but okay. I swear to you.
Wow, he's like in witness protection and you're just blasting him.
Either that or he just looks exactly like another guy I know.
Bir double up'ta o araca kalıyor.
Düşünmedim değil ona olayım.
Grommet back in the action once again over here at DTD Live, peeling this time from the big blind King 10. Finding a gut shot on this Jack 9 deuce flop. See how Tim McGazen wants to approach this
Yeah, this will be interesting. If he does face a c-bet, you can go with a check raise or a check call. Check call the more standard with the overcard.
It's the way he's gone, facing 55k. And
No stare down. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
A delayed stare down.
is it everyone? Is it like when the action's passing around the table pre-flop? Is he staring at each individual? Does he stare at the dealer when it's her turn to deal the turn?
No, I think it's just when he's in the heads up
Okay.
pots.
I mean, it's tough to keep that sort of attention going and focus.
Yeah.
Here we go.
He's going to bluff here. Trying to rep, you know, the good 9x and the jacks. Sizes are a little bit too small though, and seems like a fairly tough call with ace king, but I think he probably will make it. There's a lot of... Oh yeah, it's just wow. Didn't even think about it. Okay.
Yeah, gets away with one there, Grummet. Yeah, I was thinking the same as you, Tim McKay's, of course, one of those better hands to perhaps call that bluff with, unblocking all those straight draws, bar that one.
There's just a lot of, you know, backdoor suited hands that are going to call that flop that do end up on the river with no pair, and obviously the obvious straight draws, 10-8, Queen 10, etc., King 10 like he had.
Well, looks like we've got a similar situation developing over here at Luxon as Amani's opened up this ace queen from the cutoff. And this time the King 10 pinning from the big blind has done a lot better.
Yeah, this is a nice board to check raise because you can rep loads of hands, and it is good to have this King 10 in your value here, but you can also go for check call and under rep your hand. That's gone from the raise.
Yeah, casually flicks it in.
Very small as well, notice.
Just 85k more on what is a reasonably wet board. Plenty of draws available. Wonder if this keeps Amani in here. Obviously no club in hand, never ideal, but...
Sure. I feel like inexperienced players, you know, they sort of size down with the mindset of let's try and keep some hands in, but most of the hands that you check raise to 3x are still the hands that are going to continue. So you're kind of losing a bit of value by check raising smaller.
Which of course compounds, doesn't it, down the streets when the pot is now that bit smaller.
You know, now on the turn when you bet half pot, it's like a much bigger pot now. But yeah, I think that's the sort of tendency of, you know, sort of keep them in. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some players, you know, if you do make a small raise, they will just continue with all hands. But
do you want to name any?
How long have you got?
200k, the follow-up from Kotkowski.
Yeah, he's gone for just less than half pot there. I think again you can size up a bit here.
Oh, look at this, Amani. Just a non-believer. A little scarier looking board now. And well, he may get himself in trouble here with an ace on the river. Although, not the kindest card for Kotkowski to see. Obviously, you're trying to hope your opponent's got maybe a hand like ace-king.
Sure.
Jack-9's got there. Queen-Jack just got there.
Yeah, it is interesting because if he'd have sized up on the turn, then it's one of those spots on the river that you do jam for value, but you're not loving it. He's gone with check. I do like a value bet. You can still get called by all the ace-x hands. You don't have the ace of clubs in your hand, so you can easily have the nut flush draw. I think he missed quite a bit of value there, but he still won a nice pot, 165k.
Certainly did. Nice check back from Arnie. I guess recognising here either.
Yeah,
miles ahead here, or
you know, that's the other thing. It's not like you're getting a better hand to bet for value. So I think you can safely just go and value bet there, and if he does go all in, you can make a fold if you want to.
Well, takes him to the top of the counts over there on his table. As we take a look at the room overall, this is of course the MPP main event, day 2. 4 days of this event. A long way to go to whittle down the 333 who came back at the start of today down to our eventual champion. Who will walk away with $1 million.
It's a nice room to play poker in, isn't it?
It is a lovely room to play poker, especially for $1 million. I mean, I'll take any room for $1 million, if we're being honest, Wolves. I'm not picky.
70.
I'll play on the pier.
You would do.
And now from the hijack, raising up, and Uxela two tens. What? Just under 14 blinds. I mean, this feels like these two hands very likely to clash.
Yeah, feels like a touchy toes, and it goes.
A little room for Anal. Do we think 14 is kind of...
I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? If Picasso's in the booth, he's folding. If I'm in the booth, I'm like, I'm in there, so. And one of us is right and one of us is wrong.
There we go.
110.
And I don't think it's me, but.
You're never wrong, Orbs.
Yeah, I mean.
Although you do get confused about the difference between smoking and grilling.
Yeah, I do, yeah. Let's stick to the action. Yeah, I think my thinking here is just that people aren't shoving like a correct 14 big blind jamming range.
Nice one.
You know, there are a lot of people that just get a bit over it.
Right, okay.
You know what I mean? And they're just all of a sudden in there with all these like little pairs and stuff. I'm not saying that this player is, but
I think it's hard to be over at the start of day two as well.
I don't mean over. I just mean like you know, when you sort of chip, like you're not like kind of chip envy sort of thing. You know, they feel like 14 big blinds is 4 big blinds when
Right.
it's not. It's just a bit of like a patience sometimes.
Yeah, this level.
So yeah,
Pardon me, 50-minute levels, lots of play to be had. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
for me in those marginal spots like Ace Jack, I am in there. I think.
Pukari, well, needs to be careful here. This wasn't under the gun open from Tomascu in a jam for 540k. It's 18 blinds.
Yeah, a totally different spot here. I think you just have to let these 8s go.
Yeah, I mean, this very different if it was, you know, cut off button, isn't it? But
Sure, and you've got the under the gun behind you.
that's always rewarding as well when you're thinking about calling.
Yeah,
The
of
opener
course, yeah.
snaps.
But then you see Ace King be Ace King and you think, oh yeah, so bad.
Bartush needs help. There's none on the flop. Relief will need to come. Turn or river. His day two will be cut very short. Jack and a jack only. Off he goes with the other 30 odd who've busted very early at the start of day two here.
Hard luck there. Nothing he could have done with a hand that strong at this blind level.
That's good. Further increasing his lead over here on the Luxon table. Again, you know, these chip advantages over your table mates relevant at this point, but they're about to become very relevant as we approach the money bubble you would imagine as Badai. What's happened here? A hijack getting after it, the King 5 suited. Wisniewski.
Yeah, interesting spot here. It's not a bad spot for a 4-bet bluff actually.
I thought you might come in with that there.
You shouldn't be folding. You can definitely peel. But yeah, these king
this.
babies, as I call them.
Yeah.
Has he done it?
He has. King wheel card
Oh,
upstairs.
I love to see it. I love to see it.
Orbs approved.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, that ace jack of hearts looks pretty small.
It just shrivels up, doesn't it? You know, you're hating peeling. You're hating going all in versus a 4-bet range. Nice size as well.
Look at this.
And there you go. He doesn't even use a time bank. He's just out of there.
Well played.
I feel like a lot of players there would fold or peel pre, and he's found the 4-bet and he's won the pot. He maybe shouldn't have, James.
Certainly shouldn't have.
Maar in viel ook
There we go,
zonder
2.1 million. He's the leader over here at Onyx.
Maybe that's why he's chip leader.
Maybe.
Short one nips.
Might be more than one trick to the bow. Tarev finds himself on the button on a King 4 deuce board against the big blind of Kamar. This one, as it would appear, and open from the button. Big blind defend.
Yeah, he's gone very, very small. Just betting just over 1 big blind.
Makes sense, this sort of texture.
Sure. Yeah.
No. Club on the turn, but it's Karthik as Katarov The open ender.
Yeah, even though you've got no club in your hand, you do have to keep just keep betting here. You've got 7 high. You've got outs to a lot of hands. You've got no showdown. You've bet so small on the flop that a lot of hands are peeling. Even hands like Queen Jack, Ace Highs, etc. So you do want to start to put pressure on all these hands on a 4, a deuce, even a 5.
I guess that 6 kind of works in your favour a little bit as well, right? The 5-6 obviously blocks a little bit. The 3-6, of course, with the turn straight.
Yeah, sure.
Not a bad card to have.
And Kamar's not loving it, but he does still have top pair. And there's just so many hands that can be betting against him with equity. So many 1 club hands that you have to call. But the river's where it can get difficult.
And it's sizing up to the point where he's got 325 back with 415 in the pot. Tarev, can he find that third barrel? No. Would it have worked? We'll never know.
Let's give up.
Already down to 290 players from the 333 who came back. Everyone's in a hurry, Wolves.
Yeah, we said at the start of broadcasting, they don't hang about.
You know what?
It's great to commentate in, it's great to play in.
You know what? I just figured out.
What have you just figured out, James?
Obviously, we're on a sizable delay, but they came back and started at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
The buffet opens at 7. You want to be first in line there.
Do you?
I don't know.
The buffet's actually open until like 11 o'clock, I think. So.
Yeah, but if you get in there at 7, you can go back at 11 for your second dinner.
I got called a liar last night because I said I thought the buffet was shut after 10. And it wasn't.
I think it's open later on weekends. So I think you're telling the truth midweek. There's
This is an interesting hand. Badai is open the 7-5 suited on +1. He's not having any of the 3-bet. He's decided to peel. And he's chip leader on the table. This is just a very tricky hand to play out of position in a 3-bet pot. He has got the chips, but you're just going to flop. Oh, wow. You're going to flop half a hand, I was about to say. A lot of the time,
he's just run it.
he's just gone with it.
And Adoma Vikios.
You can beat this, you can beat it.
Yeah, it's one of them. Very, very happy to see it's this kind of hand, maybe expecting to be up against some sort of combination draw.
Yeah.
Over and a flush draw.
I guess if you are going to continue, maybe check raise is the play, but I feel like you are going to run into it enough of the time here.
Big pot here, 1.9 million chips. Remember starting stack in this event, 300k. And that's a pretty good turn if you're holding the 7-5.
Yeah, lots of cards now, as you can see at the top of your screen.
Well, still smiles for now because he's on path to double up, but no. The backdoor straight does him dirty.
Maybe that's why he's chip leader.
Well, there we go.
One of the two.
Adoma Vikios. No more. Those hurt. 2 million chip pot, 5k event with $1 million up top.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice when everything's just going your way. You're going to 3-bet me? Not on my watch, son.
That kind of sets the tone for the rest of the table as well, though, right? Like,
Definitely.
you're going to 3-bet this guy?
Yeah. You see the guy appeals the 7-5 suited, you're not going to be 3-betting him light too much, are you?
Tara in the action once again over on DTD Live. Seems ever present in the pots here as Aquaport going to flat the cutoff with ace deuce of diamonds, and it's Kamar who's going to activate, but not the largest 3-bet with just 525 behind, but perhaps recognizing maybe there's some weak holdings here and keep some weaker stuff in even with this King Jack.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind. I mean, it's a little bit too small, but I don't mind the size too much based on his stack. I think I'd have just gone with call pretty myself, but he might have a good table image and probably going to work.
Yeah, seems.
Shouldn't be folding the suited ace here, but he might do. Yeah, he does get the fold, but 125 more with 400 in there. You just got to be peeling the suited ace there. Maybe a product of his table image.
Yeah.
And he capitalised on that.
We just saw a moment ago, of course, that little Potter showdown. King 7 sticking around.
Yeah.
Now gets that one. Bukhari finds 2 6s. The 2 8s gave him some pain earlier. Did fold them. Not going to fold these. Look at this. These are always the fun ones. Well, it's the same hand.
Yeah, they up.
20 bigs. In the small, up against hijack. You have options here?
Yeah, I'm just thinking what I thought he'd do. Just by he's sort of looking at it and like massively hating it, isn't he? I
Yeah.
feel like he's already caught in two minds.
It looks
but
pained, yeah.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't begrudge him to do anything here, to fold, to call, to go all in. He does go with it, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And Amani's going to wake up behind.
He's run into it, but it's okay for him.
Instantly throwing a time bank chip in, of course, we know going nowhere. Just for a little bit of balance, perhaps. Wants the number.
Yeah, I can't see Amani folding here. I know he's got the hijack behind him, but it's just quite an easy rejump.
We can see here, obviously, 2 6s in. There's going to be plenty we dominate potentially in here as well.
Yeah, he can
Maybe the biggest hands as well would perhaps go non-all in.
Sure.
As soon as we start to prescribe players ranges that don't include aces and kings at some frequency. Obviously, ace king goes up so much in value, he does decide to jam it in.
Yeah, and it's just a gross spot if you know if the hijack's got 9s or 8s or anything, so they can fold.
Yeah, Roosh does not want to see these 2 6s that are being folded face up.
Yeah. It's like, oh no.
You're like, I think I might be dead. But no. He's hating seeing that 2 6s folded.
Ace king 63% because of the folded cards.
Right. I mean, he's just delighted at this point to see ace king rather than the bigger pair and just know you're dead.
Yeah, once you've seen the 6s, if you've shown the
It's the
bigger
way
pair, you're hating that.
he leapt out of his chair like, wait, what? It's a cruel game. Let's see if he can avoid anyway. No. King,
No.
queen, jack. We know that will seal it. And that is it. Here's GG's. Amani sends one to the rail.
I guess you can just start walking off after the flop, can't you? Because you know the 6s are coming.
The
Maybe
unlikely
there's a chop,
ace-10
but-
run out. Yeah. I mean, if it comes ace-10, you're going to hear the screaming from
Yeah.
a few meters away.
Come back, come back. You'd probably do it as like some troll, wouldn't you? Just pretend.
Yeah, of course it would. Have you done that? Have you ever got like a table length away and then someone shouted you back? You got a chip.
Yeah. The ace-5 suited is opening a pre from under the gun. And the
Yeah.
flop from the queen jack suited. Flop has gone check check, interestingly. And now he's decided to bet on the jack turn, which is Yayla's card. I think all you can do is call though.
Yeah, these two first. Pretty deep. Limnewski. 900k behind. Yayla doing the best job to look reluctant. And he was never going to fall to that bet.
When was the last time you played MTTs? Good luck. Online or 1 year ago? Live or online?
Limnewski going for it again.
Like,
Second
online.
barrel. Perhaps attributing
What you
some
can
sort
get
of
big for events or
7s, 8s kind of hands in his opponent's range here.
Yeah, I
Line
do like
card?
his size. He's gone quite big, but I'll have to check. And you got to remember, he has called from under the gun +1.
Right. A lot of these kind of hands in there.
Yeah, and I don't think a hand as strong as this should ever be
300.
folding. But yeah, I think you're right. I think he's just trying to get 5, 7s, I guess, to fold.
Maybe some club combos, although we beat most of those, seeing, but just having a long think about it here. I mean, all we're saying is, this looks pretty strong, doesn't it? Why would you bet into this range that looks like I've got a jack? So therefore, do you actually have it? Do you have me beat?
Yeah, I think you can sort of tend to level yourself, thinking he must know what I'm thinking. I think he's just a little bit lost in his hand, to be honest, and
Yeah,
just trying to bet his way out of it.
comes to the right decision. Does Yila. A little reluctant for all those reasons, but picks it up nicely. And look who joins our feature table here at the Onyx. None other than the 1K Mystery Bounty Poker Oak champion.
Yeah, we saw him put on a good performance the other day, didn't we, to win the 1K? Great heads-up battle.
He did. Picked up $85,000 of memory serves plus a whole host of bounties.
Yeah, I think he got 10 bounties maybe. Oh, pretty good going.
Nice little haul was Grommet over at DTD Live. It's in this one with second pair from the small blind up against Aquaport. Second pair, now an open-ender.
I did tell you he likes to play a lot of pots. This Mr. Grommet.
Whoops, you didn't lie to me.
Not.
He's getting action from the 2 sevens in the form of 2 blinds.
Yeah, he's gone for a bit of small value protection, etc. 60k on the turn. I think he will check the river and should go check and he's just going to win. Looking forward to the reaction of the 10-8 off peel.
No one seems too bothered.
The cameraman's on the wrong man after he's shown it. We want to see the other guy.
Steve, of course, you did mention earlier you were competing in this very event. You wanna?
Had a little go, yeah. A little go in there. I got put in my place.
Yeah. Was it one of those sort of a tricky hand like that from the small blind? Something? No.
No, my first bullet was Ace Queen suited against Ace King suited.
Oh, yes. Tough to win that one.
Against a man who probably just had Ace King or better, but we were suited, weren't we? So
But you wanted to see them.
exactly. Second one was Queens v Aces, and we'll leave it at that.
Ah. 2 pretty cold decks there.
This is why you should reg on time, so that you can get away from these hands.
But the pier is rather attractive.
Yeah, when the peer's in the back of your mind for your bust, it's a lot easier to be shipping these hands in, isn't it?
There's been a lot of that going on here today already. Well over 50 players already eliminated. Just sort of halfway through, perhaps, this first level of play.
Yeah, just 275 left now. Such a huge prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, huh?
As soon as you get below 100 players, it starts to get the blood pumping.
Yeah, we are 100 away from the money. 175 will be the first payout. Good for $8,500. But yeah, I'm with you. You get down to the last. I always think when you can sort of like easily visualize every player that's in the field, you look up just a few tables around you. You know, one of you's going to win $1 million.
Rather than just looking up and seeing a sea of people.
Yeah. Oh, there's another room, is there?
So the open here, and small blinds with the 3 Dewey.
Oh, hello.
Deuce 3 off. An easy peel here from a very competent player. Timagazin.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of these 2 players here at Merit. And Bizarre perhaps recognizing, hey, I gave this a go, but this is not my flop.
Yeah, I think this is a good give up. There are certain boards you can attack even with a hand as weak as the 3 Deuce off, but the 7-8-9, there's just so many hands that are going to continue. And he does the right thing and bets for value, protection, etc. Not every hand, you know, is like sort of box office, is it? I feel like those are the hands you see when you play them more often than not. You blind be blind, you sort of one bet and take it.
So intriguing though, the blind v blind hands, is it looks like Kotkowski and Allura in here. They are. Inlu with 2 5s is flipping.
5-5 to stay alive.
Oh, you've been practicing that one.
All last night.
Nice. 10-7 deuce. 2 5s are looking good for Sinan.
I don't know how people actually like win these hands, you know, like with 5s.
Well, don't say it like that.
You know what I mean, though? It's like 5-5 the Ace King. You just feel like you lose it like every time, don't you?
He does hold.
Look at that board.
His best job.
God, but it's just such a pure board. It's just like everything misses, all low cards.
Sinan, of course, fresh off a monster score, WSOP Paradise.
He did, yeah.
In the Triton Million World Series of Poker collab event, 500k buy-in, got third, $5.3 million.
Were you on the rail?
I was there.
My wife was on the rail.
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah. Where were you?
I think I was playing. Not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing. Yeah.
Must have been during a day one.
Still in. Still in at that point. I crashed that event, mate. I'll have you know.
You did? I remember it well. I remember you looking very nervous on the bubble as the cameras pan around.
I got knocked out by John Jawanda.
No way. Not again.
He didn't recognise me.
You two have form, don't you?
I
You told me you saw him there. You didn't tell me he knocked you out.
Yeah, he knocked me out. He was next to me. Yeah, I had no idea who I was. Brilliant.
Did you say, "Oh, last time you knocked me out, you won the tournament"? You know.
Yeah, I mean the last time I saw him was 10 years ago. So yeah.
Fair enough.
It's an interesting spot here. Undergun 2 versus Dealer. The Sevens has decided to call. I think Sevens no diamond would have been pitching this, but just too much equity. And now the Ace 10's got to decide whether to bluff or not.
This man hasn't shown much interest
No.
in slowing down so far.
Yeah, I like it. Has he been snapped off? Oh, he's only bet 125, and he has called, yeah, which is a fair enough call with it after everything's missed.
Okay.
Would like to see a bigger size there. Kind of makes it easy for a lot of hands, not just sevens, to lock him up on the river. You've got to follow through in those spots.
Well, welcome one and all joining us here on YouTube from the Merit. If you are tuned in on the GG Poker YouTube channel, please do say hello in the chat and let us know if you've got any rooting interest on one of our 3 tables, or perhaps anyone on an outer table you might be interested in. So we've got plenty of coverage for you tonight. Obviously a late start here, getting underway day 2 at 6 PM because there was a turbo day 1 today. Getting all those players bagged and then reset for today.
Yeah, and here we have just a limp pot, blind on blind. Hands like the 8-2 off are actually quite good opens, really. You've got absolute trash that don't really play so well post-flop. You can put a lot of pressure on the small blind by opening. Stacks are pretty perfect for it. You can't go too berserk raising every combo of offsuit, but, you know, 9-4 off, 8-2 off, 8-3 off, these sort of hands are actually quite good. Good to open pre-flop.
Well, gets himself to the river of a wetter looking board by the end for his deuce.
Yeah.
Costing, of course, improving to £2 if we get anything paid here.
Interested to see his sizing. Just not a very good board for Bakari. And he has gone big enough, I'd expect to see the fold. But it is a blind on blind battle after check on the turn, so I was saying the other day, people do get very very sticky in these situations. And he's done his best there to look quite uncomfortable. If you saw that little sort of shimmy, like, oof, you might have got me.
Yeah, a little glance back at him. He doesn't look very... You're right, he looks a little bit jumpy in that seat. Good job from him.
He has made the fold, though.
I see in the chat, Emperor Maximilian saying, how can I join this tourney? Well, you're a little bit late, because it is day 2, but...
There's always next year.
We'll be back next year, exactly that.
MPP 2026.
I think maybe looking at some of the action, perhaps, thinking I want to be part of this.
It's been a roaring success, so I'm sure we'll be back next year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the last time working one of these sort of DTD live collab events where there hasn't been mad panic worry about guarantees and whatnot, but all events guaranteed with 1,000 players and all comfortably making it past that mark. Tim McGazen. This will go over at DTD Live.
There's only worry because they set such huge guarantees.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They never play it safe, do they?
Could just be easy, couldn't you?
Yeah. Every credit.
Yeah, both Merit, DTD Live, 2 of the partners. Obviously, both very bold in their guarantee setting.
Yeah, and this is cut-off open versus big blind defend. Brilliant turn card for Kamar. I like the lead.
Unfortunate for him that Tim McGazen not going to sniff at this one.
Yeah, not much he can do now. He has gone small size, but on his board. A bit unlucky there because a lot of hands do continue. Back
Any
to
question?
the-
Go on.
Sorry, James.
No,
carry
please
on.
go ahead. We've got a nice little hand going on here.
Yeah, we've got two real hands here, haven't we? Under the gun's opened, yes. And the cutter was 3-bet the ace king off. He has decided just to peel. I quite like it.
Yeah, back out with that ace king, looking for a bit of help, but it's Sinan Unlu who gets the help on the queen 9-4 board.
Well, you do it.
$5 million man. One day, Borbs. One day. Cash lot 5 ball. C-bet incoming on. What is not the most attractive board, one imagines, up against the under the gun peel. There's going to be quite a lot of the...
Yeah, stack size wise, you're kind of hating this, to be honest. Very hard to proceed, but you do have position. The problem isn't so much the flop c-bet, it's knowing which cards to continue on and which cards to give up on the turn and river. Now that you just have pot behind, you do also have enough showdown here. You know, there's lots of hands like ace jack, king jack, 10 jack that are going to continue to that size, and this is just a brutal river, really.
Right. I mean, Sinan going to be
river.
in there with perhaps some pairs that, like 9s, we saw might stick around on that flop.
I would like to see a check. I mean, the temptation is, you know, I don't want them to check back, and I feel like the ace is hitting you, but it's very weird to be leading this card.
Right, we're screaming queen or better, aren't we?
Exactly. So, I think it's much better to protect the other parts of your range and be balanced and just check.
I think that might be what's going through his mind right
check
now.
here. Having said that, there are lots of players in this situation I wouldn't be checking because I just think, well...
Oh, to check back?
Exactly. And I just think that even though it's very suspicious to me leading this card, maybe they won't pick up on that and I will still get the value, but... Which could be what he's thinking here. He might just be thinking to just to jam and hopefully get called by an ace, but... It's really suspicious, isn't it? It's like, that's my card and now you're betting probably quite a lot, probably 3/4 pot, maybe just all in.
He's wagered almost all of it.
Yeah.
He left about 15k back. There we go. Obviously about to be in the big blind next hand.
And that's what Baku needs to be thinking here. It's, you know, let's say he does have a bluff and he's choosing the ace of hearts river to go for it. You know, he's got like the 10 jack that he's missed, like the spades that he's missed, and now he's decided to bluff an ace.
Yeah, and instantly pain back out looking at this action. Kind of like exactly that. My card, I'm probably going to win this pot here. He's going to check. I bet small.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the hand becomes disgusting facing this big bet.
And you know, it's like...
He doesn't have the spade in his hand as well. That's got to
Sure.
right.
Sure. And you wouldn't expect the, what I'd call real hands to be bluffing, you know, the 10s jacks. I don't think they're going to bluff this river. So you are looking at hands like king jack of spades, 10 jack of spades. Would they bluff this river? I feel like it's not super likely.
Racing through those time bank cards.
But it's very easier said than done because there's just not that many hands that beat you. You know, it's 9s, 4s, king, queen, ace, queen. You obviously block ace, queen.
It strikes me as one of those spots if you're up against a player perhaps a little less experienced than Unlu. You kind of find a pole, but you know he's the kind of one who's capable of finding these bluffs, right?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. You can.
Look at this, just one time bank card left.
You can definitely start to overthink and feel like the good players are sort of over bluffing here, and most of the time they're not.
Good players get sets too.
Of course. Yeah, and I really feel it's paying because he's absolutely hating this, but he's just sort of throwing it in like, you know, I've got too strong a hand.
Yeah, reluctantly flips it in.
What a run out though for the 9s.
Oh.
That is just the dream, isn't it? It's like
Absolute perfection for Unlu, who is now up to 1.95 million.
it's a bit of a setup, really, isn't it?
Just a bit. I see a question in the chat asking, are there any Romanians left in the field? Well, according to Poker News, which you can follow the updates of other players involved, there are plenty. I see the likes of Kovrek, who we saw on earlier streams. Nista is still in the mix. The man who folded the nut flush against the straight flush a few days ago, Florian Duta, amongst the mix. Lupuliak, of course, made the final table of the 2K. Adrian State is in the mix. Barpazian, plenty of Romanians over there, and plenty more that I haven't mentioned. What's going on here? We're running out of room for graphics.
A lot of hands, yeah. So I was just quietly laughing at the comment in the chat box that said, "I swear I would bluff these guys every hand." I've replaced the word "guys" with the actual word, but yeah, I like that. It's easy when you see it on TV, isn't it? You know?
It really is.
That is a terrible call. Just putrid.
You know, it is easy when we're sitting at home, seeing the cards.
The chat boxes always crack me up. I love them.
We love you, chat. Keep coming.
Two real hands there. Very nice hands. The Ace-9 suited black versus the Jack-10 suited red. Cut off the dealer button. Ranges are very wide in situations.
6-4.
Swing and a miss for everyone. They're not super deep, these guys, actually, so the ranges aren't as wide as I first thought. They're both sub 30 bigs.
Well, this feels like such a committing sort of bet. 220.
Yeah, he's gone big, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what he's planning to do to a jam, for example.
Tara, of course, just puke flop for what is such a promising pre-flop hand.
Yeah, and
On a second.
Katarev's kind of a bit handcuffed here just by how many chips are left. With only 465k left, you can't really be peeling out of position.
I mean,
And the jam would be quite wild, so I think he's out of options.
but he's burning time bank chips on this one. So
Yeah.
he is genuinely considering doing something here.
I was going to say, you better have a little look to your left and see how many chips he's got left, because
Yeah, it doesn't like he's folding.
yeah, what you're planning, he has got to wait. Wouldn't work so much with only 400k left.
Yeah, it's one of those. Okay, he might not have a hand, but the hands he bets that size and wants to go with might be spades that are ahead of you. I mean,
Yeah.
it would be a little scary. Aberpour pulls that one in. Over 40 blinds for him. On the table now led by Paul Grummett. That is the beautiful room we're in. That is the beautiful event you are watching. It is the MPP main event day 2. First of 3 days of coverage of this 5K, $5 million buy-in event here at the Merit Royal Diamond. We came back today, 333 players. We've only just begun our stream and already we're nearly 100 players down. 175 players will be paid min cash 8.5K in this one. And that will be happening perhaps a little sooner than we thought it might. The pace players are busting out. Lines now going up to 20K, 40K. Help us get there even sooner. I mean, this has to slow down soon, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's strange with this pace to sort of keep continuing. Very interesting spot here.
Christopher, he's got the best hand.
But
He's also got the best T-shirt I've seen thus far.
this is how I busted. I knew he was going to flat. It's written in the stars, isn't it? This is how I busted this tournament, by raising the button with queens and aces. Aces got me by flatting the small blind.
Oh, tough, isn't it? Comes a low flop, and what can you do with an overpair?
Yeah, I guess he thinks 30 big blinds. He just thinks the hand's too good. He's gonna.
Oh,
interesting. Wow.
I thought I heard
Yeah, I did
something
as well.
else there.
I thought he was
Sometimes the
racing,
mic.
but no, he has just called.
I mean,
Yeah, there are lots of merits, excuse the pun, to be flatting aces in the small blind. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of 30 bigs deep. You're not loving going three-way out of position. It's just so many boards. It's actually quite difficult to get max value for your hand. This is a very coordinated flop.
yeah, and all of a sudden now you're hating the spot with the aces. These just turbo check the turn as well.
He should definitely be leading this turn.
Right, we just unblock everything,
Three
right?
checks. You know, your hand doesn't play as a check raise now, so you should be leading here. You should be leading quite big as well.
Yeah, I mean, no diamond, no spade. Both players could have those.
Yeah, you
All the
want to.
straight draws, the flop pairs possible.
The fact you've got the ace of hearts and clubs as well, you want to be leading quite big, and then there's so many rivers you can rep the missed spades and diamonds just by going all in. This is kind of turned out to be a bit of a disaster for Cristoforo, but he does still have the best hands.
I want to see this T-shirt more. I just saw a golf club on it in a.
He does now. Does now bet for some value.
Okay, fine. We'll talk about the poker wolves.
Sorry, I'm just transfixed by this hand of a guy flatting aces in the small and seeing.
Is it scarring?
It is a bit. It's a bit weird because you rarely see aces flatted from the small. So I feel like it is now a simulation. This has confirmed it.
Yeah, Celia trying to put this one together. I mean, his hand's like one of those that I guess can sometimes call, but also maybe if we're going to bluff, maybe this is one we could do as well.
You could do, yeah. There's an argument that a number of spade combos would have bet the turn, and he doesn't have enough really to bluff all in, does he? He's only got 4-3-5.
Right, of course, yeah, sorry, I
Yeah.
slept his stack size there, yeah. Kind of an optimistic bluff.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking, small blind flat range.
Oh, he's going to get curious. He's not going to expect to see the hand he's going to see, one imagines.
Yeah, I guess he assumes he's bluffing with something like ace-9 suited, something like that, ace-5 suited. You wouldn't expect him to bluff things like sevens because they've got showdown.
Was seeking
See what he
the
says.
buff game with Terni. I told you before, never play slow play. Punish me.
I think translation he's saying thought that you were going to go after it, and he didn't. He's a bit unlucky to not get a c-bet there by the Jack 7 of clubs.
Yeah.
Queen 10 on Queen 10-8.
No, if you...
Reluctant call. That wasn't it with the ace queen, but he's in good shape. This is the 20 big blind jam.
Wasn't even that now, Wobbs. At 20k, 40k, so just 16 blinds.
Excuse me, James. Yeah, we're up to 40k. These things move fast, don't they?
They certainly do. Montanu.
A bit of a slow roll, really, then, isn't it?
Just get the numbers, Wobbs. Just get the numbers. Just making sure. We are playing for $1 million up top.
Yeah, it's true. But button be small blind. I mean, come on.
The ace queen holds for now.
I'd be steaming, put it that way, if I'm all in with a king queen of clubs and I'm like getting the.
You're not a famously patient person.
I used to be. Before I got in this game.
Oh, the ace on the turn actually gives an additional out.
Yeah, all but kills it except the 10.
And you just kind of walked into it there. Small versus button. King queen. An easy one for Bogdan. There is no more.
Got Paul Grummett there, over 2 mil.
Yeah, 50 big blinds, working nicely. Getting in the mix. I can hear him chatting in the background there.
I feel like he could be good fun if he goes a bit deeper.
Final 30,000 chips moving in from the hijack with this Jack 8. And Vicari on the button. I don't know if he decides to ISO this. Looks like he might.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the sub 1 big blind jamming range, but I feel like Jack 8 off is in there. Nothing for that, no? Okay. Queen Jack off, yeah, you just want to isolate. Sort of play your standard ranges here, and you've got the 30k extra.
So the dealer earns her crust. Side pots.
10-7 off has peeled here. To the min raise. See if we can get another pick your own flop turn and river. What's the name for that? Pick your own flop turn and river. You need like a...
Don't know, Wobbs.
Look box board.
Why don't you come up with one?
I'll try.
Could be your lasting impression on poker.
I would like to see a lead here with the 10-7. You don't have to lead very big, but you don't really have showdown, and you want to start repping the pairs.
I guess just 20k on that side though, isn't there?
Yeah, and the queen high here can just take the showdown. No need to bluff. He could rep the king, queen, king jack, but
Yeah, from Moss table, as this is an all-in situation. Back out, well, he's pretty sure he was out when he saw that river. He probably didn't realise how close he was to getting some of this pot.
yeah, nearly.
Losing to just queen high. Another one busts out. Rapidly approaching the final 250 players in the field.
The slightest hint of table chat, and I just go quiet because I'm just so curious.
I always like it. It always seems like the first level at the table, people are a little bit quieter. They get used to it. They kind of forget they're
definitely.
mic'd up.
Yeah, definitely.
You get some nuggets as Uxelia jams here from the small blind over the top of what assumes is a Wisniewski open from under the gun, who is himself redrammed, putting Christopherou to a decision, and he has decided to go with it.
Yeah, both stacks. 11 big blinds and sub 10. It's
Yeah. Look at this, he's found the jack.
not really much you can do, and he does find the favourable
Nice turn.
flop. But big pot this, 1.3 million.
Yeah. Really has escalated, and he's going to have a big stack here if he manages to fade a king, queen, or 10. Oh, there it is, on the end. Wisniewski finds the straight, scoops up the pot. Uxelia, it's GG's for him.
His king finishes last.
Give me that.
Yeah, damage done, of course, a moment ago, a little bit with that. 10-9. Christopherou getting a little bit of value out of him on the river with his slow-played aces.
Yeah, cash out.
First chance to see that beautiful set.
Dominating the ballroom here at the Merit. That trophy just sitting at the entrance to it as well. A reminder of what everyone's playing for.
1.3.
Hijack versus his big blind here. Kamar with the open and Timagazin with the defend. Favourable flop.
Yeah, both players liking this one, huh?
Yeah, interesting to see if he does go for the check raise for value now, or protects his range with the more standard check call.
Gone the latter. Kamar with the working spade. Assuming this checks, Kamar kind of one of those that...
Yeah, you can go both ways. A lot of the time here, I've tended to say I prefer the barrel, but I actually prefer taking the card here. The 6 obviously interacts with the big blind quite a bit. It's quite hard to get a 10 and a jack to fold. You've obviously got a gut shot, 2 overcards, and the spade. You know, you do have the best hand quite a bit as well. So yeah, kind of pot control and just taking your equity and not getting into a dicey spot where you get check raised and now all of a sudden the queen of spades sort of shrivels up a bit. You know, there's so many 2 pairs the big blind can have here as well. It's, I think, yeah, especially that size, it's, you know, you might get a 5 to fold, but other than that, I feel it's tough. You know, and I feel if you are going to go a size, you should go really big. To put pressure on, you know, the weak jack X, the 10x, the 5x, and in that situation, now the river comes a 10. When you know you've in your head you folded out a 10, you can actually then bluff all in here. But with this size on the turn now, just doesn't seem a good bluff. Let's see if he goes for it. He does have the queen of spades in hand, of course. Stranger things have happened. I'm expecting the give up.
Yeah, Kamar's been active in a lot of pots here at this table thus far, although we've seen, you know, with good hands. I wonder if his image at the table is perhaps a little bit tarnished by that, just the frequency of hands he's been involved in.
sure. You just have to be so careful though, because you are up against a full
Right.
range of hands here. It's not like you can't have a full house of flush, etc. So, how did I miss?
Yeah.
How did I miss?
And he was in decent shape on the turn there with those overs, the gut shot, spade draw. But as it is, he misses. Has 1.36 million still working in that stack. And McGarden now taking the lead from Gromit. And there's Newski defending the big blind here with King 9 offsuit up against the open of Alex Goulder.
Yeah, the first hand we've seen from Alex, and it's an interesting one.
Certainly is. Electing to bet this jack on Queen Jack 4 against that big blind peon, facing the check raise, the 9 of hearts. And it's getting curious for one.
I think I quite like this check raise. Quite like it. He's got the backdoor spades. Obviously got the 9 of hearts. No, he's not loving a check call. It's obviously a bit difficult against under the gun ranges, but I do quite like the check raise.
How many runs do you have?
Wisniewski has appeared to us that he has just decided to give this one up on that particular turn card.
Yeah, Alex has got a very easy check back. Lots of showdown.
Check.
Doesn't want to get check jammed on by, you know, worse hand hearts and spades. And again, it's another one of those situations, you know, if you are going to be bluffing, you've got to go a big size, and you're basically repping hearts, aren't you?
Oh, hang on. We're reaching for them. He has actually gone quite a bit smaller. Is this?
350.
I mean, if you could see your opponent's hand.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it does kind of feel a bit like Queen X, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah. You're just sort of widening that value range a little bit.
yeah. Queen 10's definitely a possibility here. I'm just not sure it's a credible size. I feel like if you did have the one pair Queen X's, you'd probably block or go a bit smaller.
Yeah, it does seem like a curious line. Do they check raise flop, check turn, and still bet this river?
Yeah.
Be wary that Alex, of course, can have hearts himself. Really peculiar spot. See if Goulder can put this together.
I guess you could have things like the 7x of hearts, but I don't blame Alex for calling here.
This is the reaction you love to see when you flick in that one chip call, and well, it's one of these spots. You seem to always get those ones right when you're having a good trip. You win one event, you start making these calls, it all works out for you.
Yep, and up to 2.5 million now.
Back to back.
Possible.
Well, he probably bet the 2K, so. But you know, 2 out of 3 wouldn't be so bad.
You'd take it at the start of the week, wouldn't you?
Evchenko joining the Luxon table, and he's looking at a flop from the big blind. Same hand we just saw played over on the Onyx. It's Sinan Unlu now trailing. That ace 8 of hearts. So shallow this stack.
Yeah. I think it's just a very, very easy check raise all in. Although I'm sure we'll just see bet quite small, and when he's facing the all in, I'm not sure he can call the 201k on top. So many King X, they won't just always have flush draws.
Right.
So they used to. Used to be a situation here versus that. It would just be a flush draw every time. Would never be top pair, but yeah, well played from both. On we go.
Indeed, we do. 249 remain. Would be 1,194 players plus 2 Steve Warburtons.
almost corrected me there as well. You said 11.94. I was going to say, I'm sorry, James. It was actually 11.96. But well done. Sure, there's plenty more coming.
I really enjoy this. I had a lovely day yesterday when you were playing.
Did you have a good day when I was doing $10,600? Did you?
Yeah. To be fair, it didn't take you long. Should we get back to the action?
I think you go back to the action, yeah.
Okay. Tim Garson in here with 8-9 from the small. Up against Jazar's button open and a board that, I mean, I guess doesn't interact too often with the small, but
A little bit confused here. Jazar's obviously opened the button and he's peeled the small with 9-8 off.
yeah, getting in the mix.
Maybe that's just a particular opponent. He's maybe been watching him, decided that he wants to take a few flops. Clearly not concerned with the aggression from the big blind, so it's still a bit of a wide peel.
Oh, we're fruity. We're getting in there. The Rangers are, of course, another one of these players. I say so often. Bit of a reg here in these parts. I do actually recall not too long ago covering an event he was deep in.
Who was that, sorry?
Marin Jazar. I'm just looking now. It was
Okay,
the Carmen series here back in 2023. Got 11th for 27k. Just have a couple of victories in here. Other events.
All right, calming down.
Nice. I mean, you went low. I mean, you could have gone with some sort of operatic reference, but you just...
Could have.
I wouldn't have understood it, so it's good you went where you went.
I've got to keep it simple for you, haven't I?
Yeah, you do.
The ace-8 off here, red ace-8 off has checked luck a couple of times. And I'm guessing he's going for a block, which I don't mind. Would love to see a raise for value here. Still get called by all the worst pairs. The 2x, the 10x, etc. You open yourself up a bit though if he is blocking with a 6 or a flush. And kind of what he wants, but I guess with ace-8 off here, red, you can just call here. But I would like to see it. I do like to see the action. And he has. He's gone for a small raise. Now this size is a bit sort of one pairy, isn't it?
Have we just seen a white chip transition from one stack to the other?
Oh,
I think we have.
okay, yeah,
You're in a
it's went
pot. You're facing a bet, and your neighbour just reaches down and grabs the chip out of your stack. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just not cricket.
Yeah.
Good fold.
Yeah, interesting hand there in terms of, because of his river size, you could actually turn a 10 to a bluff, but I've heard a lot of hand histories of people busting in situations where they're turning things into a bluff this week. I'm not sure I'd recommend it. It's like, yeah, but you can just have one pair and there's a flush and everything's there and you know his size and da-da-da. It's like, yeah, but mate, come on. You're at merit. You're at merit. Just play your cards.
Play your cards.
Try and make a good hand and bet some money.
The action will come to you. Badai. Well, he's gone chasing action, and now he's getting some. 2 jacks on the button. Eyeing up the stack over the opener is Yela from under the gun. 2
Yeah.
nines. Yeah, just deciding to flick this in as a call.
Yeah, I think he recognises he's up against, you know, another stack that's over 2 million. 50 big blinds. Decides to not get in a race or a situation where he's behind and does peel. Big blind comes along with the 7-3 suited.
And finds a piece on 7-5 deuce. Everyone quite enjoying that flop for now.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of action, aren't we? Badai's shown a tendency to be aggressive, especially when checked to. And from Yela's point of view, he's not thinking he's behind at all here.
Right, if he's behind, he's been outflopped. He's not expecting, I guess,
Sure.
over pairs.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so he does bet 125. It's like a die with that sort of, I guess, still like that medium strength, right? Probably best. Don't want to raise and potentially get blasted off it. Quick call.
He wants to keep his hand quite disguised as well, and at this price, interesting spot here with a 7-3.
Right, pretty confident. Not going to have the best hand, but
yeah, you kind of know you're behind. There's a small chance you're ahead, but I think having the 3 is such a good card. You know, it doesn't interact with the other 2 guys, and when you do make 2 pair, you know, you could potentially win a huge pot.
now interesting turn card here. Guy, look, sees that jack, but probably would imagine that bar the Jack X of diamonds combos is effectively a brick. Little as you know, but I's improved to a setting.
Yeah, huge turn card for Badai here. Already I'm counting that he's going to have at least 3.3 million.
Check to him.
Always nice to have the check mark on the turn, isn't it?
A three-way pot nonetheless. 700,000 chips out there.
King 9 suited before. When I had the aces, King 9 suited.
He should be betting about half pot here. It's going a little below that.
Sixes.
Alex for me definitely has to get away here. You've still got under the gun behind you. Ooh, wow. I'm quite surprised about this. But
maybe exactly. I was just saying, you feel like when you're winning every pot, when you just won a tournament, you suddenly think you're invincible.
Maybe. I mean, so give him some credit. I think maybe he's watched Badai and he does think he's very loose.
Any ace?
But yeah, just having the undergun behind you, I think it's a bit dicey.
And this should, in theory, I guess, save Yala announcing that.
Yeah.
Bet in a call.
I don't think he was folding until the big blind did call.
Although, if he were to think maybe this is a bluff behind and exactly this kind of hand, a 7x, maybe he thinks he's still got the best hand with these 2 9s. Getting a great price if that's the case. But so hard to get there.
And I don't think he particularly think the big blind's just calling with a 7 here. So, you know, you can put the big blind on the draw. But what's the button got? Very interesting hand developing here. He does let it go. Very disciplined and a very good fold. And a disaster card here would just be a 7 or a 3.
Right. Look how deep these two are as well. Over 2 million chips back.
I mean, that's a bit of a disaster card for him. You know, if you think your hand's good on the turn, everything's missed. It's absolute gin for Badai.
1.2 million in the pot. We'll do with that 2 million behind.
Yeah, I wonder if he just goes huge because he has a big hand. Because I mean, if it was me in this spot, I wouldn't actually be betting massive, just because I'd be quite confident he has just gone all in. But yeah, that's a huge overbet, really, isn't it? But yeah, I'd be kind of confident Alex had a draw, really. Because, I mean, you've got all the jacks.
Right.
So you'd have probably heard from him about the 7-5 suited. So, yeah, I think this size is not particularly good. But Alex is really confused now. He's just like, why are you betting so much? You know, I block 7s. He's probably thinking he's just repping 5s and deuces. 5s is obviously quads. So it's a little suspicious. But his size is just too big.
Too much.
It's too big, yeah.
Gets him up to 3.6 million.
I think on that river he would have actually got paid quite a lot if he'd have not gone that size. But interesting hand, and maybe a bit of a dynamic between those two.
Yeah, I like what you said there about maybe Gorda's seen this man kind of push the edges a little bit, which is why he stuck around with that 7-3.
He's seen him bluff 3 or 4 times, get a bit splashy and things. So
from it, we haven't seen him for a minute. Here he is, King 5 from +1. Tim Agazen in there again with these middling cards. Likes that 6-5 deuce board.
Yeah, interesting flop. Interacting with all 3 hands. Tim Agazen we know is at least calling. It's whether Kamar gets in the mix as well. The 9-8 here with a club in hand would be a lovely candidate for a check raise. Puts real pressure on both hands. It's the sort of board that the big blind has connected with. 2 pairs, 3-4. Brick for everyone. Tim Agazen should be betting this turn card.
690 to be picked up.
The speed as well that under the gun 1 checked. It's just very rarely a good hand here. Sure, you can have 7s, 8s, and 9s, but you have 7-8 in your hand. It's just a great spot to take control of the pot.
And Kamar, well, he took one off on the flop, seeing if he could ping the jackpot. Didn't find it. That's to relinquish, and yeah, Grommet. It's so hard for him to continue here, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a nice size, and he does snap fold. You can't blame him. Nice pot for Timagasian there. Good size.
Yeah, look at the stack working all the way up to 3.1 million in chips.
Good poker. He's my tip, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, my early tip. I'm going to have between 3 and 5 tips today.
You're calling it with 244 players left?
Yeah, I think he'll be on the last 2 tables.
Okay. Sinan Unlu from under the gun. He's raised this one up. Rafadowitz. 3-betting these 2 queens and finding top set on Queen 8-6, but sort of unfortunately for him, only with the 1 ace-10 suited combo that doesn't really have a reason to continue.
Yeah, 25% pot or check here. Look at the two plays. Most of the time you're betting, but Queen 8-6 rainbow is just so dry. You can just check this one if you wish.
Welcome if you are just joining us. You are watching the Mediterranean Poker Party main event day 2. It is myself, James Dempsey, and Steve Warburton on the call. As we're going to play late into the night here. Day 2 starting very late because there was a turbo flight today. So plenty of action coming up for you guys today. And a little later today, but we'll have both Andrew Picasso Headley in the mix along with Jay Harwood. They'll be along a little later. So settle in, put the kettle on.
Yeah, back to the DTD live table. The pretty standard open with the King 6 suited from under the gun 1. And I do like the check on this board. He flopped top pair, but the button just has so many suited kings, so many offsuit. King 10, King Jack, King Queen. It's a nice candidate to check. You'd imagine the turn is going to go the same way as the flop.
And that it does.
7. Just wanted some drama, you know. It's just a bit of a boring hand, isn't it?
You're just causing a bit of violence back here. No need for that, was there? Arabai said something to you?
No.
Is he the one who knocked you out yesterday? Is that what it is?
No, of course not.
Okay. I promise, Steve, once we get to the break and come back, I'll stop teasing you.
That's a lie, James. But I don't mind. I can take it. I'm mentally strong. It's gone for value here. A little bit more than a block bet on the river. It's just so tough here with 7s to be good.
Yeah.
It's like 6s aren't betting for value, and Queen Jack, Queen 10 are going to bluff sooner than this. So you're really clutching, really, but I can understand the thinking. No bets, and now all of a sudden he's thinking, well, you've not got an ace, you've probably not got a king, but it's just value so heavily value. Let's say value heavy.
That's the phrase.
I couldn't find the words.
Yes, that's the phrase.
Good discipline.
Okay. Pick up.
The guy turned me down for change yesterday. I asked him for change and he said no on day 1. just like burst out laughing. I was like, okay, no props. To be fair, he did have 60 of the colour I was after, but yeah, hold on to him, mate.
Takes all sorts.
9-8 off here was open from the small blind and the easy peel with the Queen 10 suited.
King deuce board.
Yeah, it's the more natural play just to be limping the 9-8 off rather than open. He has gone for the aggressive route. Queen 10 suited has to continue here. You've got backdoor clubs. You can have the best hand. These hands are always quite interesting now if we get a good turn card. Yeah, and this is just your classic case of, you know, you're arriving at the turn with 9-8 off. You've bloated the pot to 480. It's very difficult to navigate.
Hmm.
Do you want to keep bluffing now? You know, into all the King X, 2X quite hard to fold. Ace High is going to struggle to fold. So he has waved the white flag.
And Lou then in a situation where, hey, he probably recognises, you know, Bob the Traps has the best hand. If my opponent likes to bluff again, do I want to maybe bet to protect / fold something out?
I think you just check here. Tomescu can have a lot of ace highs as well. I think you just knuckle and hope for your showdown. But here's an interesting river.
It really is.
I'm expecting Tomescu, sorry, to bluff. He's kind of been pretending to have ace high, hasn't he? So
Certainly looks that way.
yeah. And you do have 9 high. You cannot win a showdown. But no, he has decided to check. A little bit gun shy, maybe because he's on the feature table. But that was definitely a card I think he'll look back on and think, should have had a little stab.
It's funny, and it was sort of. I feel like checking back there. His body language, I know it was one of those was like, well, if you check, I probably lose.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm going to check back
yeah.
and pleasantly surprised to find the victory.
You think they must have some showdown, don't you, when they check the river? But no, just the 9 high.
It was just 9 high. You're watching the MPP main event, day 2. There's the beautiful room we are in, and you can see our wonderful 3 tables set up there, the main stage in the middle of the shop. That's where, of course, the final table will be contested. It is the Onyx table. Then in front of those, you see the DTD live in blue and Luxon in green. That's where everyone wants to get to. The rest of the table's down the side there. Plus, I don't know what other events are going on today in here. Obviously, the day one's finished. There are some people chasing some losses still to go. I believe there's even a 10K on the horizon.
Oh.
Some big money still to be won in this very venue.
I assumed all the events had finished after this, as everyone I know in the WhatsApp group chat is drinking. It's not very, not very professional, is it, James?
It's not very professional. Yeah, I don't know what group that must be. It sound like
It's called MPP Cyprus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was more thinking what sort of people are in the group who would be drinking.
Just
An all-inclusive venue like this.
Just got served half a bottle of wine was the last last comment in there. Anyway, back to the action. Once we've done 2 opens, the Queen Jack off.
Generous pools here.
Very generous, yeah. It's not even an all-inclusive; it's an ultra.
Ultra all-inclusive.
Ultra inclusive or ultra all-inclusive?
I don't know. Is that what they say?
Everything's much bigger and better. I'm for it.
Yeah, it is splendid. If you haven't made it down to merit yet, you really must.
You reside in Austria now?
Not just for
You left from
the
London.
beauty of the venue, but of course, those of you who've been watching the stream know there is some action to be had down here.
Certainly is. I like this peel from Yala. You know, you want to keep in all the worst aces. You've got a nice hand that continue even on a flop as bad as this, let's say. You know, you've not connected, but you've got the overcards, you've got the 2 back doors. You can have the best hand.
You will travel in the future.
You've not 3-bet to fold out all the worst aces, so
Maybe in 10 years. You will be fine.
he has recognised that and peeled the 75k c-bet.
Let's see if Badai got about to say he's going to pass this test, but instead he just finds the queen. Being his level.
Yeah, it's a nice turn card. Given this action, you just have the best hand so often.
Right, he's going to think. I mean, I'd be thinking in his shoe, this Yala's just had to fold to me a minute ago, see me blasting away a lot, is going to be far more inclined to cool down light. So this is a real dreamy situation for him.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
185 the wager.
Stayed for a week, right?
No, just for days.
Obviously, Warb's Queen not the best card to see, but I mean, he still beats some things, right?
You stay more, you
Sure.
have to go outside
It's
to
a very trivial flop call
Salzburg
that
or-
turns, you know, a lot more difficult. You are looking for, you know, the ace, the 10, the diamond, the 9, the jack. You know, these are all favourable turn cards. So the queen's just a bit of a bad one. So I don't blame the folds. And from the perfect poker point of view, he's called when he's ahead and he's folding when he's behind. So what a genius. But no, yeah, I think you can let the ace 10 suited there. You just have so many better hands to call with, don't you?
Okay, back at DTD live.
Interesting. Button V versus the blinds.
Yeah, Varabov raising that up. Gromit calling from the small, and Larabai
I like this.
taking the ace-8 diamonds as a 3-bet.
I like this a lot, yeah. You can definitely peel 3-way, you know, ace-8 suited plays well, but it's a very good 3-bet. The small blind's not supposed to have a particularly strong hand here. He's obviously 3-betting as a bluff. He'd be folding to a 4-bet jam. And even with a hand as strong as ace-9 here, ace-9 off on the button, it's quite hard to proceed. And yeah, I don't blame the fold. Wouldn't like to predict what Mr. Grummet's going to do.
Swiftly matches the bet. And
Yeah,
he's in here with a better hand for now, but
Yeah,
very
he's-
hard out position.
he is obviously dominated, but you'd have to make Arabi favourite for the hand.
Yeah.
You know, there's just so many flops ace-9 off, just can't continue on. He's found the dream one.
Wow, 966. Couple of diamonds, both enjoy the texture on that board, and with 675 in there and 960 behind, may we see all the tokens wagered on this flop here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a setup, isn't it, in a 3-bet pot?
I mean, as soon as he reaches for chips, feels like right may also no, he's just gonna quickly call. I thought we may see him raise there.
Yeah, he didn't really consider it, did he? He's obviously worried about 10 through aces.
Wow.
And this is just a really tough card for him. Because it's, you know, it's not even a high diamond, it's a low diamond as well. So Arabi has to keep betting. I assume he's going to use it as a 3-street hand.
Right, is this? Can we just go really small here? Just pure exploit. Like, I've got such a good hand.
Yeah, I'd expect him to go like 20%, 200k or something.
Stare down is on.
Set up the jam river. But he might even go even smaller. Fair enough, yeah, he's gone a quarter.
255. Again, just snap calling. And with just 1/3 pot behind.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting on a brick, like a low brick. Yeah, which it is, to be fair. He's really giving him the stare down now.
And I mean, obviously, the board double pairing, but not something
No, not-
Larrabee's concerned about here, is it? With
Exactly,
the 6s and
yeah.
4s on board.
yeah, there's no combo of 4 he can have, and the ace-6, you know, the ace-6 suited. Okay, you got me, haven't you? It's,
Right.
You're not worried about that. And there's loads of flushes as well that Grummet can have. You know, he's peeled pre, he's got sticky to the 3-bet.
Mm-hmm.
So many hands you can get value from, and obviously all the sort of hero calls down. 7s, 8s.
They seem the most
9,
likely
10,
to me.
Jack
those-
9, yeah. He's certainly going to ask for a count, and it's quite appealing, isn't it? 540 to win 2 mil.
This is a 3-bet squeeze pre-flop. Bet on the flop, bet on the turn. Jam on the river.
Yeah, it's your classic Texas Hold'em hand out of position where, you know, he has been very unlucky with the board, but you can avoid so many of these situations just by folding pre, or even maybe just 3-betting pre himself. You know, you've called pre, you've called the 3-bet.
Mm-hmm.
You're calling the flop because you like it. You're still not really sure where you are. The turn's coming down, and you kind of feel price in. And now you're getting a good price on the river, but it's just a bit of a car crash hand, really. He has called. And it's very annoying to see ace-8 soon as well, rather than, you know, ace-queen of diamonds or whatever.
Ace-9, of course, having to be tabled because this was an all-in hand.
Yeah, and he's obviously hoping to see, you know, the ace-jack with the ace of diamonds that have just continued to bluff with the bear ace. So you can see what he's thinking on the river. And again, as I said, you know, 500 to win 2 million is quite a good price.
Certainly is. Larrabee's the one picking up that monster pot, the biggest one we've seen so far, I believe. It's Temescu. His 9-10 of clubs here in position up against the flop set of Amani, who's continued after finding a dreamy looking board. I mean, both players loving this flop.
This is what we want, isn't it, James? The interaction flops. Everyone's hit something, nobody's folding.
And we're 2 million deep between these two players to start the hand.
Yeah, the 8's ways pre-flop and the 10-9 suited peeled the button.
Non-cooperating deuce of hearts on the turn, and I guess Warbs, we've got 2 8s here. We unblock the jack. We just sort of start to shove a lot of chips in here.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering whether he was going to check, just because the 2 of hearts is just you know, monotone board. It's you can.
And is this, we expect all the jacks to kind of bet as well at this point?
Yeah, I think so. I don't actually mind it because there's so many hands that float you on Jack 8-4. I guess you do want to give them a lead on this card, but it's always, yeah, he's going to go for it. It's short. Wow, he's gone big as well. It's always just a bit rubbish though, because you know you can't really be check raising, so you check calling, and then
I was going to ask if this was a small size, could we check raise? Obviously, I assume to this size we just want to check call.
Yeah, this is. I'm not sure. I think this is just too big, isn't it? You want to just be like betting half pot, trying to get the ace highs to folds, maybe the underpairs.
I guess I was about to say this is kind of going after the 7s, the 6s, the 5s, perhaps.
Yeah, but I mean, like versus those hands, half pot's fine, isn't it? He's got this. I mean, if this was me with the 8s, I am thinking he's just got a set here. By the way, I'm just looking at him, just like, oh, he's at 320. Wow, he's just
somehow got 4s.
Used his. I've got a great hand size. So I'm just going to call here and.
Looks like we're going in for a clicky sort of raise, and
oh no, I don't like this. Has he gone raise? Oh,
yeah.
I don't like this. No.
And it's laying a good price.
Yeah.
Here with the nut draw on the rainbow board.
Any value hands that he's betting this size is going to bet the river anyway. And you're just knocking out all the bluffs now, aren't you? It's like you don't need to do this. You just don't need to. you just don't need to protect against anything, do you? It's like.
And if you're Temescu, how sick do you feel that you've bet this size with this hand, and now find yourself having to call another 400k? You've put 700 into the pot with 10 high. I
mean, yeah, it is a wild raise, and the only hand that can continue is the one he's got, which is the 10-9. I kind of want to see it come now as well. No, okay.
1.9 is what resides in the middle.
And this pot, James, has ballooned to 1.9 million.
Yeah. Money. I mean, surely just the one size. There she is, and Temescu's just going to be a bit sick.
Yeah.
Somehow put 700,000 chips in on the turn there when the pot was developing so nicely.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you bet so much. When you bet 325.
Okay, leads the way here at the Luxon table as we are getting closer and closer to that bubble. We have lost 98 players from the start of today. We came back with 333, just 175 paid. So still a ways to go. 60 bust outs required to get us there, and things surely will slow down, but not for the moment. Zanar is in here with ace-8 of hearts. My first look at Bidniuk defending that king-jack, finding king 4-4 up against the short stack. Ah,
Oh my word.
just says all in and a snap call.
Snap check, snap all in, snap call.
We play quick here, Merritt. Perhaps wishing he just ripped that free. The way that one played out.
I hope Inter wins.
Yeah.
May well have played the same.
Like the Italian teams.
Did he start with? He started with 400, did he?
Yeah, 10 blinds.
Yeah, I think that the King Jack could fold, maybe. Yeah.
I hope Arnautovic gets a chance.
Half his stacked call, pre-flop. You feel like you're up against at least an ace, don't you? You think you can fold. Anyway.
Yeah, it's
This
all
is
academic
like
because he just needs to find an ace hit.
he looks a bit like Leo Worthington Least, doesn't he, Mr.
Taylor.
Taylor? Yeah. You don't know who that is, do you?
I mean, I know the name, but I wouldn't know his face.
You're so old.
Thank you. Not that much older than you, am I?
I'll get you a picture up. So you can see.
Always works well, these audio formats. Those at home can do the same.
But it's just such a good read for me that I have
Okay,
to
okay.
say. You commentate on this one while I find a picture of a
Fair
player
enough.
you don't know.
Barabov is going to continue on Ace King Deuce as Jazar from the big blind certainly has more than a piece with this second pair and backdoor diamonds working in his favour.
See? It's a good read, isn't it?
Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Diamond on the turn. Oh, hang on a second here. Jazar leading?
Interesting, yeah. Was it check on the flop?
No, it's check call.
Oh, okay, right. Maybe he wants to set his own price. He's going to go quite small, is he?
Barabov straight away shaking his head. Like, what is this? How can you check? How can you lead into me on this turn?
Yeah, he can't do much other than call. He's got a great hand to do it with.
Right, exactly what you said. He kind of sets his own price by doing this, freezes the action somewhat. You'd imagine against hands like this, but
Yeah, I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying what I think he was thinking. You want to let the guy keep betting the worst hands and imagine probably check. But I would like to see the ace queen bet,
yeah, I mean, ace queen feels big now, doesn't it?
especially he's checked quite quickly. And
I mean,
if, for example, you do have two pair, you're not gonna check that fast, are you?
yeah, I see. I think I can understand why he might want to check that back, thinking, hey, I'm up against some draws mostly, or maybe this is some sort of bizarrely
Yeah.
trappy hand. But I feel like sometimes those weak leads are just these kind of weak hands. Maybe not a king, but perhaps an ace that just wanted to put a few chips in on the turn, freeze the action, protect against draws.
Yeah.
So not one pair, maybe a bet there.
Barabov looks like he's had a bit of a fight with a pair of scissors, isn't he? What's happened there?
Fashion, eh?
Is that fashion?
I mean, you pay a lot more for garments with holes in.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is that fashion, or is it just a really old t-shirt?
Going with fashion, Steve.
Maybe I'm old.
Maybe.
I think they save the material and then they use it for other t-shirts.
It's quite
or
concentrated area the scissors have been at as well, aren't they? They're not sort of...
Yeah.
Oh. Gromit. Well, timing spot on here.
Yeah, I
Why I say that.
lost that big pot, didn't he?
Not going to enjoy seeing Jazar straight back over the top, but won't mind seeing the holding.
Yeah, he's in good shape for more than a double up here. Saw a queen folded. Could go from 490 to 1.1. Get himself back in the mix.
Yeah, the man who had a big stack to start the day here on the DTE live table hasn't really gone his way thus far, but this pot will go a long way towards rectifying that. As we're sort of approaching the bubble adjacent period of the tournament.
Oh,
Ace.
that's unlucky.
On the flop.
It's amazing that you're sitting quite comfortably. You play two hands, and you're at the poker tournament. Barring a 6, stranger things have happened. No dice.
Nice to see. GG's.
I will miss those sideburns.
Fantastic, aren't they? Do you think they took some of that t-shirt and made the sideburns? Do you think that's what it is?
Table 2 sit open.
No?
Sure, to respond to that.
I was
One's-
stretching. I was bad. I'm sorry. I
One's-
apologise to everyone watching.
One's made from material, one's made from hair.
I
It's possible, yeah, it's possible.
I regret it. I mean, it would have got over the line if you helped me a bit, but you want to let it die, let it die. It's fine.
Sometimes I really want to help you, and sometimes I just want to leave you to drown.
Fair enough.
It's like when you're in
Tell us about your 2 bullets again,
in
Steve.
the sea, in the sea today. It's like, if you got cramp now, would I help you or would I let you drown?
Beautiful dip today in the med. Lovely out here. Really warm day.
I like this 3-bet here from Temescu. Really, you want to be 3-bet or folding. Under the gun, 1 miss under the gun. Really likely going to go heads up, but we'll see. This man looks a bit like Andreas Olympius. Do you know who that is?
Sorry. No.
Haven't you been a commentator for about 20 years? I don't know if anyone is. Assume the 10-9 suit is going to peel here as I get a picture up of Andreas. This will be the last time we're
This
doing
is a
this.
great fun game for the viewers at home.
I just want to see what you think of my reads.
Okay. Curry with a hand that
Oh, that's on him.
certainly can continue.
Yeah, we're surprised to see him
Oh, hang
fold.
on a
Has he gone
second.
for the 4-bet?
He has gone for the 4.
Wow. You very rarely see this just because it's much better to pick, you know, the ace-x, king-x type of hands when you are bluffing, and 10-9 suited flops so well.
And how grim
But
does this make ace
he
queen
has-
off though?
He's basically gone all in, hasn't he? He's like, he's committed himself. But he's tried to, wow, he's made it look stronger than it is.
Yeah,
And what a
well
bluff.
played.
What
Love
a
that.
bluff. Yeah, incredible bluff.
Huge fan of that. Temescu just
You know,
believing.
when you can get someone's 4 ace queen suited that quickly. See?
Yeah, he does. Again, Steve, you're right.
Yeah, it's a good read. I didn't say so myself. He looks like Freddie Deeb.
I was about to say he looks like Sinan Unu, but sure. Oh, Larrabee.
He didn't even take too long with that 10-9 suit. He was just in there, wasn't
He
he?
just had enough.
Comes a gun 1. No, I don't believe you.
And to be honest, we've seen.
250.
I wasn't sure that move was readily in the locker like that. I just.
Yeah, you don't see it so much now, do you? You just see the call there because your hand's so good. But you know, these suited hands, they are difficult to navigate. Versus under the gun 1, 3-bet. Out of position.
Kamar getting sticky with his suited ace.
And Larabi we've just seen double up, and now he's in another great spot.
Yeah, he's
Versus ace 9. See if it comes 9 high again.
working his way through this field. And Jack 8 deuce board, pretty warming for those 2 queens.
Beautiful looking flop. Be very surprised to see a check here. You just got to keep betting for value.
155.
Likely a third.
Right around that number, 155 the bet. Kamar with the, well, I guess the faintest of reasons to continue, but it starts to get really icky, doesn't it, when we
Yeah.
open under the gun.
Sure. You mean you are supposed to continue. There are lots of hands you do actually still beat. King Queen off. Ace 5 suited. Ace 3 suited. You know all these hands. But as you said, yeah, hard to get to showdown and things. He has decided just to pitch it.
Back over at Luxon. Kokowski in here with second pair, but actually an equity underdog to Temescu's King 9 with the King of Diamonds. Man who just a 3-bet fold ace queen a second ago. Right back in the action from the big blind. And
Yeah, a very easy check call here for Temescu. Your hand's kind of like too good to check raise. You can do some bluffing on later streets if you want to. more than good enough to peel versus the button open. And you'd imagine this will just go check. Everyone got enough showdown and taking his equity, and he has improved to the best hand. Tomescu's hating that river.
Yeah. How the last two hands gone for you, my friend?
Yeah. Just losing to now like the black ace-2 off, which is just very frustrating on this board.
Any reason to try and bluff this one, do you think?
If you are going to bluff, it's much better to do the check raise rather than the lead. And try and put pressure on all the ace-X that do bet the river. But of course, the button can have what he does have, and he does have a lot of Queen X, Queen Jack.
He does go for an overbet. It's like just over the pot.
Queen 10. I guess King Queen would actually keep betting the turn, so maybe a check raise bluff here is actually quite sick.
Well, I'm just thinking as well, especially to that bet size. Because that bet size is...
Ace Queen bets the turn as well. So King Queen and Ace Queen bet the turn. You know, he never, well not never, but he doesn't have many flushes, does he?
Right.
So I think I quite like this bluff as an all-in.
Just seems like if we're ever going to find one with a hand, this is the hand, surely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Against that bet size as well.
Yeah, I definitely don't like call here. You know, he's bet full pot. Has he done it? He's gone for it!
He's gone for it! He's ripped it in to Mescu. Now back to Kukovski, where suddenly things are getting difficult. But everything you just broke down, Steve, we didn't bet the turn. Surely we bet the turn with a flush. We would have probably bet King Queen. We would have bet Ace Queen. So, with this particular holding,
I'm loving this.
We have to call at some frequency, right?
Of course, yeah. This is what I came to see. Love these hands.
This is
Absolutely love these
fantastic
hands.
stuff from both players up to now. Now, can Kukovski find it, though? One thing to say, I mean, Tomescu just has loads of flushes.
He really does. He really does, yeah.
But if we don't have a flush ourselves... But it's the fact he bet 400 into 375 as well.
Of course, yeah.
Like, the times that Kukovski has checked back a flush, that's the size he would choose, surely.
Yeah, agree. The problem is, you know, these...
Wow. Gets to fold through pretty quickly as well.
I was going to say these great plays are not as rewarded as much as they should be. People do just flick in the queen there. But incredible play. And I do not blame the queen for folding.
No, excellent stuff. We love to see it. Certainly the hand of the frame thus far.
Fantastic poker. Just really, really good poker.
Take a bow to Mescu, back up to 2 million in chips.
Yeah, and he's had a couple of frustrating hands. You know, he folded that ace queen off there to the 4-bet jam, which you can't blame. So he does have patience. He's not just lost his mind there. I think he has worked out that spot very well. Fantastic jam.
Love it. Alex Calder over at the Onyx. Finding queens in the hijack. He's raising it up. Thaler with ace-jack suited on the button. Just selecting a call. Not developing nicely for Calder. As the action goes, heads up. King, Queen, 7. Middle set for the Poker Rope Mystery Bounty Champion. Does slide it on over to the button. Do we do a little bit of both with this hand, Warps?
Yeah, interesting check. Yeah.
Queen's full, the result of the turn card. Calder does now find the 100k bet.
Yeah, so I was just thinking more about the ace-jack hand, whether you're betting. I think you just got enough showdown, haven't you, just to check back on the flop. But you know, obviously you can check the flop there with the queens. I think it's more of a bet most of the time. Lots of hands you can get called by. As this is played out, I think the ace-jack probably just going to fold. It's a little bit confusing, but...
Does Alex go with kind of one of those small bets here that a flush has to raise if it's in there, and then he
yeah,
piles
sure.
over the top?
Sure. The other thing about it is, you know, you are only chopping with like the bluffs that like the ace-5 of hearts or something. Well, obviously not of hearts, sorry, the ace-5 of spades. All those hands, so you can't really be hearing this with ace-jack. It is a bit confusing, and I can see why he's a bit confused. But yeah,
50, no customer.
Hello guys, good luck.
Good luck.
Good
luck.
That hand was great. Love to see it.
honestly,
A big
yeah.
check raise bluff gets through. Perfect hand selection up against a player who's played his hand almost as well, if that makes sense. I love the bet size.
That's the first one in the booth that I've seen someone go for. So I just wasn't expecting him to go for it. So I was like, here we go, we've got it. And it worked as well. You know, you can say all these hands is a great bluff catcher, all these things. Usually just people just, like to roll their eyes, just throw in the queen and just like, what have I done? But nice to see it work.
Over at DTD Live, 3 players have found their way to a Queen 8 deuce board. It will check through. The king on the turn gives the button. Aquaport, top pair.
It's a great confidence boost as well.
Oh,
it'll be thinking, right, here we go now.
Especially when he just has a 3-bet fold ace queen off a couple
Exactly.
hands, which he probably thinks is a great fold. He probably thinks, I played that hand well by 3-betting, save myself getting a difficult spot post.
Yeah.
Then find that bluff.
Exactly. Yeah. Top pair for the king 10 suited. At the DTD live table. Should be enough. 120k just to take this down.
Timbergazen having a think.
Yeah.
But yes, does just relinquish, and with it brings us to the first break of the day. And what a fun frame we've had to kick things off. The highlight hand, of course, being that King 9 offsuit check raise river jam bluff a moment ago. We are working our way downwards. We start with 333. We've got 222 remaining, but only 175 will find their way into the money. Right now, that's how things look on our features. It's the DTD live table led by Timbergazen, who did find the fold there in the end, and Larrabee not too far behind. Kuktarev, the man deep in the 2K just the other day. He's got some work to do, as does Mokrani. Those two players want to make it inside the money. Of course, blinds are going up short. It's 25k, 50k, so adjustment to the big blinds in those stacks. The squeeze gets ever tighter over here on the Luxon. Amani up to 3 million chips, a beneficiary of that set of 8 up against, I've already forgotten who it was up against. Worbs, Temescu, in fact, wasn't it? No. Who was it up against, Worbs? I can't remember. Talk to me.
It was one of the players listed on your screen now.
You can't remember either. I think it was Temescu. That's how he got short, and then he made that play back.
Joking, of course it was Temescu.
Yeah,
I'm just testing you, James. Just testing you.
Christ. The $5 million man, Sinan Unlu, in the mix on this table as well. Got a couple of short stacks with work to do when we come back there. And then, of course, the Onyx table. Badai, who has been very aggressive up to now so far with a big snack, and I'm sure he's going to continue that strategy as we do get closer to the bubble. Alex Gawley, your 1K mystery bounty champion. He's in there with a good snack. Daniel Thaler been involved in quite a few of the pots here. That's what, 1.5 million himself. And the shortest stacks there, Lizniewski, not really that short with the 50k big blind coming up. So we'll be stepping aside for a break. Please don't go too far. We'll be back in 25 minutes.
Can't wait.
O da coşuyor.
Welcome back, guys. Mediterranean Poker Party 2025. We're in full swing. We're taking another little break from calling the action. A little fun game between myself and Mr. Harwood here. Jay, what have we got?
This is Hand Hunt, simple as this. We are going to get a nickname of a hand, for example, Pocket Rockets. We have a spread deck mixed up in front of us, and it is the first person to obtain that hand. So if it was Pocket Rockets, first person to have 2 aces in front of them wins that round.
That's simple. Let's go. Bullets.
Give me that one. No, wait. They're out. Oh, we got a.
Very
We've
aggressive.
got a marked card here. We've got a marked card here. I've got a bigger reach. I told you this. I've got a bigger reach.
You just bullied me out the way.
Well, you were
Right.
over here. You're getting in my space.
Put them back. What? Ladies. Woo, all right.
No,
All right.
You got them all over
1-1.
there. Mix it up. Make it a bit harder.
Okay.
Big slick.
Where is it?
Where's
Where is
Nace?
it? All right.
No
Ace
way.
King, baby.
You got all the paint down here.
I'm lucky, son. Right, mix them up.
Wayne Gretzky.
Oh, I know what it is, I think. I'm going with...
Wayne Gretzky.
It's his number. I'll give you the clue. Well, he's an ice hockey guy.
Oh, well, I'm gone then.
I don't 100% know, but I'm going with... Is it 96?
Just nice.
Oh, it's pocket nines. That was close. I had an idea.
Yeah, upside down. Turn
I
the
knew it
6
was a
upside
number.
down, you win.
Ah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
The hammer.
The hammer.
The hammer. I've got no idea. We'll give Jay a chance.
Go with aces?
Can't do that.
Oh, I thought the hammer is.
The hammer time. MC Hammer. Da-na-na-na, da-na,
Have I not heard of 2 of these?
I don't know it. I'm not even going to guess it.
Oh, yeah.
7 deuce.
7 deuce. I thought
that's the hammer.
it was the whip.
I thought you were just saying 7 deuce. I was getting ready for the next round. Right, okay. I've never heard that in my life.
Little slick.
I don't know what that is. Do you know what that is? Is that right? Little slick. Right, big slick is ace and king.
I got it.
King
I got
deuce,
it.
king
Get
deuce.
that one, mate. No!
I'll go king deuce suited. Little slick. I don't know. What is it?
Ace queen.
That's Big Chick.
Is it?
Yeah, I always
That's the
thought,
parking lot,
I
isn't
always
it?
thought it was Big Chick Ace Queen.
Fuck's sake. I've never heard. By the way,
too old. We're too
not
old for
doing
this
very
now.
well here as poker broadcasters. Right,
Dimes.
dimes. You know what that is?
Get away, you just copied me. I can't find the other 5.
Ew! Is it fucking fives? What's a dime in America? Obviously, is money.
Is it
50 cents.
I thought a dime was 5. Unless it's 10, it might be 10 cents. Cents?
I'll give you that. I'll give you
There you
that.
go, there you go. I thought it was 5 cents, but there we go.
These are hard.
Yeah,
Like.
they are hard. I thought they'd be
Hey.
easy.
Right.
Dead man hands.
No,
Where is it?
give me an 8.
It has to be that. No, but you have to get it right. You have to get it. No, but it has to be offsuit and it has to be black. They say off.
Hold on, I was here first.
What's that though? Use red, is it?
Yeah,
You
it
got a
is.
red one in there.
Still fine?
It's me. It has to be black cards. I don't even know if it does. I'm just bluffing. Right, we'll call that one a draw.
Has anyone got the score?
I have no idea. We're both doing quite a poor job.
We are. For poker commentators,
Right.
we should know a little bit more.
Oops. Woo, all right.
I've got no jacks on my side of the table. Look at this card distribution all over this
Got
hole.
the reach advantage.
Unbelievable.
Get it up, yeah. You got one in your hands. Where is it? Where is it? There. Oh! Jay, you're horrendous at this, mate.
You just keep getting all the cards your side.
Oh, it's fucking hot in here.
Yeah,
let
it
me
is
tell
hot.
you.
It is hot.
Woo. It is warm in here.
I didn't enjoy that. I'll be honest.
I
I
didn't
think
enjoy it
I
much
think
either.
I got 2, maybe 3. I absolutely got the floor
I think I won on balance. Right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Jay,
guys.
Jay,
That
well
was
done.
hand
Congrats.
I think you won. So
See you on
congrats to
stream. Okay. GG's.
Observation, Mike.
a very warm welcome back to the Mediterranean Poker Party. This is the main event. It is day 2, and it's taking place right in the basement of that very building. I wish it was around the pool, but, you know, wind, light, all these reasons, Steve, we have to play these things indoors.
Looks stunning at night, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yet to see an outside shot there.
It's not too shabby during the day either.
Is that a world champion I see?
Something else that isn't too shabby. What? I mean, I was on a nice little segue there, and you have to take my eyes to seat number 3, or seat number 3, stat number 3. But you're right. I was saying Ensan, the former main event champ, is at the mix here at our feature table.
What a boss.
Alongside some Italian names. I've seen Nenad Dukic. We've had him on the stream already this festival. But the chip leader here, Amadeus Gianotto, with 3 million in chips. Very healthy stack as we play 25k, 50k over here at the Luxon table. We have here Zarita leading the way, 4.5 million. That is a hell of a stack, biggest one we've seen thus far. And swiftly followed by Jessica Tussel in the mix here with 3 million herself. Lars Kemphaus, another name I recognize on this table, a regular in some of the high roller stuff. And Hendrik Brockman, if I'm not mistaken, we saw him earlier in the festival as well, I believe in the 1k, running fairly deep. He's here. And then, of course, the main feature table, we're keeping, it looks like the same lineup on the Onyx, with Badai leading the way. 3.6 million, has really had it all his way on this table. And it's called a couple of seats down from him, perhaps trying to be a spanner in the works, the 1k champ. And the rest, as we saw before we went on the way, Wisniewski, the shortest with 13 blinds as we play 25k, 50k. I highlight that because we are not too far from getting into the money in this 5k buy-in main event. 8.5k min cash for the final 175 players. And of course, a few days away from crowning our champion and awarding them $1 million in the process.
Looking forward to seeing Hossein Ensan.
Yeah.
Hossein Ensan, sorry.
I mean, almost a bit of a request from you earlier. You saw he was in the field. You thought, I hope we get someone like Ensan on there. Always fun to watch.
He's just a bit of a boss, isn't he? You know, he's not super tight, likes to play some hands, very friendly on the table. Played with him a fair few times, always very nice. See him sort of knocking about. He's always, you know, very friendly to everyone. I mean, I guess when you've just won, what did he win? 15 mil, 12 mil?
Was he
Something insane. You know?
10?
You're obviously going to be a pretty nice guy, aren't you? But
I mean, it'll take a couple of years for it to rub off.
You're alive. You're suited.
good spot here for Alex.
Another 10, yeah.
A small blind. Yeah, it's just moved all in. Blinds, as you said, James, just gone up to 50k big blind, so 11 big blinds. Very easy jam here with a 10-8 suited. You don't want to be getting tricky here with an open or a limp, really. You can just run it. It's plus chip EV. And a very easy call for the ace-king.
7-4 trade.
See if Alex can continue his good fortune. Obviously, the 1k champion earlier in the week.
Salski, no additional outs, just the 10 or the 8. The only way to claw this pot is not to be. He busts out. Well, it wasn't to be for him.
Nice pot there, first hand after the break, going from 2 mil to 2.5 mil.
Just chilling.
Yeah. Just say call and
a little easy collection as you get closer to that money. A little bit more of a buffer. And I say, he does have that good seat, doesn't he, as well, against the chip leader. 2 to his right, now 1 to his right, of course, with that vacant chair.
Of course, yeah, I forgot about that, yeah. Almost 2 starting stacks. 300k starting stack in this. So one was good for $5,300.
You had 2 starting stacks. I said I wasn't going to do that anymore, I'm sorry.
And immediately after the break, you fire in, yeah. So that's 600k, yeah, that's what I paid for.
Yes, Tussel limping in from the small suited jack. And Zarita with the offsuit variety.
Yeah, I think the standard players check here, and he's gone with that. More than playable post flop. I ate some of Jessica Tussel's chocolate a few nights ago.
Is this
lovely
something
gift
you should be admitting on stream? What's
a lovely gift to my wife that I stole a little piece of.
Okay, sorry.
So, yeah, it's very, very generous. It was delicious. I think it was like, what's the word, like the official Austrian chocolate. What do you call that? A sort of delicacy type thing
Chocolat.
in Austria. But it's very nice, very rich.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You chocolate man?
A little bit. I've been a chocolate man here. The desserts are insane.
I have noticed. I say that only because I bump into you at the dessert table all the time.
Yeah, the only man who's had more desserts than me
Go on.
this trip. You know what I'm going to say, don't you? Mitchell Johnson.
Ah.
Loves a dessert, that man. But no, I've had at least probably the line between 1 and 4 each day. I've been here for 12 days. So it really does build up, doesn't it? Thankfully, I'm not writing down my results. So it's actually only just dawned on me now. It's probably over 40 desserts I've had since I've been here.
But you took yourself to the gym today, so that's solved, isn't it?
I did tell people I went to the gym today, yeah.
Was it half an hour quiet time? Order in here with the gut shot to Broadway and the best hand line on blind.
Yeah, I believe. Did he check call?
You know how long the day is?
Check call the flop?
How long they play?
The action slows down though,
Oh, hello.
and it's favourable river card for Mr. Goulet. To see if he does go for value and what size. If he could find the check, maybe get a bluff out of Yela. I'd be betting as well. It's on 250 into 400, like it. Lots of hands he can be called by. This isn't one of them.
I mean, in before anything crazy, 10 of spades.
I mean, it'd be quite creative. I feel like after check on the turn, there's not really much you can do.
If they manage it.
So yeah, not far off 3 million now for Alex.
Yeah, a great restart to this new frame for him.
There are talks, but we will see.
Big breath there.
I thought, well, was this some sort of breathing exercise? I mean, when we had Broadway, it wasn't too stressful a situation.
Would be amazing. For sure.
Yeah, apologies there for a moment. Myself and Steve disappeared. Just a little gremlin in the system, but pick up the action on this ace-high board. And it is certainly Brockman, who we saw earlier in the festival, in the mix here.
You've got very good eyes, James.
His king 5 dropping second pair up against the ace 4. Or king 6, pardon me. There you go. My eyes aren't so good.
There we go. Yeah, I just couldn't see that properly there for a second, but yeah. The king 6 from the big blind has decided to bet 125k. Easy call for the small blind here. Assuming a lot of rivers, this is going to go check, check. Does. And with the 175 paid, is that right, James?
175 players,
Yeah, so
guaranteed 8.5k. So we are getting close, aren't we?
Yeah, you've kind of got to start looking over your shoulder a bit, thinking about this about in a few hands. The ICM considerations. But yeah, we've still got a fair few to go for the bubble.
Over here, Dukic finds the boots. Zabaloka defending once again on 963.
Yeah, he's Peel versus the cut-off open, isn't he? And it's a favourable flop and turn card for him.
Is this ever a spot where we see this big blind lead? No, is the answer.
Yeah, I think in general you want to be leading the bottom card rather than the top card. The cut-off can still have, you know, so many 9x. Obviously, the thinking is that the big blind has a range advantage, and although he does have a few more 9x, you know, it's not substantial. Dukic here recognising the fact that the big blind can have so many 9x and has checked back for pot control. Disguise his hand a bit as well. Could be an interesting situation where the 6 bets for value and the aces does raise.
Right. Sizing, I guess, so dependent.
Small. Dukic I've played with a few times actually. Very, very strong player.
His bet is 175 into about 600.
So yeah, I could definitely see a raise here from Dukic. He's not scared to put chips in the middle. But it's whether he does go the more cautious approach, or decide that versus a range you're not really getting called by anything. You know, that could be it, rather than him thinking, you know, that he's behind. He's thinking if he does raise, a 6 is probably going to fold anyway. So I don't mind just the call there. Good table this actually. Hopefully gets a lot more hands from here.
Yeah. Real
DTD live table.
Real tough lineup.
Raise.
Another Brit.
Braddock.
Mr. Braddock, yeah, I've played with him a few times as well.
Any reads for us, Worbs?
I can't really remember any hands we played. I think I was very drunk in Coventry. And I think I was giving him quite a lot of spiel.
Do we feel the need to apologise now on air? Or,
And I think he might have given me a little spiel back and I said something to him, but I'm not 100%. I did see him the other night in the bar and I waved at someone else and he waved back.
Oh.
So I think we are on good terms. But yeah, I can't remember any hands or how he plays.
Okay, well.
But I'm sure it's well because he's been around.
Okay. He's raised his Jack 10 clubs from +1, Sarah Koglu.
Yep, standard play, yep.
Hanging along from the cutoff, and Bidniuk on these spots when we see.
He looks like a poker player, Brad.
He does look up.
He's got that look of, you know, hasn't been outside much.
Wow, just continuing to blast him.
Maybe this is what I was saying on that night. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
I mean, whoops. Help yourself.
And he's not just auto c-betted this flop, which I like.
What do we think of the Sarah Koglu cap? Are we in? A little crocodile up there?
I missed it actually. I'll have to
Oh,
catch it
you're
again.
going to be a fan. Oh, look at this.
Oh, this is interesting. If he does go for the delayed c-bet.
Yeah, and Bidniuk just checking that 7 over swiftly.
He's thought better of it, which I don't mind at
I
all.
need that cap in my life. I'm putting it out there.
Oh, I see now. Yeah, oh, it's quite nice. Yeah. And this is a tough river for Braddock actually. If the big blind does decide to bet for value, which I think he should. Is that 225? Looks like.
Appears to be. Braddock was done with his hand on the flop, done with it on the turn, finds a 10, thinks, oh, I can win, and then suddenly a bet comes into you.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot as well because you have to be a little bit concerned about the cutoff behind you. He can have,
Right.
you know, some better tens. I know he obviously chops with Queen 10, etc., but he can have the Ace 10.
But one imagines if we call here, does Ace 10 over call?
Yeah, true. Yeah. Very disciplined folds.
Oh, hang on.
The Ace Jack's having none of it.
Wow.
He's in there.
Non-believer. And the goods are shown.
Yeah. Maybe he thought a lot of the big blind spade combos would be leading turn. Maybe he thought the 7 would go even bigger, and yeah, but he can just have a king there as well. So.
And yeah, I suppose the 7 bets some frequency turn as well, right? So
Yeah, would have liked to see him maybe think a bit longer there, but I guess he just thinks he's been checked down. Ace Jack could be good here.
there we go. That's the trophy on offer here in the Mediterranean Poker Party main event.
That's a nice trophy.
I mean, you got close to it.
There he is. Look at him.
Absolute
Absolute
boss.
boss, yeah. World champion.
He's just for life. Never take it away from you.
He won that final table as well. the World Series winner with such ease. If you watched it, it was like he was just never phased at any point, never under pressure from anyone. Just absolutely crushed it. Had a lot of good cards, obviously, but you know, he was never really looked like losing.
Well, here we go over at DTD Live. We figured this would be the one that would be the action-packed table. And look at this, Dukic opening up +1.
The glasses are on.
Savaloka going after him. And yeah, Kanar and his familiar optical assistance.
Ooh-ah, 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 it's Kanar. Our friend from the other day in the 1K.
You okay?
Big fan of this man.
Do we need to get any sort of assistance back here for you?
The cat with 9 lives, as I call him.
Okay.
He's got a few chips as well, hasn't he? 2.7 mil.
He has a lot of chips, and in come a bunch of them.
I don't know if you know about those sunglasses, but they actually flip up and down. Oh. So, big fan. He's going to take this one down with a cold 4.
They're the sort of sunglasses that if you win the main event wearing, then there's a rush.
Yeah. A bit like Greg Raymer all those years ago when he wore those reflective sunglasses, and the following year everyone was wearing them.
Do you still have yours?
You could actually buy them in the gift shop, couldn't you?
You could actually.
Yeah, by the time I got there, they were all sold out.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, Hossein Ensign is about 5th in chips on that table, isn't he? Just over 2 million. Jessica Toozle here is going to open the Queen 10 suited strawberries. Lovely open from the cutoff.
Yeah, and that big stack making way behind. Brockman in the big King Queen. 16 blinds behind in his stack.
Yeah, argument here just to ship it in now.
Do we start having to get a little bit more cautious with that, given how close we are to the money?
Yeah, it depends how much you care.
Okay.
If we're playing properly, yeah, and you are wanting this min cash, then yeah, you can definitely be a little bit tighter in these spots as you've got the ICM considerations, not wanting to bust. Also, the argument is that you obviously with this hand you keep in all the worst kings, worst queens.
Mm-hmm.
As it turns out, I think he's just got to fold on the 8-4-3 with no backdoors. Just doesn't have enough chips.
Actually, that bet 3.5 blinds, not insignificant.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, puts pressure on all these hands he's pilled with, right? So kind of a nice size up.
Yeah, I like it. Certainly on the 8-4-3 rainbow, you are supposed to have the big C bets here. I don't think it's too far off with the 2 spades, but I like it. It kind of sets her up as well. She can, like a 9 turn, Jack turn, 10 turn, Queen turn. You know, all good cards to put him under the pressure as the money does approach. Big fan of the earrings.
Oh yeah.
Very Pat Butcher.
It's the sound of everyone in the chat rushing off to Google Pat Butcher now. Like you've got them working today, Orbs.
These Tens is one of the longest running programs there is. I'm sure everyone knows about it. Here's a good flop. Our man Braddock has opened the gun again. This time he's got a stronger hand with Ace Queen. I wonder how much he knows about Budai, having just joined the table.
Right, yeah, becoming a little dark against this player who has shown aggression in a lot of spots. Let's see how he progresses on this one.
You could make a bit of an adjustment here versus Budai if you've seen him play a lot, and you could be jacking back here a lot more because he might go ballist.
All right, here we go. Is this where we see the big blind lead? I want to see one today, Forbes.
Yeah, he could do for sure, can't he? Under the gun, doesn't have many 9x. 9-10 suited, Ace 9 suited, King 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, but no offsuits. And he has.
Casually slings in 225.
Yeah. And Braddock here with an interesting spot where you do beat all the draws. 6-7, 6-8, Queen 10, diamonds. So kind of a weird line for Jack X. Can certainly have all the 9s.
Do you think perhaps with this hand, still reason to call one?
Yeah, for sure. But again, ICM considerations. Maybe that's why he's folded. It's, you know, his 5th of his stack, but
yeah, just 26 away.
You definitely can. definitely can peel that.
I actually like to go with that thought of, you know, we are fairly close to that money. We know in this room it doesn't take too long to get through those bubbles.
Sure. I mean, if you're up against an opponent who's definitely going to be, you know, playing correctly and is going to put you under it, fine.
Can pass Queen Jack off in the small, facing that hijack open.
He's the man who's got a twin, isn't he? Who plays.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's, Lars and Timo, I believe. They're twins or they're definitely brothers anyway.
They must be twins. They look identical.
Now you're going to get people Googling the two brothers to have a look.
Of course they're twins. They look the same, like the same person.
Okay.
Like they've been in one of those machines and just literally printed out another one.
I won't argue with on it. You seem quite passionate on the fact. Stalkalic. Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's an action turn card, isn't it?
He's back in the seat. Not done yet.
40%. Not a bad place to be on the turn.
Oh,
He's done it.
the joint.
That's a nasty way as well, because the other guy's made a straight.
Yeah. 7 working. Up to 555k. And now suddenly a pretty reasonable chance of sneaking into the money perhaps off that shallow stack.
Yeah, it's a big double even though he was short. It just keeps you going and only 25 players to go, 24 players to go.
It's fine. Mehmet just will have both eyes on that min cash, just trying as best he can to get to 175 before putting those chips in. And just on the 2 starting stacks.
Could he have just folded pre actually in that hand? He started with 5 big blinds. Could just folded pre really, couldn't he? Just having 7-5 suited, but far off. Here's Badai again.
Who's going to be the godfather, Rafa? I'm saying that.
Yeah, Bidniuk getting fruity with ace-7 off from +2.
Didn't volunteer.
Quite a murderer's row behind as well.
Pretty loose open. Maybe consider the table a bit.
I think,
It's evident
Rafa
tight
has
near
to-
the bubble, but
he deserves it.
with Badai behind me,
You are not the merit yet. No, you
I think it is.
switch it
very
off.
loose
You
open.
will be the best. Nothing will change. No. It's good to the grandfather to be in the family. I mean, to
It's a little bit different, right? Like the secret culture.
So,
is,
Saragoglu
today, yesterday and today.
That's cool.
Our accountant from Lanka was
3 whiff, Queen 4.
Yeah, nothing for anybody, but I'd be surprised if a C-bet does get through here.
and she says she's going to one.
Having
week,
seen a bit of Dubai.
One wedding today afterwards. And she said she has
But I does call that 50k, just 1 blind.
Yeah, really small, isn't it?
8 more weddings to go.
I suppose with the 1 blind bet size with this holding, it does give us the opportunity, if we wish to kind of potentially bet some turns as well, right? Keeping all these unpaired hands.
Sure.
I mean, it's not really a hand we want to go back multiple streets normally, is it? But
Yeah. See what Badai does if he does check here, though.
Oh my god.
they were coming and celebrating. saying
Wonder if Badai's ever been to Dubai.
for 3-4 hours.
that's the sound of me groaning.
Just for fun.
Nah, he doesn't even think about it. Yeah, he's in there. And I think it's a good turn bet. You know, this 1 big blind check. It doesn't scream of good hands, does it?
No,
And he's not even gone big either. Yeah, I really like that.
just 3 blinds himself into that pot.
He's just trying to get the exact hands. It's not to fold, really.
This man's going to have good fun on the bubble. That's my prediction.
Agree.
He's in there mixing it up already, just 20 away.
Agree, yeah. It's a very interesting table.
Gouda downwind. Braddock now down sub 20 blinds.
Can see a big clash at some point for sure.
It's my opinion.
It's too many good players for it to just, you know,
Yeah, there's going to be some battles.
be bopping along.
Stopperoo, he's out. Bidniuk again, 10-5 from +1. Surely he'll say goodbye, but then the die. He's got 2 cards. Well, they're very good cards, Ace Queen. Napkins behind thus far. Taylor, the man in the big blind, who again looks down at just junk.
Yeah, I think Thaler here. This is probably a fold for him. I was going to say maybe he does call versus Budai, but no, he has just gone with fold.
Seems 20 away from the money. I mean, do we want to be getting in pots against a guy who's not going to let us realise?
Sure, I just assumed because we were seeing the hand something was going to happen.
You got tricked. I see.
They got me.
You
They got
fell
me.
for it. Okay. Yeah, trying to second guess the action here, huh? Whoops. Getting too comfortable in this booth. It is, of course, the MPP main event data, as we were just mentioning. We're very close to the money now, just 20 eliminations away. But I say just 20. I mean, we still got to lose sort of 10% at the field. Could take some time as play will surely begin to tighten up around the room, and not just in the sense of hand selections played, but players will start perhaps taking a little moment before sliding those cards in. Maybe a little bit of a, oh, is it on me? I didn't realise sort of antics.
Yeah, even though it is merit, it will slow down a bit, won't it?
Brockman, 2 jacks. Here he comes. Campos just flying the ace queen behind, allows Pavlov in from the button. And 2 sort of deciding to call from the big blind as well. So out of nowhere, 4 players taken to this club flop.
Yeah,
Pavlov with the flush draw.
some big hands here.
I mean, Brockman, we see 7-3-3. We start the hand with, what, 20 blinds? I guess we're just going to have to bet go with this one, right? I mean...
Yeah, I think so. Notice the flat here from the hijack with ace queen off. I quite like it.
Ace queen with a queen of clubs note as well, but I guess it gets sticky to start floating here 4-way when a man bets 350 with 6 back. This doesn't look like a man who's ever going to have no hand, is it, in Brockman's shoes?
No, and you're obviously 4-way, so, you know, in a heads-up pot, you could argue call 1, assess, all that jazz, but it's quite an easy fold, and you know, at that stack depth near the bubble, I do like the flat pre with the ace queen off, rather than get into a race situation and keep all the other aces in, etc. And yeah, kind of interesting spot for Pavlov. He has gone with call. I think I do play it the same, but you could definitely argue you can just run that 350 with 600 back.
You're not, Brockman, you're not thrilled to see a 7, but not a card you'd imagine you're too concerned about. You just decide to put it in for half pot, and now decision for Pavlov, right? I mean, you just beat other flush draws, so
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, you can't not put your last 600k in there on the 7th turn. There's just too much in there in the middle you need to protect, and you can still get called by worse. And as you say, it's very unlikely he has a 7. If he does, good luck to him.
we can see a lot of folded cards making Brockman's position that much stronger, and that's how it will transpire. All smiles for that man on the bubble.
Yeah, and the ace-hand of clubs there is just best just to go call. Just a bit of a brain fart then trying to work out whether it's better to stick it in or not, but no, I like it. Can't really get away. The world champ in the small blind. The king 4 suited.
If someone took you into this room, let you wander around the tables and said, which one of these guys once won $10 million in a poker tournament? I think Ensan would be...
Is it 10? To confirm 10?
10 million. I think it'd be high on the list of people you would pick, wouldn't you? Looks like a man who won 10 million.
Yeah, agree. Got a great table presence as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Let's see how he navigates this one. Limping in, check back from Zevaloka. Within a straight draw.
Yeah, I'd expect Zabaloko to have a stab here. And then San will not be having any of that.
I believe the bet was 80k. It is confirmed 80, and Ensan with that backdoor flush draw.
I've never seen my my friend Ensan fold a flop, so we have got backdoors. He used to ruin lives on like the EPT before he was famous. He would just get all the UK regs. WhatsApp groups just always having hand histories, and it would be like, was that Ensan by any chance? Yes, it was.
Did he have a second in the EPT, I want to say, before winning the main event? Something like that?
He definitely made a couple of final tables, yeah. Not sure if he won one. Second might be a good shout.
I think third, there we go, in Barcelona 2014.
Yeah, okay, that rings a bell.
Which is a big one, obviously, Barcelona.
Yeah. Not as big as the one here
pardon me,
after.
And he won Prague as well. I'm doing a disservice. He did win Prague.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Which he didn't cash for as much. But
interesting turn card this, because Zabaloka definitely has to continue bluffing, which I really like. But Ensan's got a very easy check call. Wow. He just chips it.
He has an easy what, whoops? What were you just saying?
Yeah, there's one of those WhatsApp hand histories that,
yeah.
And then one of our guys calls the jack, and then the club comes. But no, he's just decided to run that there. Very interesting, because it's a bit of an overbet, and you know it's a bit dicey. I think it's just better as a check call because your king high is just so valuable there.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? You can just sort of win at showdown when the draw's missing things, and you never get a jack to fold. So I'm not totally sure what he was thinking there, but it has worked that time.
Well, here's a potential setup at the Onyx. Is Yela making it 120 in the cutoff, and Sarakoglu finding queens on the button. Christoforou, well, just to that size, knows there are no follow equity and this close to the money. Even if he were suspicious, would be best served by making way.
Yeah, always nice to find these big hands in the towards the late position opens. You know, you can get a lot of leveling wars of who's opening cutoff or hijack whenever. And it is nice. A bit of a dream to find queens. Bottom versus cutoff here. Should be peeling 30 bigs deep. Definitely dominate some of his 3-bet bluffs. Your hand plays okay. And he does do that.
Here we go. Big pot brewing at the Onyx.
It's definitely a temptation there just to, you know, think the button's full of it and just be jamming in your 30 bigs, but even though it's a bit more tricky playing ace jack off out of position heads up, you do want to be peeling there and keep the dominated hands in. Get a favourable jack high flop that is going to screw you a bit.
Yeah, maybe costing him here. I mean, one saving grace, perhaps the presence of 3 hearts.
Yeah, interesting to see here if he does decide to go with his hand.
Wow,
I was thinking
snap
that.
jams.
No, I was thinking that. Yeah.
I mean, before his man's even put the 250 in.
Sure.
I mean, how is that ever better than queens when you get snap jams?
Yeah, I agree. But I don't begrudge him too much just for check raise not in it, to be honest. Your hand is going to be good a lot of the time, and might seem like a bit of a punt, but
1,200,000.
yeah. And I think the queens will work out that they have to call here, and
I think reason will take a bit of time. Obviously, there's a lot on the line here.
Sure, near the money, etc.
It's just you don't expect to get snap jam by any hand, I suppose. You just piece together what that could be, but if you just break it down, strip it away, we've got queens on a jack high board and 3-bet pot.
Yeah, it's your classic. Nobody actually folds here, do they? They just use a few time banks, see what's going in, mutter the ace of hearts, and throw it in.
I mean, yeah, does flick in the call, and yeah, it looks pretty good. Feel pretty good that he got tank called there because, well, you would have expected an overpair. I have no choice. Here we go then, 3.4 million up for grabs. Sarakoglu with the covering stack, but only by a few blinds.
Yeah, big pop.
that is the race run. Ayala.
Does hold. Tough, tough hand to play. The two Brits having a little chat about it.
Mics are on, boys. Mics are on. But again, you know, you just take a moment. These are big situations. You know, you probably knew he was never folding, but...
Yeah, I used to get quite frustrated with these situations, thinking people were taking long. But the more I've played, the more I kind of understand people just sort of need a minute because they don't want to be snap calling and then sort of go to bed that night and think, oh God, I didn't think,
Right.
and da-da-da-da. So
And you don't know the
Yeah.
the level of experience of all
Sure.
the players involved in these tournaments. Some people can sometimes come across as being very experienced without, because maybe they play a lot of cash games,
Yeah.
maybe they didn't always play at this level, you never know.
sure, it is frustrating as the other person though. You know, when you see the call hand, you think, oh, 'cause you just you sort of got the tank and you're thinking, well, you never
Yeah.
actually fold in. But no, I don't begrudge people taking a bit of time these days.
Well, this one, I assume, as we've got a little bit of money in the pot.
Yeah, it's a limp pot. No, sorry, it's a limp from the sevens.
Yeah, but I think when checking the flop and there's 450 in there. So it must have been a raise from the Jack 6.
It was, yeah.
And it's checked through twice. These two big stacks battling out.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little value bet here from Tusel.
Very hard to imagine those sevens aren't best the way this is played out. But she checks
Sure.
once again.
And there's just a lot of ace highs, isn't there? And she can have a lot of missed draws or not have a pair herself. So yeah, I would like to see a bet there on the
It's
river.
funny, I think Zarita just turned his hand over straight away thinking he was good. Because
Oh, he turned his hand over.
I
There?
think he
Oh,
did,
right,
like
right.
almost instantaneously thinking, oh, I'm just not going to go for value myself.
Yeah, not sure you want to be showing the Jack 6 off there that you've opened. but-
Yeah.
And I saw here king 5 suited. When he moves all in with 7-5
Yeah, I went to VAR, whoops, he did turn it over straight away.
Yeah.
And quickly munked it before she could get a proper look at it after. He's like, I can't be behind with Jack 6 here, can I? She hasn't bet.
I do like the limp call from the sevens pre. Sure. Especially as we keep saying close to the money. Huge hand for Budai here.
Yeah, Rabbit's got the gun.
Who's going to get the action?
Seems unlikely, but Nick has shown a proclivity to get involved, and here we go. So I'm opening up the A7 off a moment ago, not scared, it seems, of this impending bubble.
Can't imagine many fireworks here.
I think because they've got 3.
I think just C-bet folds. He has red. It's come black.
Hmm.
Sometimes, James, it's just that simple.
Have much roulette here yet, this trip?
No. Not the game for me.
Bit complex, isn't it?
I had a stint on roulette once.
Oh, yeah?
There was a promo going.
Oh.
It's paying 50 to 1
Oh,
on one number. Yeah, it was for 3 hours between 7 and 10 a.m. in Nottingham. So I was playing poker till 6 a.m., driving to Nottingham, betting this number every spin for 3 hours,
never came in?
and then driving home. We had a bit of a syndicate, and it didn't come in for something like the first 350 spins, and we were all literally all in. But it did turn around. We made a small profit. Little story for you there. Yeah,
That's a lovely
50 to 1.
little promotion. I do actually recall way back when the Vic in London did a promotion for their 40th birthday, where they offered 40 to 1. On their birthday month, they offered 40 to 1 on each number of the day of the month it was. So on the first of the month, one was getting 40 to 1 too. I believe they got to the 6th of the month before the promotion was cancelled. It was sort of vultures were coming from far. What amazed me is people were still betting the other numbers.
We had a similar coup in Bradford, and they asked us if we take a check, and we said no. And they didn't have enough cash in the casino on like a Wednesday night in Bradford, so they just couldn't pay us out. It was just an amazing
Will you
feeling.
take a check? No. Well, you're taking a check.
And then as we walked out, one of our friends said, "Will you be doing the promotion tomorrow?" The manager was like pulling his collar. He's like, "I don't think so." Those were the days.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, it's been checked down here in the blinds.
One of those things that
So
in a
Pavlov's gonna
marketing
win.
meeting sounds like a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah, they don't really do them anymore, do they? But they used to try and sort of do these little promotions to get people in.
Yeah. Okay, back at the Onyx. Who's involved again? Christopher Root
Oh,
trying
okay.
to sneak one through from the button here.
All in.
All in.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't mind this.
16 away.
Exactly. That's the point, isn't it? It's a bit dicey versus small blind, to be honest, because he can flat hands as good as say 9s and things and may call off, but he decided to run it. Yeah, he's got 4.6 million, so it's not a total disaster if he does get called. 3s can be ahead as well from certain hands that he's called against, so he's just put max pressure on.
I don't think I enjoy having 9s in small blind. They're just flattening and have to call it off 15 away from the money. But I hear you.
I know, it's one of those, isn't it?
Does the 9s probably just 3-bet against the sub 20 big blind button open and just avoid that scenario potentially?
Possibly.
I think I'm just.
It doesn't have to be 9s, could be
8s,
7s, but
I get so timid in these bubble spots.
Depends how many bullets you're in for as well. If you're in for 4 bullets and the min cash is 1.5 buy-ins, it's not really a bubble for you, is it? Your bubble's coming in about 150 places time. The real bubble.
Here we go. All right, Dalglish. Well, we saw him win that all in a moment ago, but now we're just 135k.
Yeah.
Decides to run it from UTG with 6-5.
I think Tussle here should actually ISO this.
Here's a man who could ISO it.
Play it like it's a bit of dead money and just, sort of make it 200 and whatever. Because 135, it's basically like an open, isn't it?
Is he just called Brockman?
Yeah, he has.
He's going to allow Kempus in here. Oh, I mean, does he?
Yeah, this is a bit dicey now, isn't it? Is he going to see this sort of dead money in his head?
A lot of it.
Thinking he has the best hand a lot. 20 big blinds.
14 away.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this Jacks is it's just flatted pre, to be honest. This is a really weird hand. I feel like Tussle should have ISO'd, and then the Jacks would have gone all in, maybe, to the thing, and then he's got an easy fold. But now he might get got. He's just trying to work out. He's thinking the small blind doesn't particularly have a good hand.
I mean, he's going to feel sick when he gets back round.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's kind of confused why Tussle hasn't isolated that 135.
And a snap is not what you want to see there.
And the Jacks, just instantly in.
How have you got Jacks here?
Yeah.
How have I walked into this? 3-way all in. Brockman, we just saw him double up a moment ago. Now with a chance to get up to 3.7 million chips and take us 2 players closer to the money.
I do feel for the center parts there, and it's interesting, he's played it totally different, and he's basically got the dream situation.
Well, the 5-6 finds a bit of joy on this board. I think I'm going to speak for Brockman here and say he'll take losing the main as long as he secures the side against the ace-10.
Of course. What a card.
This is the TV hand.
Yeah.
The TV hand. A pair for Dalglish. The flush draw for Kemphouse, as well as the gut shot himself now working.
The outs graphic's almost broken.
Oh, and there it is. The 8 on the end. The ace-10 is going to scoop this pot. Dalglish makes a straight, but it's not enough. And Brockman takes a big hit to that stack.
That's very sick. Very sick.
Yikes. And I mean, it looked like kind of the non-standard play that was transpiring that was going to benefit Brockman, but in the end, it's Kemphouse who's going to get 2.5 million chips, which you feel like he probably wouldn't have done if the other hands had played more aggressively.
He got and then got them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got me. Well, I got the pot.
Last time.
Okay, here we go. Two active players. We know that for sure. Kanar on the button. Dukic 3-betting from the big blind. And I mean, we're dealing with 40 blinds. We're dealing in a spot where Dukic doesn't have a whole load of 3-bet call-offs, does he?
We are dealing with 40 big blinds, but these two hands have got to get in. Is my assessment of the situation. You don't want to be playing around here with 10s near the money. You know, you don't even mind that he just folds all his 3-bet bluffs and things, and it's just a very good pickup, very good hand. You just want to have 10s in your jamming range here.
Last 10 seconds.
And most time he's just going to fold because Dukic here will have a load of 3-bet bluffs. He's a very good player.
7 fold.
But he has gone with the option I didn't suggest.
Ooh, okay, here we go then. Dukic might be thrilled to be playing this 925k pot out position, albeit with ace king, and he's going to be far less thrilled with that flop. Queen deuce 5.
Yeah, very interested now to see what happens on this board. Dukic will not be thinking he has the hand he does. I can tell you that much.
Right. So maybe waiting his opponent more to some of the suited Broadway combos. Ace king doing okay against those.
Yeah, he'll think he has the best hands still a good proportion of the time too. He probably even thinks all the pairs get ripped in. You know, not going to put him even on 6s, 5s, deuces. He might, they're either going to fold or just go all in. Which might not be true. It might just peel 5s there, but...
Wow. Choose your card date. Off she pops. King of clubs, thank you very much. 1.5 in there. Obviously, I mean, the most likely queen you're up against when you get called in that flop, I guess, is king queen, right? Ace queen gonna 4-bet pile.
Yeah,
Reasonable
sure.
amount. Some of the queen jacks would fold pre, perhaps.
It's big blind versus button. You can just have the queen 8 suited,
Right.
queen 9 suited, queen 10, queen jack off. So I think you've just got a 3-street hand now, haven't you? With ace king.
Really shallowing it out as well with that bet 580, 775 back.
This is just such a weird spot now. I just wouldn't be in this situation, so it's quite hard to
Right.
look at what to do.
But everything you're saying, if we don't have these hands in theory here, they're nice. He does get away from it.
Oh, he called his hand as well. Sick. He got lucky on the turn.
Dukic replied, "It's a good card for my range."
It's quite a wild read because like Dukic is the exact sort of player that will just have the ace X.
Well, that's,
So we'll just have the ace X bluff there because he'll be thinking, well, we're near the bubble, etc., etc.
exactly as you said. It's a good card for my range, but
Yeah,
this time he did have it.
played it perfectly, I guess.
It's a nerdy answer, though, isn't it? You can just go, yeah, mate,
yeah.
yeah, mate, I hit.
I did say Kanar's the man with 9 lives. He just finds a way to not go broke.
Yeah,
He
jams that pre, we get it in.
Exactly, yeah. He was doing it a lot in the 1K. Maybe that's why he sat there and I'm sat here.
One of the reasons. He didn't quit off the 2.
Thaler's not been having a good time. So did you say something then? Down to 680k.
Yeah, but I'm really starting to open up the taps here. 10-7 offsuit.
Playing almost what I paid for.
Four, 3 and a swift bet coming in. Looks to be 3 whites.
Yeah, I wonder with the 6 of hearts in his hand here if he does continue, but perfectly fine fold. Knows he can be put under some ICM pressure as well.
Well, that's the last 10 hands, but if you look at that chip flow, From the start of today, it has been pretty much just straight up for Budai.
Yeah, over 5 mil now. Incredible.
Stewart running that short stack. Ace King suited, more than qualified against the Zavaloka +1 open.
Yeah. Stuart, a Manchester United fan, I can tell you.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Met him this
So-
week.
So this doesn't fare well from them. What are you saying?
We'll see. Feel like commentators curse saying Man United fan, but
Jack 4-3. There's the additional.
yep, some help. Queen of clubs. Oh, there it is.
And much like Man United, unbelievable he's still competing in Europe. I was really hoping that came in for that line.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Well done, Joshua Stewart. Doubling up on this bubble, he looks thrilled.
Winning in Europe.
Let's not get too carried away.
Never mind.
He's
Wes.
still in.
It's only Spurs, isn't it? But I again.
Yeah, this time he's got a hand. Braddock. Now let's see how he wants to approach these situations. Again, only 11 away from in the money. He has, what, 3 starting stacks and a little bit of change?
Yeah, I'd like to just see the fold here. I know, obviously, see the cards, and Badai's not the tightest player in the world, but +1 hijack, 20 bigs. I'm just not loving this spot.
I'm with you. Like I say, I think I sometimes probably if I err on a side, it's overfolding close to the money, but
Sure, he has gone with it though.
you can understand why. He's watching this go open every hand.
Yeah,
But yeah, I just feel like the gain is not that great, right? If we pick up these chips, like, does it really change our outlook in this tournament that much?
sure. And he's not opening every hand, is he? You know, it's just more. It's just a little bit early, and you know, you still got
The whole table.
cut off
behind.
button, and yeah. But it's not the worst spot to be in.
Certainly isn't. Many a man has won many a pot.
Yeah, you know, hit a king or a jack, you got 40 bigs now.
How about you hit a king and a jack and you don't have 40 bigs now because there's 10 behind it.
Yeah, that's the action flop, isn't it?
So-
No emotion from either player.
3 live outs in the deck. There's going to need one of them. Oh, there it is.
What a board.
That is an action board, and Braddock with the unlikely double up after that flop.
See, I'm proven wrong again. I'd just be sat there grinding my 19 bigs. This guy's got 40 and cruising.
I probably should have done the in-between line and just peeled the flop. And
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd have been like, I don't want to fold, but I should fold, but I don't want to fold, so I'll call.
Yeah. I mean, it does feel a bit tight folding, but with just 10 off the money, just think it's a bit too early. But early position, sorry.
Well, a huge double up there in the MPP main event day 2. We are just creeping ever closer to that money. So what better way to get us there a little bit faster, Warbston? Should we kick the blinds up a little bit?
Yeah, why not?
Should we make them feel the pain? A little bit of heat on the short stacks. The big stacks will enjoy that, I'd imagine. To leverage even more. Badai, of course, taking that hit down to 4 million with Braddock on his left with 2. Gordo with about 3.
Players left. Are we gonna make it?
Yeah, it makes for a much better dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Braddock having 40 big blinds now.
Oh my word! This
Oh
is
wow!
unfair, isn't it?
This is the very next hand.
It is the very next hand.
Wow! I mean, this is kind of the dream. It's kind of the dream, isn't it?
I mean, Badai strikes me as the man who might take off like a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Like that would have hurt. That run out.
The old school live pro in me just wants to make this like 5x because the guy's just not folding after you've doubled up through him. But yeah, he's obviously just going to go with a standard 3-bet size. The big steep here. I wouldn't like to predict what Badai's going to do, but it ain't going to be folding.
Ace is one.
Yep, standard stuff.
350, the arrived upon number.
Come on, James, stick your neck out. What do you think Badai's going to do
I
here?
mean, I'm not ruling out just a 4-bet rip.
Exactly.
Let's go. Screw you. You just got lucky on me.
What
Yeah.
is DTL like?
I'll get you back.
It's the event management company.
But no,
They do all
too long on the
event
tooth.
management for MPT, a lot
For
of
that.
EPTs,
Really?
a lot of the Paradise,
This one?
Bahamas.
The same?
Yeah.
Ace 4-5 finds the top pay. Has that little wheel drawer's insurance if he's up against those big aces.
There's no such thing as the dream, is there? You feel like it's the dream, and then never makes it easy.
Next thing the camera's on you and it says 1 out.
Yeah. He could go small, he could check back. I don't particularly mind either. Lean towards just playing range and betting small. But again, he's a bit of a wild card, Badai, and like.
Right, we trust him to play normally, but
Yeah, it's not without the realms possibility, just like jam something and like you've just folded the best hand. So maybe I would lean more towards check back, but as it's played here, 1.2 in the middle, you just got to check back. Because obviously have all the aces. Still beat some hands.
clean run out. I mean, as Badai, do we feel like some sort of small sizing here can accomplish two things?
Yeah, you can definitely block, can't you? Obviously balance it with like, you know, missed clubs, etc. He's
What
gone
about third?
okay. Really tough spot now for
This-
Braddock.
It feels to me that Badai just knows exactly where he is, that Braddock did have the goods pre-flop.
Yeah, I mean, I know under the gun, peeled 3-bet, etc. But I think versus Badai, I'm just never really folding queens.
Queen's no club, must be noted.
Yeah. I just think there's enough nonsense hands in there, but it's a great fold.
Well done, sir.
Really disciplined fold there.
Badai quickly recovering 700,000 of those lost chips the very next hand. As we are playing 30-60 now, of course. Round to Stewart, fresh off that double up. He's going to look to limp in here. And what's a dangerous man to limp into? The champ.
Yeah.
Oh, he's darting to his opponent's stack.
One of the hardest players to predict, I'd say, definitely in the comms booth, and he is gonna
Yeah.
take the spot.
The Jack Deuce O. We know these hands like to get a little fruity, and
Yeah, this is a good candidate. This is similar to, you know, the 8-3 off, 9-4 off type hands.
kind of do this with more hands as well, don't you? Not near the money like this.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, good size, etc.
Stewart with those suited connectors. Does he wish to continue here? It gets so icky. I mean,
9 off the money, I'm just folding.
yeah.
You're not even up against a guy who's just gonna make it easy for you either. So
Right. This is a man who's going to keep foot to the floor.
yeah, you've got
Oh, hang on.
6 high.
Is he just going for the improbable limp jam? Screw you. No. I just saw the way he picked the chips up.
Yeah.
If he was doing it to try and garner some sort of live read, it didn't work.
I think well played from both.
Yeah.
I feel like he just never wakes up and he's just not on it. Do you know what I mean? He's just always trying.
Yeah.
Like if I won the World Series, I would just relax a bit and just give up in some of these hands. But you know, he's always he's always going for it. You got to respect it.
Braddock with the goods once again.
Yeah, another big hand.
Raising under the gun, and Sarakoglu a little fruity here, obviously with the covering stack, looking to play a lot of pots in position, perhaps to get up to some sort of skullduggery later on in the hand.
Yeah, put some pressure on.
Badai just casually flicking it in from the big, covering both.
feel like Braddock's going to be in a tough spot this hand.
Yeah. I feel like Braddock's looking good. Can you just deal me out for an orbit? Like,
Yeah. I'd like to see a check here.
yeah, that's an ugly board, isn't it, for the ace king of clubs? 10-8 deuce, no club on board.
They both got over 4 million. It's a board that hits both their ranges and can definitely float a load of hands as well on this board. So
I'd love this from Sarah Koglu as well, as you said, just finding more than one way to win this pot. Like me open, looking to rep a lot of hands post, big board coverage, I guess, with holding this particular holding and then repping these kind of flops.
sure. Normally you are supposed to check call here, but you can understand again being near the money. Check fold. Did say there'd be fireworks on this table, didn't we?
One we earmarked. Between this and the Ensan table, we're going to see some stuff as we work our way towards the money. Here we go, back at the DTD live table. We have A7 v A7, both with the straight draw.
Yeah, the A7 offside to peel here versus undergun, which is pretty loose. That's gone check on the flop. A bit of an action card on the turn for both. It's a very loose peel as well, being so close to the money. Don't really like the A7 off peel, but interesting to see if a heart comes or something. He does. I think Kanar just finds a way as always.
It's a fun one.
I can't imagine Kanar will be raising the river. I think he'll just be snapping off whatever the bet is, unless he goes really small. He'll be a little bit cautious about the 7-8. 8-7 suited type peels. Kind of thin over. Yeah, I think he'll just flat that. Maybe even flip the glasses up.
Oh,
Well, the glasses came off.
came off, even more dramatic. Same hand. All the way through. Welcome to all of you joining us on the GG Poker YouTube channel. Please do let us know who you're rooting for in the chat as we get ever so close to the money. Play going to slow up a little bit. Got any rooting interests in there? Let us know. I see some questions in there relating to the starting stack. That was 300k in this main event. So about 2 million chip average as we approach the bubble. Tommy G. You're the business if you've got an initial after your name.
Yeah. We can't be too far away from hand for hand now, can we?
No, I think that will happen very shortly. There's Brockman. Got Trappy with the jacks. Like he's being cautious with these two tens as well. Cullifby button. Damazian in the big, covering both with an ace. I don't think he was here to see Brockman's.
Sure, yeah.
Either, was he?
You touched on that flat with jacks, and yeah, he's gone with the same approach really. It's kind of, yeah. I mean, I think you should just be 3-bet jamming this.
I'm not sure Tommy was here to see that hand either. So
no, hand's very under-repped.
oh, well, here we go. I mean, is there any world this doesn't get in on the flop?
It depends, obviously, how Brockman plays it, but Tommy G's hand is essentially the nuts just because he has the nut draw and more than happy to get it in. You know, versus 10-jack, all the other smaller hearts, etc. So you do want to play these hands aggressively.
100k, the wager for now.
And if he does face a raise,
Yep.
he'll be putting it in.
Here it comes.
Yeah, and to be honest, you're not even particularly worried about this raise because your hand just plays so well against
Right, hands like
Nice
this we
nails.
see we're flipping up against some inferior draws, perhaps some of those combo draws. We're in pretty good shape.
Sure, and you know, lots of players do like to sort of raise to find out where they are and things. So there are raise folds here. This probably isn't one of them, but it's not without the realms of possibility Brockman to fold.
Toy with the jacks, toy with the tens, activates post flop. Let's see. Tommy, we've only a time bank chip, but see, we know that surely this is just going to be a 3-bet on the flop. Unless he has some reason to think he's up against a super nutted hand and maybe convincing himself to just call. Oh, he's gone for, oh, I like it. He's gone for the. This is exactly, I think, targeting what you were saying. Those raise to find out where they are hands. This non-all-in 3-bet just looks so strong, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. He's definitely not worried. He doesn't. He kind of doesn't want the. I mean, definitely doesn't want the smaller hearts to fold as well.
Right. Serves both ways.
Even a hand like Jack 10, you know, he just crushes these hands. And he never thinks he has an overpair, because he thinks he just gets those in pre. Because we're so near the money, and he should be really.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Maybe just. Oh.
Declared you have jacks. You know, I did touch on the fact that, you know, like, raise to find out.
Yeah, I wonder though. I wonder if Tommy had ripped whether Brockman would be more inclined to call. And just that clicky sizing was so strong looking.
Yeah, possible. I think he showed the 7 of hearts, did he? Which is quite tilting, isn't it, when you folded 10s?
It's not ideal.
A little bit mean, I'd say, as well.
Well, I think if he did, he'd be pretty sure what the card was. Good eye. It's got 2 cards. It's about all he needs on the button here.
Yeah, I'm sure Alex has been looking to get involved with Bidai, actually. After seeing some hands, so this could be an interesting one. Flopping second pair.
Right, it's weird. He's actually not been that out of line, but his frequency, his VPIP at this table is so high. So if you haven't seen the cards,
yeah,
you'd be. I mean, we've seen he has been out of line in some hands, but it's not been as bad as it might look to Alex sitting at the table.
Sure. Alex will remember, though, you know, those hands very early. He was showing down some. I was going to check here. And that's a bad river for Bidai, because I'd expect a value bet from Alex and a snap call. But no, just going to check.
Maybe just.
Yeah, I'm surprised Alex didn't block there.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just thinking, hey, look, Bidai just has unlikely to have any of this deuce 4-3.
Sure, and if he does block, I think he is getting called by king high and ace high. So just because everything's like sort of missed, a 10 would go bigger. So I think it's a good spot to block.
Oh, what's going on here? You're not a big stack pot of meat, 3 million chips. Obviously, not the best hand to play from this seat, but
yeah, it's
leveraging
just,
the bubble.
Just a fold pre, isn't it? Even leveraging the bubble, you do still want the blockers in your hand rather than the little duckies.
But got Stuart to fold 9s.
I remember the first time I saw that deuces were a fold on the button, and it just blew my mind. I was like, what? It was explained by the fact that it's like, well, you want the blinds to have a deuce in their hand, so they fold. And I was just like, wow. It's just like such a simple concept that I've just never really thought about. Yeah, this is a bit of a different spot, but
I wonder here, Knarf, what?
I think he's going to call.
I like this. I was going to say, is this a spot we just flatten?
That's definitely his style here. Yeah, he doesn't want to 3-bet call.
Oh my word.
What the heck is happening?
How has this board rolled out?
Yeah.
Canard thinks he's trapping and is trapping. He's playing defensively with this ace king. He's found the ace high board.
Yeah, he didn't want to blow the pot out of position, did he? So near the bubble.
Well, Janota just dreamy. Of course, you know, going to bet here and get folds most of the time, but in this instance, up against the absolute goods.
Yeah, the run out's definitely gonna dictate how much Canard's gonna do in this hand.
I mean, got the ace of diamonds.
There's a lot of just check call three streets here. Because even the 4 or 5, if that rolls off, he's not going to put under the gun.
Right.
On those holdings, really.
Saving grace for Canard, of course. These two are very deep. One wonders on that turn card when the Janota starts to really go big. Unblocking the aces, of course.
I mean, he really should be, shouldn't he?
Unblocking diamonds.
You are with ace king, you are with ace queen, you are with queen jack, you are with diamonds, you are with king queen. So just see no reason to not go big here. Expect at least 3/4. He's gone 350 into 650, is he?
410. I'm going
Okay.
to say, yeah, right around that 3/4.
Yeah.
Or 2/3, I should say. And I mean, at Canard's point of view, you're still loving this, right?
Yeah.
Like, plenty of worse. Can bet for value of this size. The bluffs are still going to be in here.
Canard's a bit of a glass half empty sort of guy, so he won't be loving it, but he also won't be folding.
Oh my word.
And this is just now the full cooler.
I mean,
Yeah.
he has 1.75 back, 1.5 out there.
Because the ace jack and the ace queen
They just go big,
are
don't
just betting for value, yeah, of course.
they? Now, the question is, for Janota, does he just go for all of it? It's not much more than pot. Or is it a case of, like, he just has all those, so he doesn't want to give a smaller ace perhaps a chance to fold? And just...
Yeah, interesting to see what he does go for. I liked his turn sizing. River sizing, again, it's a very polarizing spot, isn't it? I think you just have one big sizing. And it's just an impossible fold for Canard. I will fall off my chair if he somehow manages to wiggle out of this one.
That's unlikely. This is just brutal with 179 players left.
It really is. You know, even if you read...
Oh, it's gone small.
No. No.
Wow.
Oh, no. He
Oh,
didn't,
710,
okay, he went
sorry.
710, yeah.
It was a 500k chip. It looked to
Yeah,
us
it
like he'd gone
looked like he
small,
got
didn't
110 or something.
Yeah, like some sort of induced sizing.
Yeah. Canard beats him in the pot,
Yeah, just ecstatic not to be facing all in.
of course. He has to do. He beats value.
It's a lot of value. Wow.
That's sick.
Well, what a run out for Janota. How's your luck?
Yeah, sometimes there's just nothing you can do.
All right, here we go then. Warbs, you suggested we wouldn't be far away from it. It is that time. We're going hand for hand. We're still a few away, but obviously TD's discretion in these tournaments. If perhaps there was some stalling going on tables, let's just get everyone on the same fair playing field and make things hand for hand. I like it.
This hand is your hand. This hand is my hand. Oh no, wait, that's your hand. No, it's my hand. Remember that famous song from Friends with Joey?
Yes,
Meets his hand twin.
he does.
Well, we are hand for hand. And that's what I thought of. Min cash, $8,500.
8.5 beans.
Wouldn't have been enough to get me out of it. I'm sure that's the same for several players in this event.
There'll be plenty for one bullet though.
Yeah.
One bullet heroes. Just two salt. She's got 3 million enjoying the bubble. Zarita though. Big stack behind her, 2 8s. He's going to, of course, look to play this one against her.
Yeah, these hands you just got to be a bit careful, really.
Oh, wow. Tommy
Ooh.
G just got away with one a moment ago. Finds for, what, 25 blinds, 2 kings. And what was it? Is this a situation where we may just send in all the troops in that just picking up this 400k is worth so much to us?
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
we
got
saw him
20,
play.
24 big blinds.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone for a non-all-in.
Yeah. You see a lot.
I guess he's just played that funky hand and shown the 7 of hearts.
Sure. I think this looks really strong.
Yeah.
I feel like on the bubble with this stack,
Like-
you are just going to ship, you
Like-
know, 9s, 10s.
Right, are we doing this with
Jacks.
ace 5?
This is the thing. So it's like, do you really think he has like a load of king 5 suited, ace 5 suited, whatever? It just looks so strong. You are better just to move it in with your whole range here, like you would ace king, ace queen, etc.
Yeah.
But having said that, it doesn't mean that people just fold 9s there when you do that, so can't blame him.
Good luck, everyone.
Credit to the other two players though, they just snap folded. It's like he had a sign on his head, they just knew.
Yeah. So we continue hand for hand. I do gather we have lost a player during that portion of hand for hand. If that's right, we'll be down to 178.
Okay, we're getting there.
Looks like there may be other hands in progress still as well. It's glorious room to play poker in this venue.
Yeah, it really is. It doesn't feel cramped, does it? There are a lot of poker venues you sort of hemmed in. No room to breathe. What's this, James? What have we got?
Here we are. We have Dennis Karashai in there with Jack 9 suited up against Vladislav Larin's queens. Oh,
Ooh.
oh, the Jack 9.
Yeah,
Did I say Jack 9? There's a Jack 9 in there.
yeah. The queen was obviously no good. He
And-
managed to find the 7 ball.
The Jack 9 doubling up. Cut the queens with plenty of chips back.
It's a bit of a wriggle, that, isn't it?
What a t-shirt.
He's got the open in the straight draw, but the queen was no good as he was up against queens, and he's found the 7 ball.
I mean, it wasn't like quite a lot of chips here.
Looks like it.
I mean, that's 1.5 million.
Yeah.
How is this a? Is this just a 4-bet pile?
I'm not sure. Did he?
I think it must have. Look at the positions. The queens are on the button, so maybe a bit of non-believing and just a.
There was a flop out though. Did he maybe just check raise all in on the flop?
Perhaps. Did we join it?
We joined it on the flop.
Okay, that makes more sense. Maybe he opened and called a 3-bet and check jam flop, something like that.
Yeah. Ensan doing his thing, +1. Queen 8 of spades on the DT live table. Jukic with a very standard defend. I do wonder with these types of hands how much pressure Ensan is going to put on Dukic.
Right.
Getting excited already about some runouts.
You really are. It's funny because you told me the story of you receiving torment, not necessarily in your own play, but just in people who've shared hand history with you. And now you're finally getting to relish the other side.
Exactly. I've
Your
seen
team
this man
Ensan.
I've seen this man in action for many years. King Jack here is just an absolute monster at this point. Don't want to be
Oh my word.
anything else.
In she pops.
Get the WhatsApp chat. Get the WhatsApp chat out.
830 there with what, 2.5 times pop. Oh my word!
You can't predict him. I'm telling you, you
We
can't
did
predict him.
not see that coming, and Dukic is going to feel so strong about this hand.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild check just because this combo, it's just such a good hand to bet because the big blind can have so many pair plus straight draws. I've hit 2 pair, can't fold. A jack's not folding. Do you know what I mean? It's just it's just a hand you definitely want to keep betting. You want to charge hearts, you know. If now He has sort of 7-5 of hearts, you know, that would have called turn. He sort of lost value there.
And now, how absurd is this when Dukic bets just 175 as well? Such a tantalizing, weak-looking bet that when he does get raised in a spot where Ensan's not supposed to have a hand.
Yeah, I really like the river bet from Dukic. His head is about to be put into a vice by the Ensan raise. I really
It's
hope
quite
he goes
small.
big. Oh, no, you've got to go big there. You've got to go big. It's now just a very easy call for Dukic. He's not loving it. He's thinking, what's going on? But for that size, your hand is just too strong.
Is he thinking, have you really got set sixes?
I'm really surprised Ensan there didn't...
Right, just drop the hammer on him.
Yeah, just make it a million, yeah. Because it's kind of the same spot, really, versus a block.
Right, and does this bet size just sort of scream so much more value, right?
Oh, yeah, which is what's going through his head.
Yeah.
You know, and he doesn't really expect to see a bluff, but at the same time, it is a man who does
He's notorious for
quite
turning
a few
up.
bluffs, and it's 325 to win 1.5 million. You're still going to have 2 million, do you know what I mean? I think King Jack's just too high up here in your range to be folding, but I'll be really impressed if he can fold, but yeah, I mean, it's just a weird hand, this. It should have been...
Oh my word!
Incredible fold. Really, really good fold.
Dukic, take a bow.
Yeah, this man can play. This man can play. It's a seriously good fold, that. Just, yeah. Because the line doesn't make, you know, a lot of sense, but probably knows his man. He's probably played quite a lot with him. They've certainly both played a lot together on EPT.
Incredible stuff from Dukic. Really, that looked like it was setting up for him to lose a lot, and somehow after the turn felt he only lost another 175,000 chips.
World-class poker there.
Two salt. Raising things up here. She.
I'm not stealing.
Better, but I folded against his free bet.
Not lying.
So I needed more than. You think I can rather? I wait a bit when it's.
I wonder if in that hand he'd have made it a million, he would have called. Just
Yeah,
just
it
his
just-
500's value.
Well, it just screams value, doesn't it? Like, is anyone ever bluffing for 500 there? Christopher Root. He's gone all in for 10 blinds from +1, and Sarah Koglu, non-believer.
Really loose call here. You've got to recognise that on the bubble, people are tighter than they would be usually.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's even a call.
Right,
like-
just pure chips.
Yeah, it's not even a chip EV call.
Well, thankfully for Christopher Root, the call not going to be rewarded. Unless. 7
I don't think so.
for the win, Jack for the chop. Nope. Double up.
I didn't think he did
That was a real optimistic call there.
I don't believe these guys. Oh, the post full. Change 5?
Yes.
Looks like we might have some action coming our way from the outer tables. And it is, I've been told, Armani, our friend from the feature table earlier, all in with 2 jacks here against the kings of Pascal Hartman. And, well, a king on the turn that solidifies that one. And Armani is out. He was the covered stack. Well, well, well. Not to be for him. Out in 178th place. 3 off the money.
Yeah, brutal.
Didn't see how many chips he had, but that's pretty cruel.
Brutal busting so close in any tournament. Tournament for a million first. It stings that little bit more.
Cannon in. 16 blinds here. We're not messing around. Ace Queen. Just sending the boys in there. And breathe. You are just joining us. You're here just in time for the bubble in this MPP main event. 5k bind, 8.5k is the min cash, and there are a lot of short stacks feeling a lot of pressure. This is not one of them. Sarita from under the gun. He's going the full Mormon, I call this.
Yeah,
Just any two at this point.
you could call it that.
I say any two. I mean any suited two.
It's a famous 7-5 offhand, isn't there? Chris Mormon raised under the gun.
Let's see how Pavlov approaches it. Exactly this. There we go. That hand can't play. If that hand's not playing, just get after it.
Yeah, it's just a product of 2 away from the money. I've got loads of chips, you don't.
Yeah.
Abusing the bubble, the old timers used to call it.
What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, all spade board. We've got the ace of spades working here against the 2 10s. We've got Samantha Lake with the ace queen. She turns the spade for the full double up.
Do you not have ace queen of spades? No.
Ace of spades queen, I believe it was.
Either way, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right. Ace queen off. What'd she say then?
I think she's just pure excitement.
Nice.
Striking that turn card. I mean, almost certainly going to be worth $8,500 plus more potentially.
It's a good buzz. Good buzz surviving. All in the bubble. I'm curious to see how much this Djukic has actually won. Played him quite a bit. I've never ender mobbed him. Let's see how many millions he's got in the locker.
Well, potentially a million more after this week. Making folds like that.
Hand for hand, I was the big blind. It was 37 it started on. 37 minutes. 37 minutes. There's only been 4 hands. No, it started on 37 minutes, now it's 27. It started on 35. Oh, it's 37.
Gold up. Action folds around to him. But I must have not been dealt in this hand.
Yeah. $15 big blinds here for Kwiatkowski.
Well, I thought it had 8-7 offsuit. The way he's playing, I've seen him just a couple of connected cards on the bubble.
Perfectly reasonable, yeah, perfectly reasonable jam here. It's not super easy to find. You can just let it go.
We're not finding this on the bubble warps.
I think we are. Are we not? Cutoff versus hijack, 15 bigs.
You're just too rich.
Really? We're just not in here.
I mean, you might be right. I'm sure you are, but I'm just saying me, little old me, worried about the rent.
It's just nice to pick up the 270 though, isn't it? I feel like
It'd be lovely to pick up the 270. I can't wait to walk out of here when everyone's cheering we're all in the money. Because I've wanged it in there with the King Jack offsuit.
yeah, but you've got to remember behind you, you're not getting looked up super light. That's the other thing. Like it's the bubble for them as well. It's not like you're jamming the King Jack and the Ace Jack behind. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm in there. So Djukic, by the way, has $1 million in earnings. I expected that to be like 3 or 4 mil. He always seems to play very well. But
Look at this.
maybe he plays online. Wow.
Christopher, who just found that double up and now comes with the non-all-in deuce 3. Let's do it for my fans watching on TV.
Things I didn't see for 500, Alex. Did not see that coming.
Let's see. Come on. Got to show it just to really.
Yeah, it's not.
You'll find that. You'll see on TV.
It's not the best hand to choose, but I guess he just thinks this is going to get a lot of respect, and I'm
the
not
bubble
gonna
for
do
everyone.
this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
bet you're feeling good about the King Jack fold now when you see this man activate for the big blind.
Yeah. He's off.
Guys!
Yeah.
That guy who won the 1K. I've just got him to fold.
Credit where credit's due. Take some
Ballsy. Tommy G.
cojones.
He's been in the wars on this bubble. I don't know if he just says, you know what? Sit this one out. I've got a deuce in my hand. I'm under the gun. We're in the bubble.
Yeah, some interesting dynamics, isn't it? Makes people play very differently. Even the A6 off there going in the bin, playing 10 big blinds. It's obviously a clear chip EV all in. But 2 off, he's playing the conservative route. I couldn't live with myself. I just folded an ace on the button there. 10 big blinds.
We're 2 away.
No, but there's still a tournament going on after it bursts. It's not a satellite.
I'll come back then.
Pick up what? Would you pick up 150k? Quite a lot.
I mean, I know there's people out there who be crunching the numbers on this sort of stuff, but I'd love to see it. Like, how much? I mean, it's so complex, right? And whenever you throw ICM into these mixes, obviously we know massive chip EV print, but what does the 150 do to us?
Gets the walk. He didn't want it, or maybe he did.
I think he wanted the walk with 11 behind.
Yeah. This is what we're saying. Entan's just always a very nice, friendly guy to everyone at the table.
I meant like for each.
Yeah, real friendly.
You meant that to be a bust, or that to be...
Maybe that helped him win the World Series main, you know. Friendly with everyone, they're not going to put you under it.
Maybe. Okay. But he let go the 8-7 off from the hijack, but the King 5-0 from under the gun. We're back in.
I like it.
Back in the mix.
like
King
it.
blocker.
Yeah, 2 off. Putting some pressure on. Played a few pots here with the big blind.
Making it 475 with that.
Is that what he made it?
Yeah. Oh, don't know.
Now this we can play a bit conservative, James, and just call. Look for a few kings or queens on the flop.
Yeah. There are plenty in the deck.
You can probably do it like jacks. Probably go quite thin. But I bet you just shove 16.
Interesting.
I actually thought it might be
Comes down to whether Badai can fire the multiple streets.
just going big to like make sure I know he's got a good hand, but then I won't actually put the rest in.
Maybe.
Paul is still discussing the hand last time where he got 3-bet by deuce 3, saying that.
Seen some matches.
Does he know?
That's a nice turn card, isn't it?
Lovely turn card.
He doubled up from 600, didn't he?
Even on the flop, you're thinking about the 3 barrels, thinking this is going to be a tough spot, and now it's a good spot for you. Surprising he has continued there. As you wouldn't expect him to keep bluffing on rivers.
Now,
He's gone half pot.
does Bidnyuk have options here as played, or is this just always going to be a call?
For me, it's always call, but I can see what you're saying. There's 2 flush draws there, and
Yeah.
you have to land it, but I think you just have to keep clicking call. You know, you might just be up against the 7-8 off. Because of these dynamics.
Oh my word, what is this run out?
And that's how you get a double up on the bubble.
There are a lot of kings and queens out there.
Yeah.
You did say.
Don't mention it. It's a really weird hand, this actually, yeah.
Right, because
Should've
Badai just
checked.
never got a king, has he?
Sure, yeah. He's just going to jam now. That's the play. That's his style. That's what's going to happen. Bidnyuk is he's living life, isn't he? He knows. He knows when he gets snapped like that. It's very, very sick run out.
I mean, he knows when he gets snapped like that, but a lot of the snaps are the same hand, right? King Jacks, King
Sure,
Jacks.
actually, I didn't think of that. Yeah. Yeah.
It's cruel that it's, you know,
Yeah,
Ace
and he-
King's not in there, Queen's isn't in there.
Sure.
I mean, he's taken a couple of rough ones.
Yeah, he's still over 3 mil though. He's still okay.
Obviously, they turn the hand over. I guess it shouldn't have been turned over instantly because it is hand for hand, and technically it's an all-in, but understandable that.
Yeah, I think you've got to use a bit of common sense here, haven't you? And
Yeah.
carry on.
Especially, I think when this table is away from sight from the other table, so it's
Exactly,
not like
yeah,
people are
it's
looking
not-
at this one going, "Oh, there's an all-in."
Not influencing the actuals yet. But
But yeah, it's funny listening to Gordon just dissect that hand, going, "Well, he was just trying to tell he definitely had a good hand by going that big." So, I mean, Alex had no hand, so it's not an issue. But
yeah.
I'd be curious what he would have done with a.
River. Still a big blind.
Oh, you're saying that he might have folded something really good there to the read, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, it was quite outrageous to get in out of line with the 3 deuce
right
suited there.
from that seat, a player I wouldn't have expected to see that from.
Sure. But maybe he knows that. Maybe he knows it was good timing.
He does. He did.
Or maybe because he ran off, he was desperate for the toilet and he thought, I need to win this hand so I can pay my blinds because I'm going to be away for a round.
Maybe he saw a tray of desserts getting served off in the player buffet outside.
These desserts are really on your mind, aren't they?
They're on yours, my friend. Well,
Maybe overdoing it.
Well,
mine/hips.
we're not really similar in any way at all. But what we are similar in is that we both don't really have desserts at home, do we?
No,
But here we've gone absolutely wild.
the rails have been jettisoned.
It seems normal now to bring over 3 desserts, doesn't it? It
Well,
must
no,
be
I thought that was a bit egregious from you earlier.
chomping through. You love that word egregious, don't you?
I do. I use it egregiously. Okay. I'll try not to use it for the rest of this frame.
They're all very keen to look at the clock, aren't they? See what's happening. Pavlov, very standard open in any poker with the king-queen suited.
It's an open and pray you get it through somehow. So ready to go after him. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a good spot too. Versus hijack. 3-bet here. He's in a very tough spot with lots of hands.
Tommy G.
Tommy G, you'd expect just peel. Too good, really, but you could also use this as a 3-bet bluff.
Oof, how about just calling out flop? The Jack 9 deuce. I wonder if Pavlov will just knuckle this one back as the covered stack.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
You're right, sir.
I like call here from Tommy G. You've got the overcard. It's always a good bluffing card for people. If it does come a queen, you've obviously got the hearts as well, sort of covered, so. You want to keep in your opponent's bluffs, so they can try and bet you off in a 9 or a deuce, etc. Kind of tricky.
Mm.
This spot here for Pavlov with 600 in the middle, playing a mill.
I suppose one of those hands, though, that we can bet fold, right? Like, we're not losing
Yeah,
much equity if we
Sure.
bet.
I think I would have liked to see another bet from him,
Yeah,
to be honest.
I feel like with that one.
You can go sort of, half pot and then decide if you want to jam river.
I mean, obviously we see in this instance,
Yeah, wouldn't work in this instance, but
good decision not to do so. But yeah, I just feel like you've got to find some bluffs on the turn there. That seems like a good one.
yeah. You do want to be folding out 3s, 4s, 6s. Bad 9s. Even hands like, Queen 10, 7, 8, hearts and things, you kind of dicey when you check back and they have the opportunity to bluff and you're just sort of guessing with king high. So you can actually charge hands that you beat as well by betting turn, as well as folding out the small pairs. So yeah, I think you should bet
that Pablo followed that river quite quickly there in a spot where I guess you do beat kind of all the continues on Jack 9 that are unpaired.
Yeah, and he's only really repping a jack, isn't he, for value on the river, so...
Oh! We've got a few on the go. Big of the old Turkish tea.
Yeah.
This bubble plays out.
Or just tea, as it's called here.
No, it's called Turkish tea.
Barney Boatman corrected me last year. I ordered a Turkish tea, and he just said, it's actually just called tea here, Steve.
Oh, this bit of a mismatch.
No, it's not very...
Frankowski's given it a go with the king 9 off, but walked into Girl 7's kings.
Good shape, is it?
Girl 7 is the covered stack, so it does secure a full double up. Like, it looks like a very short stack jam there from the cutoff.
Yeah.
I think barely more than
Must have been
3 or 4 blinds, something like that.
Must have been to give him the king 9 off spin.
Ah, the Puliak, man who finished 9th in the 2K.
The butchers again against the king rag.
It's getting progressively worse. Okay, we've got a gut shot draw though here.
Have we got a double gut shot draw?
We do have a double gut shot draw.
Don't
Quite
we?
correct.
You usually see the king 4, but
You're not good at reading runouts for king 4 wolves. You're not in there playing it enough.
yeah.
That's what I say.
Wonder how that got in.
Maybe a particularly short stack. It makes sense.
We didn't lose anyone. How disappointing. Not for them, but
I mean, whoops. We have serious money here. Let's not wish ill health on people.
I'm not. I just like to see the drama. Like to see the clashes. Like to see the emotion.
Okay.
Like to see the numbers go down. Like to see Picasso get in the booth at some point before 3 a.m.
Well, I'm sure he will. He and Jay waiting in the wings. They'll be joining us after the next break, but still got ways to go to get there because we have to burst this bubble. And Kukovsky, Jack 10 of clubs, is getting open, and surely Bidniak.
Probably down to like...
They were kicking the door 10 minutes ago trying to get in the booth.
Don't worry, I've locked it. That's just cool.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's scary with Badai behind, right? Because here's a man who can cause us some problems.
Yeah. I just think the opener, is playing less than $1 million.
Less than 15 blinds.
Yeah. I think we can just pile that, to be honest.
There you go, then. Jack 4 deuce. Kukovsky does take the lead.
It's like 5 minutes long or something. I'll probably give it a watch. Yeah.
It's played, though. A very good spot for Kukovsky.
That's a bit more painful, that one.
It's very small, though.
Watch the stream unless my mates
I'm not sure I like
that's what I mean.
that sizing. You want to be,
On it, so I like watching it.
especially with his stack,
and then it would
you
just
don't
be
want to
in
be
the
giving
background.
Badai
Yeah.
this much value, really.
Yeah.
You are left with pot now,
He can take
and he has to just
3-minute
move this in.
clip. That's about it.
Yeah,
So many pair plus straight
Right.
draws Badai could have here. Still get action from a worse jack.
You play it.
I haven't played it.
You gonna play?
You've got to just be going all
Trying
in.
to satellite in. I have been trying to satellite in. I got quite close.
And he
There you
does. Good lad.
One.
Sends them in, Badai 700k to call. I mean,
You could hero this.
right. Quickly
Yeah,
folds.
Good fold.
Beating all those flush draws.
Nice hand.
And yeah, interesting. He had a raise fold, but the ace queen didn't jam, and then he just won a nice pot.
one raise, 120, 125.
Dukic is my second tip of the day.
Wasn't he your first as well?
No.
Okay.
But don't ask me who my first was because I've forgotten. It was Timmer. Timmermento?
Timmergarzen, yeah.
Timmergazi, I was close.
Yeah, you were close. You were nowhere
Yeah.
near. But Dukic getting one through.
You do the names, I do the entertainment.
Oh, is that what it is? Been curious as to your presence.
You're in charge of names.
So we're mainly here to fetch beverages.
Little fact for you, James.
Oh, hang on a second. Hold that thought
Okay.
for 1 second.
No problem.
As we go to the outer tables once again. Oh, there's a player I know, Demir Gabulin. The regular here, ace-4 of hearts, up against the goods.
All the aces, the boots.
The aces, best of luck. Aces are the hand that is all in. Well, a 4 on the flop creates some interest.
You said this guy was at a merit regular?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That means he's probably 50% in this hand.
He's a little less than 50% now. Needs to find that 4 on the end. All the short stacks in the room. Hope he'd. Oh no! Oh no! Yuhang Shen. No, not like that. Let him take a picture, please. He's just got the boots in pre against ace-4 and is out in 177th. Well, credit to him because he's all smiles, and I don't think many would be.
The merit regs, you gotta be careful.
Wow.
Did not see that coming. Ouch. On the bubble, that is painful.
Wow. I mean,
He'll be straight in the WhatsApp chat, won't he, with that one?
it's a good thing you took the picture. They wouldn't believe.
Yeah. God, so brutal.
Raising up from the cutoff. Zarita enters the pot as well with that covering stack.
Yeah.
Hasn't really gone too hard now, has he? In the few spots he could have done. Look at this, Brockman with queens behind him. Probably hasn't had his chips go in the middle yet aggressively, but now they do.
Yeah, Tusel's obviously targeting his big blind a bit. He's in shove or fold.
Zarita just 500k to call, but King Jack off. Not going to perform too great against this man's range, I don't think.
Yeah, I think Zarita needs to recognise some of the hands that Brockman has played. I mean, said that, he does have just 10 big blinds, but...
Right, but he just flat with the jacks, didn't he, in a spot
Sure,
where...
exactly, yeah.
And I think he declared 10s. He showed the 10s, didn't he, actually, in the pot where he just flat the open.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
And I think if you put those two into the solver...
I agree with you. I think he's going to call, though. My read. He's going to convince himself he's got enough of the baby aces and things, but I think, as you said, Brockman's just a little bit tighter than most here. I thought it was coming, though, yeah.
Yeah, you read it right. A reluctant call. Cards will remain face down for the moment.
Floor table, please.
Brockman.
He looks quite happy, doesn't he? He told him, Queens, I've got queens here.
That's nice.
I can't believe that either. Found queens with 10 bigs.
This is these are long, these moments when you're the man who's all in.
Yeah.
I think it's something like
Bang on.
Yeah.
He said Queen Jack, please, Queen
yeah,
Jack.
Yeah, Queen Jack. Is it Queen Jack? Oh.
Now you can tell the
Queen.
He's
He's got Queen James.
Did you say Queen? Please have Queen Jack. Please have Queen
King Jack? Oh no, hey, that.
This is long. This is painful of your Brockman. Sweating this one out. I mean, you see the stats there on the screen. 2-to-1 favorite, but that means 1 out of 3 times you're gone.
Yeah, it's big, isn't it? It's literally the difference between cashing and not. All comes down to this. Why are you laughing at me? Because I said it's different between cashing and not.
Yeah,
just stating the obvious.
It sounded like one of those. "Ah, the next goal in this game's going to be the decider. It's just,
But I mean from the point of view, it's like it is,
Yes.
it is everything or nothing. you know,
yeah.
It's $0 or $8,500.
Right. If he doubles, he's 99.9% to cash.
Yeah. Let me just kick you in the leg.
Rita's thinking, of course it's queens. What have I called?
Yeah,
he didn't three-bet jacks.
Obviously
He
it's
didn't three-bet
queens.
tens. What was
What
I
am I
thinking?
doing here?
And now they've got to make me think for 3 minutes about the mistake I've made.
But all that will go out the window and it comes king high. You'll be thinking, yeah, I had to call, didn't I? I had to call. He might just have the 9-10 suited. I've got a call. He doesn't have the 9-10 suited, by the way. So my stat before, my fact was
yes.
that if Djukic cashes, he will go over $1 million. He's on $996,596.
Best live cash, $401,000. Worbs, where was that secured?
Very good question, James. Would you like me to tell you now or in 2 minutes' time?
I'll take it now, thanks. I asked it now. Why would I want the answer at a different time?
Very good. Well, thankfully for me, it was 2 months ago here
Ah.
in the 3K no Hold'em, no limit Hold'em main event Merit Poker Carmen series.
There we go. Carmen Series champ.
So my read of this guy having millions in cashes was miles off, because he got 400k of his million only 2 months ago.
Oh, I see. We're hearing back in time a bit here, because you can hear in the background the Aces v Ace forehand is being run out currently in the room. So they're going to get the news.
Oh, okay.
They are that one closer.
We've just seen that. haven't we?
Yeah. Obviously.
What are your thoughts about the the sort of three-table dynamic? We've been doing it now for
It's great, isn't it?
last week. Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
I think, and more so, you know, doubly, I think these, obviously we're covering a day 2 today, but we covered the day 1s, it really heightens that. Because, you know, this is fun. The bubble's obviously great, we're getting there, but the day 1 sometimes the coverage can be a little bit slow, not that much jeopardy. Bouncing the tables is great, and then obviously this stage here, seeing these 3. And then, of course, as we get deeper into tournaments, you know, when there's 5 tables left, we're seeing, you know, so many of the players.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And of course, in 3 tables on, you don't miss any key hand.
Keeps the action going, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Keeps you intrigued. You sort of never really know what's coming next, but you know that something's coming.
So now smile with your best face.
Brockman knows. Just one away now. That ace-4 run down. What you don't want to hear is ace-4 run down aces, though, when you're all in there with a marginal favourite.
Of course.
You want the, you know, just makes it all that more real.
Yeah.
It can happen to him, it can happen to me. Here we go, the microphone's over. So I forget this tournament director's name, but I know he favours the peer that we favour.
Really?
You know, the peer regular. Comes our friend, Canart. Keen observer.
Who are?
Ensan's over. Oh, they're all over.
Manu can't believe it is over.
Zarita needs running spades, needs king. Just the king. Surely they're not going to do Brockman like this.
Yeah, he looks quite relaxed, doesn't he?
What'll be will be.
He's done it.
And breathe.
Everything or nothing, and it was everything.
I feel like Brockman in the 2K or the 1K, one of them was kind of like in a similar, like, he played a couple of pots maybe on a bubble, similar sort of thing where it was looking dicey for a moment, but I think he snuck in then as well.
Oh, really?
If memory serves, which it probably doesn't, to be honest. But I think they put some years on him this trip. Press.
Looks 10 years older than he did a few days ago.
I wasn't saying that.
You catch my tip. He's going for it. Going for the 10-6 suited.
Yeah, he's really feeling it.
I'm guessing the blinds are quite short. No.
Yeah, you're
No,
right.
yeah, big
Coming
blinds.
in.
Yep, nice pickup.
Just turbo folds, just what you want. I mean, don't take the piss though, young man. I said Ensan is lurking. It's like, you get a couple, but
There is definitely an Ensan factor you've got to be aware of behind it. Few players looking a bit jaded. Long old days, these, aren't they?
we're still very early into this day.
Yeah, but they
This-
did start late.
It's
Started
just
at 6 p.m.
Just the 4th level of play today. And they still have another 3 to go. A shortened day because of the late start, due to the final day 1 being a turbo fight that took place today.
Of course. And this is obviously a spot you've just got to open jam. Hanging on the bubble. Can't mess about.
Out, please. I'm only joking.
Braddock finding ways to amuse himself. Made you sweat for a second.
I thought you £200 a bit too quick for it to be a big hand. He gave it the like.
I quite like that because he's not actually wasted any time, has he? He's got
No.
the like it.
But gets to have a little bit of fun at the short stack's expense. So then, we continue hand for hand. Will we see some all-ins in this encounter?
I think we will see some all-ins at some point. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Oh, you mean
Stephen?
now? You mean now, do you?
I mean
Okay.
right now, before we
Right.
get any more hands dealt.
Will we see some all-ins in this poker tournament near the bubble? Yes, we will.
It's been a day, hasn't it?
But not this hand.
It's been a day.
Maybe this hand.
Sadly, Orbs, my last part of the broadcast here at the MPP. But, leave you guys to it from here. Not just because of your behaviour. This was a scheduled departure before the end of the series, sadly.
That'll be interesting to see what Zarisha does. I think it plays as a nice 3-bet on the bubble here. Put some pressure on. Yeah, I like it. No one's really going to mess with you behind. Puts two sullen in some tough situations.
Yeah, and he hasn't taken these spots up now, as I was just saying that before that last hand, that he's kind of played a couple of hands but hasn't really gone after us. I think
Sure, there's one
nice to see him.
one blind on blind, but
Right.
You could sort
But
of,
that
you
was-
could sort of tell, but yeah.
But even then, he sort of just checked it down posting with the jack six.
Yeah, hit a pair, didn't he?
But I mean, the last hand, well, he was just peeling king jack off suit when perhaps the 3-bet
Yeah.
could have applied pressure. Welcome one and all on the GG Poker YouTube channel. Please do say hello. And oh, hang on a sec, I'll come back to that sort of spiel because we got the goods here.
Yeah, two big hands colliding.
And
Is he?
is he just flat? Yeah,
Wow.
Just completely not wanting to play a big pot here.
Yeah.
Understandable, right? I mean, you're still
so.
flipping ace king, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like it, but you know, I'm that guy who's scared of the bubble.
Sure. I mean, it's. I just like 3-betting it because it's the bubble, and you know what I mean. All these other aces can just chip it on you, and you can get it in as a.
Right, yeah, a little different with that stack, because suddenly having 5 million is,
Yeah.
we're going deep.
So. Yeah, that's just me though. I mean, obviously, they've still got what 28% equity when they do jam the ace-5 suited or whatever, but I think it's just a good spot still to 3-bet, get it in. But as played, it's a bit more tricky now. 9-5 does have to be continuing. Guessing he's just folding to most turn bets because of the flat pre's, obviously not wanting to get involved in a big pot directly on the bubble.
I remember the first time I flat ace king in a spot like this on a bubble of a tournament was game ace high, ended up bubbling.
Did you really?
For 3-bet, they would have folded pre.
You see, there you go. You know, it's. I mean, that's just sort of one example. It's not like if you flat ace king, you're just never going broke, is
Right.
it? I think you can get to too clogged down in it, but 555. Surely this hand's over. Yeah. But no, yeah, he'd have very likely been out of the tournament if he had 3-bet. Kept himself in. Back to the Onyx table. Just one time. Just one time. It's a good emoji, that isn't actually. Mr. is gonna take this one. 7-6 suited. Obviously hoping just to take the blinds. A die behind you is a bit of a problem.
I mean, we're seeing the cards, but I'm still not sure I believe it. Playing pretty snug, and then he finds deuce 3-3-bet. Now we find the 7-6 open.
Yeah. Lines have got clear folds, has got it through.
Cooking with gas.
This might be the longest bubble in Merit history. Not
Yeah, let's go.
not because it's long, just because Merit bubbles don't usually take too long.
No. Certainly not with a field size of 176, trying to lose one. You know, typically the long bubbles are the small field events. Right then, Pavlov. He's queen. Probably a hand he wish he didn't get dealt under the gun, but we are where we are.
Do you think he's got a dog?
God. Do better than that.
The ace jack there, straight into the muck. Don't know if you saw that.
I did, from Mr. Kim.
No question in his mind. I think this ace queen could just be jam pre rather than an open.
Amazing, 7-5 off. Does comfortably cover, but has to recognise that open off that stack from that seat is unlikely to be light.
Too weak. I think it's going to peel. Just can't resist. And yeah, I would have just liked to see Pavlov move this in pre on a bubble. It's tricky. Considering a lead, I guess. Almost tracked.
Pavlov, Queen of Diamonds. Next to the board somewhat. We saw a moment ago play King Queen of Spades on a Jack-9 board in a similar spot. Didn't work out too well for him this time.
Yeah, that's versus big blind, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll be more fruitful here. We see he's still best with that hand, but up against a hand that can certainly continue. Starting to get a little icky though, facing that bet.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to predict what Samazian's going to do here. That's gone with call. He's got the gutter.
Well, Proving to an open-ender. It's Pavlov. Again, a not too dissimilar situation to the time before, where certainly had a candidate of hand that could elect a bluff, does beat some things.
Yeah, it's pretty dicey. I think this one more of a check back than the other one that I thought was in the end a clear bet. You know, you don't want to get check jammed on, which you are probably going to be a fair amount just because of the stack size of only 800. But it is frustrating in these situations, you know, when you can go check now, you just lose to 6-5.
Right.
Quite frustrating, but as it turns out.
Well, does he now lose to 7-5?
I mean, it's a must bluff situation. He's got all in. Wow. Okay, it's a very easy fold for the ace queen now. Yeah.
Oh. There was some juice in that fold.
Yeah. Tempted to show it.
There was some juice in the fold. So then we carry on. Hand for hand. Our hands are complete on the features. What do we have out here? Okay. Well, hang on a second. Is that a Sam Trickett sighting?
That's an old face, isn't it?
Tricky with the kings. And Victor Mishkin with a6 off. Can't see the covered stack. Okay, it is Trickett, and well, I mean that's a little warming. A couple of clubs out there, but
we did see Sam the other day, and he said he was itching to play the main event. It's obviously worked out well for him.
Quite a big stack.
Yeah. Perhaps even bigger now.
Looking out there. I mean, maybe over 2 million there he had in front of him. So I guess some sort of antics took place here.
Looking very relaxed and content, isn't he?
Very zen, you could say.
Yeah. It'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
As this tournament goes on.
Tricky. I have to delve into the Hinder mob. See when Trickett's last cash was.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he's retired from tournaments. He was saying that he was itching to play one, so. How much is he cash for?
Oh, well.
A few 100,000, was it?
He had one rather large cash for about 12 million a little while back.
I wonder how much he. It must be over 20 million, isn't it?
Something like that realm.
But yeah, you're right. He doesn't really play tournaments anymore, so.
Ah, Kanar.
So good to see him back. My Hender mob has crashed trying to find he's got.
We're in the same boat, aren't we? Oh, here we go.
20. What I was close. I said over 20.
But when was his last cash? Well, online bracelet events. I'm not going to count those for the purpose of this.
Yeah, it doesn't count that.
So actually, I was commentating on his last victory.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, 25k.
25k at the Pioneer Poker Live Million Super High Roller Series in Sochi, March 2020, right at the outbreak of that little thing that sort of
affected the world.
Put pause to poker for a while, as well as other things. But yeah, there we go. I actually remember sitting next to him on the plane on the way home. He had one trophy. Sorry, he had the trophy under one arm and some toilet roll on the under the other. And
but he gave me this one.
Well, he was just bringing home the bacon, wasn't it? There was a toilet roll shortage back in the UK, and he was like, "I've got the goods." You know, he won $435,000, but toilet paper quite useful too. That's where I was going with that. Didn't really set it up well, did I?
Good knowledge.
Got the picture somewhere. Might take me a minute.
Moru here, going for it again. King 9 off this time. similar spot to the previous one we saw. And I did say in that situation you've got to be thinking about Badai behind you. That time Badai did fold, and the blinds did, but when he's peeling as wide as Jack 8 suited, you know, you have to consider that and maybe adjust. Alex, thinking about it with the ace 4 off. I'd like to see him fold here. I think it's just a bit too loose to go for it. And he does fold. And it worked out because the big blind has woken up with ace king. It's a very clear and easy jam all in. 20 big blinds.
How much?
Don't want to be messing about. Alex feels even more happy not taking the spot with the ace 4 off there.
What a lovely spot though, just find this ace king. It's gonna work its way through.
Yeah.
1,255,000.
Christopher just trying to save a bit of face, right? Because he's been getting away with a bit here, so he doesn't want to.
Yeah, it's a bit of posturing in it.
Hoping maybe this leads to tanking here, maybe a bit more belief and.
Total 1,255,000 total.
255.
It's the 4 rule. He's put it in, James.
One.
Aha, I got you.
I look away for 1 second.
You looked straight back quickly there, didn't you?
Well, you panicked me.
No queens.
Just one time survives.
Right, he does. Very happy to do so. Okay. Oh, here we go. Two more players all in. Arsene Gregorian has got 2 jacks. See the board. We have a complete board. And I believe... yeah, we have aces up against the 2 jacks. And Arsene Gregorian then is going to be eliminated on the bubble. Oh, we got deuce 4.
What's that 4 deuce doing in there?
What's going on here?
Yeah. He must have been really
Oh,
short.
yeah, you can see the pot size is nothing.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so he was forced all in. Looks like actually found jacks in the big blind with a blind hand.
Wow, that's brutal, isn't it?
And then lost the aces up. So GG's to Arsene Gregorian.
Yeah, and that was the stone bubble.
Yeah, cruel when there's so few chips in the pot, so that was the case. It was obviously a limp in from the deuce 4, the ace 8, checking it down. Sending Gregorian. Fair play to him. He's applauding the remaining 175 players. I'm not sure I'd be doing that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that, no.
Might be, yeah.
Okay, where's that damn exit?
Okay, so then, poker resumes.
I bubbled EBT London once, and I was in the corner table of the room, and I got all the way out, and someone told me that they give a free seat to the bubble, and I've forgotten to claim it, so I've gone all the way back in. Everyone's clapping, high-fiving, and I've gone to the TD, and he went, "No, sorry, mate, we stopped doing that last year." Walked all the way out again. On the way in, out, and in, people were congratulating me on making the money, because they didn't know I was the bubble boy. It's my first ever 5K as well. It's all a learning curve. It's all a learning curve, James, isn't it?
Oh,
Look at me now. Look at me now, sat here with you. All a learning curve.
I can't imagine anyone more that happening to that would just tickle me.
Yeah. I remember bringing my mate as I got outside. I was almost in tears. It was brutal.
Oh, I mean, yeah. That's a cruel one. Did the person send you back maliciously, or are they really looking out for your best interests? Or do we never know to the day?
I can't remember who it was, but yeah, they might have just been trolling me, mightn't they?
What a level that'd have been.
Yeah. I got in Ace King of Diamonds against Aces on Lust Hand, and you know, like when they do the flop, where they do it one card at a time. It was Diamond, Diamond, first 2 cards. I've got 4 pulls at it. 4, because it's like 1, 2, and then you do the flop, turn, river. You know what I mean?
So that'd be 3 more pulls.
3 pulls at it. You know what I'm saying? An extra pull at it is what I was trying to say. It's late here. 1:15.
Smoked or grilled,
For
so
merit. Oh, the extra pull. You know what I mean?
I do. Yeah, it's cruel.
Favourite, basically.
Something like that. Ace Jack 8 sees an engagement between these 2 jacks. Dukic with the best of it though.
Yeah, I saw a great hand before with him with King Jack versus Ensan, and now he's peeled versus the cut-off open. I missed the action here. Was it check on the flop? No, he must have seen that.
There was a bet.
Yeah, you assume this will go check on the turn now. It does.
A lot of missed draws on this board. How wide do we go for big value?
Yeah, I think he can definitely go for value here. A lot of the ace-X are just going to be betting the turn. It's also a good spot to go for value when there are 2 missed draws, because you're going to get looked up lighter. I feel like it's a little bit overlooked sometimes about when you are value betting. It's about how your opponent perceives your range to be and how many hands they beat themselves. So because, you know, in the big blind all the spades and the clubs have missed, you can definitely be betting.
And for just 140k, this is quite a warming call for Callanan to make. But obviously, won't enjoy seeing Dukic is holding.
Yep, nice pot for Dukic. Second in chips on the table.
Yeah, Janota with the 4.7 million. That hand against Canard. Opening deuces under the gun. Flopping the deuce against Canard's ace king on an ace high board. River ace. Yikes.
Who are Canard?
Ah, Canard. There's no flying kick though, was there? At the table.
Is that a Mortal Kombat reference?
I was thinking more like Cantamar.
Oh, right, yeah. God, I'm getting tired, aren't I? My mind was playing tricks on me. I was thinking, Canard, is that a character from Mortal Kombat? No, he's just referencing Eric Cantona. It's back to a bit more normal poker now, isn't it?
It is.
We're in the money.
Normal is this man raising it up.
It's not a pay jump for a while, so all the short stacks can have a go.
It's freedom.
It's freedom, it really is. Maybe this will be one of those situations where Ace-Jack would have been flying into the muck a few minutes ago. But now we are in the money. Still flies into the muck.
Hmm.
Is Ensan going to get any action? Yes. Dukic is going to call from the small blind.
Hewitt closing the action in the big for 60k more, but a hand that suddenly shrinks in vain, doesn't it? Once Dukic comes in from the small.
Right. It's a spot where the less you have, the more it doesn't matter about being dominated and stuff. So, you know, if you've got, say, 8 big blinds here, you can peel and then you can just go with whatever you flop.
Oh.
And there you go.
So that's probably a flop he's okay with.
Yeah. It's a lot more tricky, you know, 16 to 20 big blinds this hand than it is sub 10.
Mm-hmm.
Have we gone up in blinds or no? We're the same.
30-60.
Yeah. Interesting now to see how Ensan does proceed. Assume he's going to go with fairly small c-bet.
Couple of blinds.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see. Dukic does hit the threes. I can't imagine he'll be releasing.
Flicks in the call and he's right against Ensan, but
Stuart.
Stuart actually
Yeah.
has to, like, how do I get these guys to put more chips in a three-way pot?
The problem is just because of his stack, anything he does just looks so strong. Because with 5-2-5, he just, you just can't be like check raise bluffing and anything. So
Right. So you just kind of have to.
yeah.
I mean,
Does he just-
what do we rep when we
I
play a
know.
hand? It just looks like a 9, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, a
Like, do we-
two's not even going to go all in, is it? So
Right. So
guess-
is it like 5s or something we can credibly
yeah,
have?
I guess so. Yeah. I think you have to just throw in 1-2-5 and pretend you didn't mean to. It's the
Oh,
only-
I meant a time bank chip.
Yeah. What's he done? He's just called. Yeah. Alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah, Dukic looks a little perturbed.
Alarm bells are ringing for Dukic and Ensan. I can't see any world where this doesn't go check, check, check on the turn, even an ace or king or just.
In case he was concerned.
He's rooting for a 3 now, isn't he?
Yeah. You getting paid.
You got to check, bro. Come on. I mean, you just can't be doing anything here. Just got to hope Ensan makes a mistake, which he's a wise old fox. He's not going to be firing again, surely. I did say it's hard to predict, but this one I would be very, very shocked. He's looking at him like, yeah, I know you got a 9.
It's such a fun hand. The man's got 400k back and it's,
Everyone kind of knows, don't they?
yeah. And everyone knows.
Yeah, exactly. Even Stuart's like,
like-
I know you know, but what do you mean? What else can I do?
Yeah.
Just don't have.
Got to give you the opportunity to make a mistake.
Yeah.
These are fun. Look at this, we've got bubbles on the rail. I like it, we're in the money. Let's go. Couple to the booth, perhaps? No? Is he going to go with a non-all in?
Yeah.
I mean,
As he has to do, and it's just an insta fold from.
I mean, this would be
Ensan.
funny if Ensan just you literally had the goods sitting there with kings or something.
Dukic has to work out if he could ever have a deuce for a value. He definitely can't, so easy fold.
Big pickup for Stuart.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're Ensan then you've got kings and this man just sends in 400 into the 850. I
Yeah.
mean,
There are some good spots in Hold'em there where you can, come like 7-7 deuce or something, and you can overcall the big blind, especially in like sort of cash games, just like rep it on later streets.
yeah.
But there when he's just got so little chips, it's just so obvious he has it. But
Well, Kim makes a stand here with King Jack of Diamonds over the Pavlov. Queen 10 of Diamonds open to finding himself in nice shape here to get something going inside the bubble.
yeah, we saw a couple of tight folds from Kim as he was looking to get in the money, and now he's got to go with a King Jack with so little. Ooh, been very unlucky. Patience has not been rewarded.
Not thus far. But there we go. Pavlov. I mean, he hadn't really put the cards in. I think they're being tossed in at pace.
Yeah.
Not really gone his way in the last hour or so, but a couple of hands he lost post flop. One he was out flopped, the other got bluffed, so now loses this all in. And I mean, again, the saving grace is still in here with 10 blinds on the right side of the bubble.
Yeah. Nice looking hand here. Back on
Family
table
wants
Onyx.
the Premium
Sarakoglu.
the other way.
Did see him earlier. A bit of a
The
misstep.
other way from Bristol.
calling the 10 big blind shove with the A6 off. Haven't seen too much of him since then.
What not? Is that the name of
Very
the
standard open.
Yeah, Merit Premium.
Oh, there's a Merit Premium.
Christopheru here,
3-minute walk, yeah. It's from here.
just over 20 big blinds.
Turn right to go to Crystal, you turn left.
Or 25.
He's doing it again, yeah. He kind of likes this, doesn't he? You know, play a bit tight and then
I love it.
get in there.
He's savage. And it's just, if I was sitting at this table, I would not be ascribing these hands.
Yeah. I'm just not sure about this one.
$305k to call. There's $1 million back, so we're talking about playing an SPR of just over 1 if he flicks in the call here. But again, I mean, this man making it so awkward.
After this.
Yeah, sure. They could definitely just peel in position.
People keep saying about dust. Tomorrow at dust. 1k, 1 mil, maybe. That's what I'm like. Yeah, I might play a little bit. Yeah.
2 time banks pre.
I was scrolling through some
Interesting.
food probably the other day. It's like, geez,
You smell a rat.
I mean, yeah, you rarely see that and then the peel, do you?
30k
Well,
guarantee.
maybe he's considering the all-in.
150k guarantee. Not what it used to be.
Maybe he thinks it's an all-in or hold spot.
Lost so much market share over the last 5 years.
He has called. I think it's fair enough.
I remember when it first started and like all the emojis.
Cristoforo needs a favourable flop here that doesn't really connect with. Oh yeah, that's a bad one. He could get himself into some. Oh no, it's a good one. He's got 5. Wow, that's unreal. And he's gone with check.
Took me a second to get there as well. And
It's check,
Sarah
all
Cogler's
in,
just jammed
snap.
it in, and
It's just a mad hand, isn't it?
well, yeah.
Malaran.
If you get snapped by the trap, you're thinking, have I walked into King's Four? It'd be a feast to see.
Yeah.
It's diamonds.
Been at it all day.
Good luck.
And now Gordon's thinking, wait a second, what's it going to have
Yeah.
against me?
Wild turn of events.
Oh,
It's a lot of cards now.
a lot of outs.
Yeah, I didn't see that little 5. I thought it was going to be sort of like potentially a big C bet and then jam and
On your t-shirt, mate.
have you, but
Proves to the boat.
he does hold.
Christopheru, well, he's doubled up, but the image is shot.
Timing is everything.
I would have looked alright if I had like picked up that hand when he was open.
Sarah Cogley did not expect to see that hand.
Yeah.
Obviously know nothing about music.
1 million.
I wonder if he's like a results guy and he's just thinking, oh, if I just moved all in there, he folds. But
Yeah.
I think he played it. He played it
Yeah.
fine pre-flop.
Well, you kept the dominated in, as we always say.
Yeah. Yeah, and suddenly, Cristoforo is now chip lead on the table. I'm not really quite sure how that's happened.
He was all in with 10 blinds on the bubble. Ace queen against ace 6.
Yeah.
Had to sweat. It was a turned gut shot draw. Oh, Pavlov, this is gonna upset him a bit. Finds ace queen for his remaining 10 and walks into the ace king of the chip leader over here at Luxon.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
And he's got the club working. Oh, there it is.
He asked for the chop and he got the win.
Okay. There we go. Man, what a difference a second makes.
Yeah.
All smiles all of a sudden for Pavlov.
There's no justice in poker, but he did kind of deserve that, I think.
It'd been a frustrating
Yeah.
run-in for him there, hadn't it? Like, even the Queen 10 against King Jack. You don't mind losing that, but when they give you the Queen high flop,
It's not the queen high, yeah.
it's like, come on.
Come on, come on, come on. Three hands here, 2 ace 10s. Hijackers opens. Small blind is peeled. As has the big blind. Did he say raise? No, he's just called the 150k c-bet. It's fine from everyone so far. Saracoglu now with the free roll. I wonder if he'll keep betting and he could potentially get the same hand to fold.
Wrong move at the right. Wrong 3-bet at the right time. Wrong 3-bet at the right.
Play seems to just be checking back here. He's got enough showdown and
Never wrong.
I wonder though, he just played out a pot where if he'd taken a more aggressive action, he'd still have most of his chips left.
yeah.
So maybe that's playing on his mind here.
I'm not sure this bet achieves much. Other than he's sort of betting the strength of his hand, you know, his hand has kind of improved, but there's just so many diamonds, Queen X,
Yeah.
King Jack, King 9 maybe.
He just does get this the same hand to fold. There you
Same
go.
hand to fold, but I think a check would have been a better play with that one. Bidniuk thinks he's been bluffed, now he's been showed the ace of diamonds. So
Yeah. And he kind of has been.
yeah.
Settle down, sir. Settle down. 2.6 million chips. We're inside the money. We're playing for a milli up top. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Okay,
I'm going to say a statement here, and you can cry me all you want.
okay.
Mr. Ensign has let us down in this frame. I was expecting ramming and jamming. He gave us the king 4 of clubs, one on blind.
Yeah. He's not really had many
No, he
spots to
hasn't.
go for, has he?
But come on, the champ doesn't need spots.
Yeah. I mean, he has to be in the hand, though, doesn't he? He's not even. Okay. What's happened here? Oh, did he try to go all in, or?
Sure.
He's called the 220, but he's only got 310 backs, and so
Must
I
have
think
been,
he's-
must have been, yeah, some sort of string situation, I guess. So.
Yeah. Which. Yeah, he's now trying to work out if he can get anything to fold by going all in here. Oh, he's going small, okay. I'm not sure what he's really trying to achieve here. Maybe some sort of leveling thing with Ahmed. Let's just put it in and there we go.
We will run it from here. Jack 4-3 board.
Yep.
Sevoloco. Certainly with some equity here. There's 2 overs.
Kings and queens working for him. Backdoor hearts.
Oh.
Try and leave.
I mean, he responded to the instruction quite well, it must be said.
What did the deal attempt come back? Oh, ticket.
Sit open.
Oh, I see. Right, yeah. I need to be.
Okay.
Ну, призовых местах уже, пожалуйста. Сейчас Флойд придет.
GG's, Miko. Busting on the right side of the bubble.
It's annoying when you have to wait ages, isn't it, for the
Yeah.
person to come over.
Winner.
Thin Bragg has the World Series main event last year,
I've heard it's possible.
and I honestly had to wait about 5 minutes for someone to come over and just sort me out. I'm just sitting at the table. Well, I'm not sitting at the table, but I'm at the table just waiting.
The rest of the table are discussing your demise, or they wait
Yeah, they're all
politely
just,
waiting
they're all
for you
just
to
there.
leave.
Like,
Or they just carry on like you were just a fly on the wall.
the first 2 minutes was fine, but yeah, actually, yeah, they didn't really care. Yeah, didn't say anything, but
Just forgot who you were. Why's that guy hanging around our table?
that's a long time to be waiting. 5
It
minutes.
is a long time.
Yeah.
Did you get the ladder up during those 5 minutes?
Not sure. I think I got the first ladder, not the second.
Braddock. What we got going on here? 4-5 of diamond. That's quite a good flop for that hand.
Yeah. What was the action pre here?
Limp and a check back.
Okay. Got to be doing some betting here. There's Braddock. Some good equity there. But it's fairly sticky.
Yeah. Feels like one of those ones you don't want to fold, but at the same time, it's going to get pretty mucky.
Yeah.
as we go down the streets. And
It's definitely a card he can rep.
right.
Braddock should just be checking this one back. Don't want to get blown off your hand. Doesn't have too many aces at all because of his pre-flux stack.
Oh, that's a lovely find, and Badai with a hand may decide a bit of larceny is in order. No.
Yeah, I'm surprised Badai didn't bluff that, to be honest. King high is rarely good here. And he can definitely rep some ace-x. If he'd have thought about that for a bit longer, he might have bluffed, which is a bit of a bad beat for Braddock, because
yeah, I guess maybe let's have some 10 highs, I guess.
Sure.
Check the king high.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Just from what we've seen from him, I think he, if anything, more inclined to overbluff.
Yeah.
300k, the pot size bet.
He's gone pot here. Badai can obviously beat 10-9, 10-8. Kind of it, something super out of line. Not really a combo to be calling, but he might do.
Break.
One more hand, I think.
$15 players have busted out inside the money. We are down to the final 160. As the bubble finally burst here.
Look at this. Zarita.
Oh dear, Pavlov. Oh dear. They just keep doing this to you, don't they? They keep doing it.
That is such a good flop. I think of the red king 10.
It is quite a good flop, yes.
Like the blind just connects in a lot of ways. Is he going raise or is he going quite going call?
Oh, for now. Oh my word, Pavlov, he improves to the straight, albeit 3 clubs on board, but well, is this now going to be where his run ends?
Yeah, stack depth here. If the river comes a brick, it's going to be very hard to fold.
Right, is this just, I mean, am I preempting this, thinking this will just be a check jam facing a bet, or is he even going to lead here?
I mean, you shouldn't be leading, but using to.
$150 was Zarita sitting there, top straight. That's just cool.
Yep, I like the just call. River brick is going to be very hard for Pavlov to not go broke.
All pairing queen. A little bit more concerning for him.
Yeah, I wonder after that lead, is he going to go for check or is he going to go for a little block bet? Either way, he's not going to be happy when the all-in does come. Oh no, I don't like this at all.
440. Well, that may save his life, might it? With this board pairing, club completing texture.
You just can't be doing this because he doesn't have any full house. Because you're not leading the turn with Queen Jack or Queen 8 or 9s or So it's oh, he just calls.
Yeah, I thought he may just do that. I mean, the flush is being the concerning thing here, right? If you're Zarita.
I guess so.
And, well, Pavlov does survive, but a huge hit to his stack. Left with just 380k.
Yeah, I think you can still jump there, by the way, but okay. Interesting, has it played out?
Yeah, just the board did save him. I mean, the board cost him.
Sure.
But also gave him an avenue to survive. It looks like, whoops, we are heading on to that second break of the day. And as we do so, this is how we leave our feature tables. We just saw there on Luxon. So Rita picking up another lovely pot, getting close to the 5 minute chip mark, which he was at earlier. A couple of little dings, but more than enough in front of him. And Pavlov, just 380k remaining. Pavel Kim, he's still in the mix here. Made a lot of snug folds on that bubble. Got himself inside the money and now has a chance to spin, as do the rest of these players. A shout out there to Henrik Brockman. Put through the ringer on the bubble, but did end up getting in the money. Over here at DTD Live, Amadeus Janota still leading the way. Those little deuces doing all the damage to the stack of Kanar.
Quack, quack.
A little while back. Hosen Ensan in the mix here. Oh, sorry, that's really set me off. With his 2.75 million. And then, of course, Warbs' pick, Nenad Dukic, 3.1 million and playing along just nicely.
He's going to go far, that kid, I think.
Finally, here at the Onyx table, it's improbably Andreas Christoforou leading the way. Went real hard when still outside the bubble with some fruitiness. Just converted a 3-bet with Queen 5 from the small, flopping trips, taking most of the chips of Attila Sarakoglu. But this table far deeper in chips, and I think a lot of action to come from this one as play gets back underway after this upcoming break. Myself and Warbs will be signing off, and it's Picasso and Jay coming on in 25 minutes time.
Enjoyed it, James. Goodbye.
in there. Anyway.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as you see the beautiful nighttime aerial shot. The Merit Royal Diamond Hotel out here in northern Cyprus. Welcome back. Mediterranean Poker Party main event day 2. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. Jay Harwood. We're on the night shift, Jay.
Looking forward to it, Andrew. Been a long day waiting to get into the thick of things here on day 2, taking after Demps and Wharves. But there's the first table that you're going to see, the Luxon table. Jose's Rita at the top of the pack, 59 BBs. Atanas Pavlov going to need some work with 5 BBs, 380k at the bottom. I see Jessica Tusel there, well-known name. Lars Camphouse as well, going along nicely.
Yeah, very nice. Over to the DTD live table we go. Nenad Dukic, has he got 393 bigs? Is that a typo?
It's got to be a
Goodness
typo.
Gracious me.
It?
31.4 million, we're told. We'll take that with a little pinch of salt as we go down the leaderboard. Amadeus Janota, the German. 4.7 million for him. Scanning down Hossein Ensan. That's a name we know well. Over to the Onyx table, which is, of course, the Big Daddy table, our main table. Andreas Christoforou. 40 big blinds for him, Jay, 3.1 million. Scanning down Alex Goulder, who won the 1K mystery bounty to kick off the week. He's looking for back-to-back deep runs. In good shape, 2.5 million for him. Oliver Braddock there, another Brit that we know well, Jay, from the UK, on 16 bigs with a bit of work to do. So, 3 more levels of play to take you guys through over the rest of the evening. Let's get into the action. 31.4 million, 400 bigs. What do you reckon?
I'm going to say cool. I think it's
400 BB stack.
I think it's because it's late. They're making sure we're tuned in and we're zoned in, and we'd pick up on that. But
I mean, that was a bit of an easy one to dissect. Maybe he's got 3.14 million.
It has to be, doesn't it?
That would make some sense.
So easy to add an extra 0 on when there's that many digits.
I like to add an extra 0 on when I charge for my services. It never works, like, they always pick up on it. One day, Jay, one day. Right, off we go. Onyx table to kick us off. Blinds 40k, 80k with an 80k ante. There we go. 3.16 mil Christoforou. Round 2 Bidniak in the hijack. Queen 7 of spades.
Probably going to be going in the mark 25 BBs.
Yeah, a little spicy to be opening that one. Onto Budai in the cutoff. He has a playable hand, Jay. Pocket 8s, around about 35 bigs effective.
Yeah, just an open here from Budai. Interesting, we've got 3-bet here from late position, or the blind's a nice one to actually 4-bet rip at just shy of 35.
And Goulder with an interesting decision. 31 bigs to start. You can go either way, Jay. I would suggest either call or 3-bet. Both seem quite reasonable with this holding.
Yeah, call's kind of nice against the cut-off. Like, Budai should be opening most suited kings, if not all. He's going to have some queen, jack, jack 10 off, this type of stuff. Who can keep some dominated holdings in?
Yep, makes some sense. Alex deciding on call. You can see in the top right of your screen, 153 left, so we're starting to tick down. Ace, King, 4, all hearts. Neither player in love with this one. Middle pair for Goulder. Budai, pocket 8's no heart. This isn't much fun. It's going to just try and fold out some hands with no equity, Jay. It's kind of... These ones are tough, right? Like, maybe just fold out a Jack 10 of clubs or something like this, right?
Yeah, it's kind of nice to get something like that. Generally going to go small on these boards as the opener does go for 125 into 480.
They're just kind of tricky, right? Because Alex probably 3-betting the sort of 9s, 10s, jacks pure.
Yep.
So it's kind of... We're almost hoping to fold out something like this, but you don't think a king's going to fold. I can understand C-bet, though. Does get called. 10 of diamonds turn. And this is real tough, Jay, right, to try and follow through?
Yeah, especially 8s no heart, maybe 8s with heart. One that could potentially barrel, start targeting some king, queen, king, jack to fold out by a river. Even like the ace-9 for ace-2 suited that's going to be in there from the small for Goulder. So like the white flag wave from Budai.
Yeah, king of spades on the river, so Goulder improves to trips. Always intrigue me, these spots on like the kind of monotone flop texture. I guess we do our own betting. Like, we what? Just try and target the ace-8s of the world that pot
Exactly
controlled.
that. Like even ace queen, ace jack going to be checking turn at some frequency, and then like as you say, all this ace 9 through ace 2 suited black, potentially hands that aren't going to be able to fold, and goes for the little block here.
Yeah, I quite like this. Like, it's going to be hard for, you know, just a naked ace to call like a large bet, right? Like maybe just looking to get a really thin call from a 10 or something like this, or maybe induce a raise.
Yeah, 8s there.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
What we beating with 8s, Andrew? It's got to be adventurous from Golder to...
Kind of needing to have like a... I'm struggling to think of one.
I can't think of one.
6s or 7s with a heart that somehow decides to block, which I think in game flow will just knuckle and try and win.
Yeah.
4 5 suited or something that somehow turns its hand into a bluff, but you'd expect that to bet larger.
And even just fold flop, 4 5 suited black,
Right.
ace king 4 mono.
Exactly.
So interesting one.
Yeah, all right, off we go. We said that Atanas Pavlov needed to get something going. Well, he's all in here for 5 blinds. Camp House doesn't love it, but of course we're going to call with suited ace 4. Pretty good spot for Atanas here, 920k in the middle. Looking to hold and get back in the fight, so to speak. So, 76% of the time he will do just that. Off we go. Oh, okay. 5 of diamonds, very interesting card for Camp House, but that interest is unpeaked by the king and the 8 behind, no diamond. Clean river for the Bulgarian. 5 of spades turn. There are a couple of chops now, of course. Kings and 8s. Camp House willing it in.
Ace would do as well.
Oh yeah, of course it would. Atanas in good spirits. Let's see if he remains so. And he does. 7 of spades on the river.
Actually 380.
Can't really underestimate, Jay, just how critical it is to hold there and not chop, right? Like when we start the hand with sort of 4 bigs.
Yeah, it's massive just to get that one. Like now, what, 11.5 for us is that? And it's like just being able to get some jams through and like fold equity over opens is massive.
And we've got the button now, right? It's all, everything's rosy in Atanas' world. The first step completed. Right, round to Alex Golder. Very playable ace-jack of spades on the button. And an interesting one for Kotkovsky, Jay. 1.4 million, so 17 bigs-ish.
Yeah.
He's going to take it. It's tough to blame him, right, against the button open.
Yeah, if Alex has been fairly active, I think okay. I'm not sure we have to take this one. What, 12% of the field left suited for sure goes. Offsuit, I guess maybe dependent on the button. If it's like Alex.
Any calling? Any calling of the open? That's an interesting one.
I could potentially see some because some suited, all the suited king 8s in there, and some offsuit we dominate.
Right.
Interesting take.
Well, that being said, big old pot, 3 million in the middle. Kotkovsky needs help. He's got 40% equity. Golder looking very chilled. Big pot for him though. Get to 4.7.
20 degrees.
Just one time, Emo GJ. This is the time to use it. No help so far. 8-5 deuce. 2 hearts on board. Let's have 2 overs. Backdoor hearts working.
Just to call you out for a pointless lie.
Oh, never easy. 2 of hearts on the turn. Hearts, kings, and 10s then. Gave the man from Ukraine. No good. Ace of diamonds on the river. Fist bump. Good game, sir. Took a somewhat light one there. Tough to fault him too much against a very competent, aggressive opponent. We do lose Artem. In 147th place, picks up $8,500 for his efforts, Jay. And Mr. Golder, it's a momentum game, isn't it? Like, you won the 1K, you're loving life, phoning home to the missus saying Papa's coming home with chunks. Might be coming home with more than that.
Yeah, it could turn into an extraordinary good week for Golder if he continues this run here in the main event after the Mystery Bounty victory as we pick up here on the turn.
So this is intriguing to me straight away when I look at the stack depths. Kim with a stack that looks to me like it could have just gone all in pre. right?
Yeah, I
Like
agree.
810k, 480 in the middle, so he had about a million-ish to start. I'm a little surprised, so I presume this went raised from Camp House and call from Ace-Jack. I'm not a big fan. I think likely should just send this one in, Jay.
Agreed.
We're in this kind of tricky spot now on the turn where we're turning our hand into a bluff, it feels like. It's kind of an intriguing line, and all of a sudden, we feel like we don't beat anything. Well, we do beat Jack-8 of diamonds. Question is, Jay, are we now bluff shoving? Like, we can't really check call? This is a very peculiar spot that you don't see too often.
Yeah, I feel like Camp House going to get stripped of most, if not all, of his King X once checking back flop at this stack depth. Like, just expect all this King Queen, King Jack to just size up for turn jam. So maybe feels that Camp House has a 10 here at best. Maybe Queens and Jacks, these type of holdings.
What do you think Camp House is giving Kim here? Just an intriguing one to me. Like, what are we giving him that just peels free off this, like, sort of
aces?
14... Right, that's what I mean. Like, it can't have 9s or 10s, you wouldn't have thought.
Well, if he's flatting Ace Jack off that stack
Right,
depth,
so maybe
maybe
he can.
has, like, these type of hands. That's why it's so important to know.
King, Queen, something like this. Yeah. Worked out nicely for Kim. Ended up getting some additional chips. More than one way to play the game, of course.
Yeah, like little things like this can sway decisions later in the tournament. Like if you've seen that they've not reshuffled a hand that's properly pure, like then potentially later on, if we get reshuffled on, we need to start calling tighter against certain opponents.
Yeah, that makes sense. Nice result for Kim. Now then, there's a man we've seen before. If you're a poker fan.
Not many people can say they've had an eight-figure score, Mr. Headley. It's difficult to have an 8-figure score in this game.
I had one a couple of weeks ago, but it's been a wee while, you know. Anyway, Hussein, of course, won the big one out in Vegas. What, about 5-6 years ago?
Yeah, I think it
Maybe
was...
a bit more at this stage. Anyway, Kalinin is all in with ace-5 of diamonds. He's going to have to run down the 6s of Mr. Ensan. 30% equity to get there. Well, pretty bleak flop for the ace-5. Queen, deuce, 7. Needs an ace and needs it quickly. And that's going to do it. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Drawing dead. GG. Ensan gets healthier. We know he knows what to do with the big stack. 3.7 million for him. Jay, and we lose Nikita Kalinin in 143rd. $8,500 going into the pocket. There we go. Yeah. Imagine only being 7th on the list, by the way.
That is true, but the Germans are good poker players, so
jeez, oh.
Even 7th is good. A lot of people remember him, obviously, for the main event win, but a lot forget he actually won an EPT main in Prague as well back in 2015. Won off the infamous Triple Crown, just missing that WPT title.
Is Fedor number 1? He would be, wouldn't he? 50 mil-ish, maybe a bit more. Don't know.
Back to this hand, and what an interesting turn card here.
Yeah, so it looks like check, flop.
Yep.
Quite like this from Tommy G. You know, nice to have some kind of trappy ones, having the King 10 with the 10 of hearts, like blocking some continues. Maybe we can induce some bluffs. Now then, yeah.
It's kind of an interesting one for Tomezian here. If he wants to try and potentially attack against that flop check back. The problem is there is some ace-queen that may not elect to bet. Cut off versus button. There is some pocket 10s in there as well.
I mean, that's the obvious problem, right? That we probably have no ace-queen, right, at the stack depth.
Like Jack 10, another one as well that potentially checks flop.
He jammed. I kind of love it. Like, I think if we're gonna raise, I favor this to the sort of smaller size. Let's just put ace-jack in a coffin. If it's there, right, let's just put pocket queens in a fairly bleak spot.
Yeah, and Tommy G here.
I mean,
can't see a fold with this hand. Like, we beat value like Jack 10 might potentially do this from the big. 10-7 might feel like it needs protection against after the flop check.
Like the only real worry is 8-9.
Yeah, 8-9,
Queen
16
9,
combos
I guess.
of that.
Queen 9.
Yeah, I think Queen 9's quite a nice on flat though.
Same.
Dependent on suits, but
yeah, I think when we've played it this way against a capable opponent, it kind of often is what it looks like, right? Yeah. Which is a high equity draw that's trying to leverage and fold out one pairs. Like, obviously, Tamasian's not trying to make him fold 2 pairs.
Yeah,
here,
exactly
right?
that. And we've got such a good catch as well, because yes, we have our heart, and obviously not good to have hearts, but when it's the 10 of hearts, our opponent should never check jam 10x of hearts when he's got a pair as well. So like an irrelevant heart blocker from that standpoint. So it just seems like unblocking like these dry queen x of diamonds, queen x of hearts, maybe even 9x of diamonds and hearts, which is double gutted as well. So there's just so much out there.
Yeah, these spots always really intrigue me. Like, naturally, as Tamasian, we don't really have ace-queen ever in my eyes. We don't have kings, jacks, or tens. So, like, we're basically... Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Well, he gets it through the max pressure.
What a move, then. Getting king 10 to fold in that spot off the check flop.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Tom... I mean, I can kind of see it, too. Like, most people just don't check jam. Like for this 2 million with the nut flush draw or something... Obviously, they're going to be in there occasionally. Maybe just thinks his man has 8-9 and queen 9 too often.
Well, yeah, obviously 16 combos of both from the big blind. So, to be fair, a lot out there for value, maybe what he's thinking. But I always feel when sometimes there's worse value in there, Jack 10, 10, 7.
But, like, do they jam?
Some people might see that board, think he's check back flop. Oh, it needs, like, there's so many bad rivers for these 2 pairs. Like, feel like live people do.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, then. Back we go to Onyx. 3-way coup. Raise from Christoforu. Now, we have a call from Gulder with 10s and an overcall from Yilmaz. So, 10s of Gulder best. It's pretty murky, though.
Yeah, wanting to be finding it on the turn. Seems like a nice c-bet for Christoforu here, even 3-way against both blinds. Got that gut shot in there.
Yeah, you'd imagine Alex going nowhere for the price. Gonna have to call 1. And now the decision on Yilmaz. Tricky these, Jay, like 3 ways, but we are drawn to the nuts.
Yeah, I think when we get this price, just call, take a turn, take our equity.
He agrees. Oh, there's a Hollywood turn. There is only 1 left, though. Doesn't materialize on the 6 of hearts. So you would imagine this checks to Christoforu. Very tricky, Jay, to unload here, right? Into 2.
Yeah.
You're sort of trying to dislodge a queen very often, right? Some occasional traps from Gulder, who could have the pocket 9s and pocket 4s of this world sometimes. It's going for it, though.
And it's going to be working. Gulder got a fold with the big blind still behind, and Yilmaz not going to be taking one off for this price with a gut shot 1 to come. It's a fair play, Christoforu. Aggression there.
Very nice.
It's kind of interesting because, like, we say maybe not into 2, but I feel like if we've got King Jack there, right, into 2, we probably do barrel a little bit with the blocking the small blinds, King Queen, Queen Jack, this type of stuff. So it's kind of interesting from Christoforu. But
yeah, we know that, you know, max pressure sometimes will get the job done, especially sort of 10% of the field left. All right, then, Akmer sends them in. Kenar, who we saw earlier in the week, he final tabled that mystery bounty. Finds ace queen, very nice situation for him. Of course, can't fault the King 5 for sending in the troops here for 7 blinds. We've got Turkey on Turkey violence. Can Kenar find the hold? So far, so good through to the 10-8-4-2 spade board. Wow, King of Hearts on the turn. All of a sudden, Kenar in deep trouble, needs an ace or a jack, or his main event is done. And sadly for him, it is. King of Diamonds completes the run out. Not that Akmer needed it, but improves to trip kings. We do lose Kenar. Great week for him. Won't feel like it as he's walking out the room, Jay, but got to hold those ones. GG's.
They're crucial, these little blind on blind spots. You know your opponent's going to be shoving very wide, and then equity is always running fine. Needing to find that hold. It still takes home $9,500 for his run in the main.
Yeah, good game. Back to the Onyx we go. Action on Bidniak. Going to come in for the min raise from +2. Budai, pocket fives, hijack. Very awkward.
Yeah, 25. I just fold here. Last, what, 12% of the field.
Yeah.
Full ring, EP open.
Disagrees with us. It's so dicey, isn't it? Like when it gets squeezed behind, you know, I don't expect Braddock to take this, but when he jams it in here, we can't really call. It's just one of those. We do have position, which is one thing in our favor.
This is a man that can call from the small specifically. Yilmaz going to have a look with the threes, and now Saracoglu. Dicey one to defend four-way.
Yeah, never a big fan. One of those that, like, I don't mind squeeze, but like not versus. It's tough to find it versus these sort of depths. You know, you got someone opening off what 23.
You got to go like 600, which is pretty small when it's four-way, isn't it? Because probably like third of Bidniak stack, so like 600k.
Oh, he's finding it, I think.
Found the jam.
Oh, all right then.
Saracoglu with the move. Rips it in for just south of 30 here. And now over to you, Bidniak.
Don't try this at home. I mean, this feels pretty bleak. You're not loving this with ace-queen, but I don't think we can fold against somebody competent.
It's not even, like, if this was heads up, like, maybe you think, okay, it's a lot of ace-king, but when it's gone open, call, like, he just shoves so much more where he should do, like, Jack-10 suited.
It's all the king-jack suited.
Yeah, like all the solver jams that we call them, like Queen-Jack suited, Jack-10 suited, King-Jack suited, should all just squeeze jam this spot.
I think as well, if we can assume that the small blind is dead money. Budai can have the occasional trap J, but typically not too many, right?
Yeah,
and even if he has like 8s and 9s here, which seems to be close to top of non-trap range.
Oh, then it's fist pump for us with 2 dead call, so like even if
I'm saying that like when we put it in, they're gonna have to fold, right?
Yeah. Like it's one of those, like if you got ace king, I want to see it. Off we go.
Doesn't look like he's calling to me, but well done, does find it. And all of a sudden, Saracoglu thinking to himself, oh dear, we've stepped into it. What a spot for the Russian.
It's still good fine from Bidniak. Hard in game when you sat there for your tournament live to call off. It's still nice from the Russian to find the call here, and Saracoglu.
I do still think that there's certain villains or individuals that I'm still folding this hand, right? Like, I know in a theory world we go, all right, he's going to have all this stuff. But, you know, you've been playing with him all day. There's certain guys you're like, right, I'm not calling it off. But in any case, he's in a dreamy spot. 4.1 million up for grabs. Very safe ace-king 10. Backdoor heart's the only real issue lurking.
Yeah, 10's available for a chop.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold the phone. 4 of diamonds somehow pings this turn. And Bidniak's going to be sick here if he can't get there. A bunch of outs to redraw. And he does find it.
Roller coaster run out for Bidniak.
Wow.
Saracoglu thinks he's home and hose on the turn.
He'd robbed... what is it? What am I trying to say here? He'd robbed a safety pin. He'd picked the lock to get out of jail. And just at the wrong moment, he slammed the door back on his fingers. Almost got away with it. That's a nice feeling, right?
Yeah.
As Bidniak, you're like, no. No, I'm not busting like this, am I? It's $1 million for the win.
And after that flop, when we got the Broadway draw as well, you're like, when you see that 4 in your turn, you're like, I'm never getting there on this river.
Dearie me.
Why we love the game.
And what a great result. 4.1 million then. Good for 50 big blinds. Goulder still out in front at the Onyx table. Saracoglu, live by the sword, die by the sword, down to 480. All right, back to DTD Live we go. Ensan here finds restraint against this under the gun open. I like this, Jay. 40 big blinds deep. Seems a little too many to 3-bet call from small blind versus under the gun. Akmer hates this board, of course. Ace-8, 6 all spades.
Yeah, pick a worse board with red kings and maybe one 3-way that we are going to be checking here as Akmer.
Like, It's so funny, isn't it? People
Yeah.
love the kind of small C bets, but 3 ways, small blind in my eyes has a lot of flushes, right? So does the big blind.
And a lot of suited ace-X
Of
as well.
course.
So
Yeah, he is just going to try and define his hand. I think part of the problem with these bets is that, you know, you don't dislodge 7s, 9s, 10s, jacks even with a spade. And then we almost always have to check turn, right? And then we can get bluffed
Yeah.
occasionally, right?
and we don't get calls from all those hands you just mentioned without a spade. They're just always
Right.
snap folding flop. So like the hands that do continue against us, if we are in front, have always got decent equity, as you see
Right.
here with the 10s.
Like, it feels like often we're almost always, like, close to dead, or we're going to get bluffed on the river. It's really unappetizing, right? It's have to fault him, of course, for putting a small bet out there. It's never a massive mistake. Let's see how Ensan navigates this spot. Obviously pretty typical to check and then decide what to do. Let's play devil's advocate, Jay. On a blank here, if Akmer checks, like, do we think 10s are strong enough to show down?
Yeah.
It's a bit of the problem, isn't it?
Yeah,
That,
like
what,
we
bluff 7s instead or something?
Yeah, I agree. Like 7's probably better knock out the 9s and 10s. Like
Right.
still 9s and 7s in Akmer's range from gun that he would open.
Oh, he's reaching. All right, so we're going to turn our kings into a bluff? I don't know about this one, Jay.
I'm not sure. Maybe he's
sure.
thinking he gets a free showdown and he's just not going to be bluffed.
I mean,
because his
can-
opponent is going to be playing in flow, but
Can we fold out, like, ace-9 of diamonds here? Is that... Do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't think we fold it out for third. This is the thing, maybe.
I mean,
like,
but it wouldn't be thrilled, would it?
yeah, it wouldn't be thrilled, but I feel like they'd have to call once more with getting 4-1 here, but going to lose the 10s of a spade. So do knock out 26% equity there as Akmer.
Akmer gets the job done. I think not many players find that turn
No.
barrel. It's an intriguing line to take. I mean, having said that, right, when we check, I feel like we just lose the pot. Like, a lot. Very interesting. Well done. Sterba then out in front. 6.2 million on the DTD live table. Let's get back to the Onyx. Blind on blind, Sarah Koglu, who we just saw. Then the ace-4 in for the squeeze jam. So what's this? 6 bigs, Jay. Queen 6 suited. Feels pretty grim, but yeah, we got a call.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's like even marginal here. Suited queen for 6. Got a call here.
It depends how good you think you're running, though.
Okay.
There's like certain runs in your life where you're like, oh god, there's no way I'm winning this.
Well, we will see as Thula or is Sarah Koglu are going to start the spin hit.
You know me, Jay, ever the optimist. All right, off we go. Oh, queen in the window, but the ace lurking behind. So Sarah Koglu here in good shape to get back into the fight. Great shape now. Turns his man dead. That's a nice feeling when you potentially beating yourself up for the hand choice before, thinking I've just punted this off. But we're back to 1 million. Sore one for Thaler. Kind of one of those, Jay, I'm with you. You just click call, don't
Yeah.
you, and hope to win. You can be in front.
Me too. Really are. I figured a lot of people out on this.
And like for 6 as well, like all
Yeah.
this suited 6x, 6-7 suited, 5-6 suited, like all this stuff going to be in. It's like some stuff we dominate in there. Should be a wide shoving range from Sarah Koglu.
No, that he's got the queen.
As we spin over to Luxon here, picking up on the Queen 7-6-2 club board.
Yeah, so we saw Tomasian versus Tommy G not long ago, where Tomasian got Tommy to fold 2 pairs. And he has his man in pretty bad shape here with the pocket aces on the Queen 7-6. C-bet J of around about a third pot.
Yeah, seems fine.
We have to call middle pair and some backdoor straight draw options. Deuce of spades, beautiful card for Tomasian to see.
Yeah, now we just get to go bet, bet, bet on almost all runouts here. So just going to choose a size to set up a nice, comfortable river jam on most rivers. 2/3 seems kind of nice.
Yeah, $500,000-ish.
Yeah, $500,000, leaving 1.7 in there and 1.5 in our stack, but just shy of 90% river jam.
interesting, decides not to size up. So this is around about half pot. A little bit less, 40%er. Gonna dislodge the 7. Bit of momentum for Tomasian. 133 remain. Of course, the field 1,196 runners, Jay. I believe that was 5.8 million in the pool. So every tournament this week, smashing guarantees.
Just a casual milli up top.
Just a mill. Here we go then, guys. Little look at the schedule. So, of course, this is the MPP main event day 2. Tomorrow, myself, Jay, and Mr. Steve Warburton will be taking you through MPP main event day 3 coverage. We've lost James Dempsey. He's gone. He's gone from North Cyprus, Jay. Long live the king. We'll see him next time. And on the 13th, of course, main event final day coverage. We'll be taking you through all the way to crowning a champion. And as Jay referenced, $1 million up top. Back over to Onyx we go. Bad news for Thaler. Took the reshove here from the small J with deuces for 8. Feels pretty thin, but I guess against someone like Goulder is going to be wide enough. We're sort of incentivized to flip. Needs to find a deuce. The jacket is on. Oh! Well, take that jacket off, Mr. Thaler. It's almost like Alex knew.
Yeah, he's just like all the tricks he's got. Tricks indeed. Stand up, find your 2 out. Quack, quack.
He's leaned over to his table-mate and went, oh, he's put the jacket on. He's put the jacket on.
It's like he knew.
Wow. What I like to do in those spots is say, like, I never win these ones, I'm terrible at these ones, and then a little green check mark just appears in midair in front of you, and you ping it every time.
I don't. I still sit there. I make my opponent think they've lost the pot. Even though I know I've lost, I stay there and just stare them in the eye.
With a bit of mind control.
And then they look at the board, they look at the hands, and then you got to give it. You got to throw a bluff in there time to time.
Now Sherbakov. Kendon that name, Jay, because he's won a main event here before or been in the final 3. I recognise that young man.
Final last year, if memory serves correct.
Yeah. Maybe 3rd or 4th, in fact.
I think it might. Yeah, I think it might have actually been 2nd. Let's have a look. I remember.
Anyway, he is 4-bet shoved all in with pocket kings, as you should, at 20 bigs deep. And Janata now, it's kind of bleak. One of those, Jay, right? Like, you don't really want a 3-bet call +2 versus +1, but the hand feels too good. He is going to run it. Hope to see the occasional light jam and then maybe flip a bunch of the time against the sort of 8s through jacks of this world. Gets the bad news. Sherbakov, 3.4 million in the middle. Tough spots, right? 20 effective. It's like, can we still 3-bet fold a hand as good as this? It's tricky, right? Let's go. That's a pretty good flop. King, Queen, 7. Top set, 97% of the time. Sherbakov's going to be up to 3.4. Any sweats about. Jack of diamonds on the turn. All of a sudden, 3 outs do materialize for Janota, but the 4th cowboy appears on the river. Daily quads, Sherbakov up to 3.4.
Yeah, and it was Sherbakov who comes 2nd last year, losing heads up to Azamat Lamkov, the eventual winner. $680,000 he took for his 2nd place score here in the same event 1 year ago.
Pretty sick, Jay. He's still in the hunt to try and back-to-back final Mediterranean Poker Party main, as we see a raise from Yilmaz. Pretty out of line, Jay. 9-10 off. Oh, and Sarakoglu goes for the light jam and runs into the big one in the big blind.
And this don't happen often. An open and an all-in in front of you, and you just squeeze the boots. It's one of the most dreamiest spots at the poker table. And trying to sell it to Yilmaz just in case he's got a little something behind. But we can see this one's always going heads up.
35.
I don't know.
Oh, 20.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Saracoglu. Took a light one. Runs into the big hand in the big pocket aces. And just 10% equity. Can he find a miraculous run out? Budai loving life. Looking to get to 3.4 million. It's a great start. 854. Backdoor flush draw for Saracoglu, not much else. Does turn a potential chop. Not a great feeling. With one card to come. Needs a 7 to remain in his seat. Not to be. 8 of spades completes the board. We do lose Saracoglu. GG.
Crippled after the squeeze jam. Didn't get through. Thought he was there on the turn, but ace queen ended up getting there. Started the spin blind on blind, but the king queen reshove just running into the aces.
Great result for Budai. Chip photograph peaking. 3.4 million now for him. Back to the Luxon table we go. Open from Zurita with the king queen suited. Camp House now 10 bigs effective. Does decide to try and flop some equity with the 5 deuce. Ace jack 6. 2 hearts. Tough to imagine Camp House gets to go any further. Especially if Zurita c-bets, which he does. Quarter pot. Makes sense against the big blind defend. Of course, going to be so wide. We miss this board a lot. Zurita. 4.8 million. Plenty of artillery for him. 60 blinds. Back we go to Onyx. Potential trouble for Braddock. Finds a big hand against an active opponent. Ace queen of diamonds. Unfortunately for him, Guillaume is with the pocket kings.
Not much we can do here as Braddock.
Yeah, 12 bigs, right? Just gotta run it.
Gotta go versus +1.
Oh, gonna need help. That's up 33%. Get out of this jam, and it's another king high flop.
Again?
Followed by another king. Pretty rare in this game that you're flop dead on the flop.
Even rarer that you see quad kings twice in the space of 4 hands.
Right. Unlucky. What can you do? You do lose Braddock. 127th or so. Good run, sir. Fortunate for Oliver. Picks up $9,500 for his efforts. There's still a few tournaments, I think, Jay. You can jump in. What we got? We got the EAPT 1100s.
Yeah.
I think there's a 10K as well.
Only big
Yeah. Either.
Well, if there's not, there is now.
I'm pretty sure there is. I'm pretty sure. It is late here, guys. We're in the wee small hours. It's 2:45 in the morning local time. Myself and Jay on the night shift, taking you guys through the next few levels, excuse me. Right then, Jessica Tussell. First look at her. Makes it 160k under the gun, Jay, with the Queen 10 of clubs. Starting the hand with 24 bigs.
Yeah, nice one to open. Not folding this one from Gun.
Tomasian gets out of the way. This one's going to fold round to Kim in the big. Decision for him, pocket 3s.
There should just be a call here, like we don't send this one versus Gun. Just going to be having a look.
Yeah. Does make the call. Great flop for Tussle. Jack 7-4, 2 clubs. Overcard and queen high flush draw.
Yeah, and
Pretty nice to see Jay versus what, 12.5 blinds behind.
might even scale up here just because of this stack depth.
Yeah.
Like, we can definitely bet call off, but like if we opt for like half or B60 here, we just get like,
I like it.
sub pot size jam on the turn, on basically any turn.
Yeah. In any case, nothing Kim can do there with the underpair to the board, no club. Nice pickup for Jessica, just keeping herself afloat. Waiting for that little bit of heat to arrive. Lots of shallow stacks at this table. Camp House, 8 bigs. Dorita still out in front with the 4.8. Back we go then to the Onyx, and what a flop this is for Bidniak. Opens with 10-9 of hearts. Flops top 2. Yilmaz with bottom pair, Jay, on the coordinated board.
Yeah, just going to be c-betting here with our hand. No need to trap. Plenty to get called by from the big blind. Lots of up and down gut shots out there and flush draws.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. 40% or so flop bets. Yilmaz feels he needs to call one and turns the better 2 pair.
Pretty cold on this turn, especially against a big blind range, because this Bidniak here just going to have to go for another street. Yes, Queen Jack gets there, but you've got to look at the entire big blind range. He's going to have 10x, he's going to have 9x, he's going to have 7-8, Jack 8 spade draws, he's going to have 8-6 of clubs. He's just going to have so much to get paid from. Like all the Jack 10, Queen 10 got to continue. 9x and King X of spades are a thing.
Yeah, feels mandatory.
Like, and even like stuff like King, Queen, King, Jack aren't going to free bet, so these all have to strap in for another street as well. So there's Bidniak here, like the decision to go for what he thinks is value.
Yep, around about 60% pot. Makes sense. We're going to bet again. Pretty coordinated turn cards, representing strong hands, so larger size makes a lot of sense.
And so does call from Yilmaz here, just a turn card that our opponent's expected to barrel on, like his ace queen, his ace jack, these type of holdings.
So is this, you got to treble this one, Jay? It feels
Yeah.
like you do, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
of course, yeah.
I don't see us checking back a 3 of hearts.
Have the treble here is Bidniak. Like I say, King X of spades, King Queen, King Jack, all there, they're going to have a tough time folding. Even stuff like 10 Jack, Queen 10 against the hijack opening range. When we like take off with Ace Jack, Ace Queen so often on this turn as well as our bluffs, and like we can still have stuff like 7-8 suited, Jack 8 suited that opens from hijack that's just going to be mandatory barrels on this king turn.
Oh,
wow, what a sick check back from Bidniak. That is a mental check back. What a boss as well. No hand funeral, no showing the table that he's checked back 2 pair. Silent. That is, maybe he feels like he just doesn't get called by much, but I feel like there's enough King X out there and even some 10X that have to get sticky against LP. But what a sick guy to check that one back.
Yeah, I would really struggle to check this one.
I feel like a lot of people just insta go for a 3rd street there and doesn't even move a muscle, just straight into the muckers 2 pair.
When
boss.
When Yilmaz watches this one back, he's going to be pretty tilted. He didn't get 1.2 million handed to him. Anyway, tough spot here incoming for Stuart. Raising +1, ace 10 of diamonds, hijack all in, 11 blinds. He's going to ask for a count. This feels like right on the line, Jay. Like, you know, we are +1. I don't think hijack's going to shove too many worse hands, if any, almost. I don't think people jam light for 11.
Yeah,
in general.
I think once again, I feel like if you run the spot theory, it would get in, but like I feel like in a live setting, people do tend to reshove light up.
120 left in the main. Stuart decides gonna have to run this one. Looking for an ace. No joy so far. Jack 7-4, 2 spades. Not much for Stuart to get excited about. Looking for an ace or a king now, as the queen of clubs pings the turn. 6 outs, 1 pull. No good. 3 of diamonds on the river. New life for Kovrig. Up to a shade under 2 million. Really tough one for Stuart, right? Like I'm not saying that I wouldn't call. It just feels kind of grim. Like you're almost hoping he had 14 bigs instead of 11.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the way I always try and look at those spots, like ace jack suited, I'm pretty confident it's just always a call there.
That's
11,
call.
yeah, 11. So next pip down, like it can't be far off.
I think
can
it's
it?
the line, right? Like ace 9 feels like a fold.
Yeah,
ace,
it
ace
does
10
actually.
decide. Anyway, back we go. Open from Tomasi in here from the cutoff. Jessica getting into the fen with 3-4 of clubs through to the 8-7-6.
Yeah, it seemed like contemplating donking, but agree with her. Against cut-off, just feel like too high a board. Against CP could have some donks, but against cut-off, just going to check it over.
Seems good. You may get a chance to activate here on turn. 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, and this is just a lovely one for Tisel to start betting. Lots of ace high, king high, queen high stuff that checks back in the cut-off range. Start trying to target these type of holdings, but she's gone with a little check here.
Potentially, Jay, like when people check, she thinks that they're kind of showdowny based. Like
on this board, like
I know, I would
like...
stab, but it's I can understand. Maybe she's thinking delay.
Yeah, double delay perhaps, and this is just has to double, and we don't even have to go big. Like we can have some 9x here, so just go small as to sell here.
Yeah, we have to bet this one, and she does find it very nice.
I like the size, just because if we go really big here, we're just trying to say we can have just a straight, maybe a 6. But when we go for this size, like now we can have some 8x, some 9x, these type of holdings, perhaps trying to get some non-believing ace highs.
Yeah, I always find these hands quite interesting because I think. Long run, I think it's fair to say that she probably bets any piece on the turn, right? An 8, a 7, or a 6. I think they always lead.
Yeah.
So now we're kind of saying, and even like a bunch of 9x, right? Semi-bluff. So these spots are actually quite intriguing. I think often we can end up having a 5. Even a 5 might lead turn. So they're kind of intriguing spots, right? But it's not a spot where ace deuce is going to be able to call.
Of course.
I always sit there, you know, in the cut-off seat thinking, how have you not stabbed before now? But you can't call. Well played. Right, back to the Onyx. Raised to 160 here from Budai. Builder decides just a flat button.
Yeah, this is a spot a lot of people actually miss. Like this actually does a lot more flatting ace queen than people think. It actually flats more than 3 bets in a lot of spot cut-off versus button, just because of how much stuff we keep in that we dominate from this cut-off range. And Golder very clued up.
Also nice, right? Because Thaler has the squeeze jam stack, right? So when he takes an ace 10 upstairs, we just have a very easy call.
Exactly that.
Through to the king 10-9 board then. Nut flush draw, gut shot to Broadway for Golder. Middle pair for Budai. Tricky spots for him. Decision on Alex whether to start semi-bluffing now or take a free card.
Yeah, this is a decision maker straight away. Like, is it a freebie or is it a multiple street bluff? Because I feel like our hand's won already that could be lining the barrels up here.
Yeah. Yep, block that nut flush. Queen of Spades, a pretty key card. Blocking queens that can get stubborn. Queen Jack, of course. Budai feels he has to call 1 at least. Understandably so. 6 of clubs on the turn, no change.
Yeah, now similar like decision point for Golder. Like we have to go after it on rivers if we're barreling turn here, just because of all this king queen, king jack, jack 10, queen 10. Like even from cut off, there's going to be a lot of like queen 10, queen of hearts, jack 10, jack of hearts. Even like might even open queen 9 off this wide when folded to in the cut off here. So as Golder here, if we are barreling this turn, we need to be following through. I feel on most rivers.
Does fire. 550. Makes sense. About 2/3.
And now just jack 10 of diamonds caged here.
What's the kind of bottom of our turn value range here for Golder, Jay? Like, are we like king queen of spades? Are we?
Yeah, I feel like the king queens and king jack suitors are the ones like without a heart to get called by. Some of the bare heart hands are the ones that you can still potentially bet. and then maybe won't go for free streets with these on rivers.
Well, here we go. Budai finds the very sticky turn call. Feels like his hand is best.
Yeah, and as I say, Andrew, if we're barreling turn, I just can't see how we get to knuckle this river. Our opponent's just got so much king, queen, king, jack, pocket jacks, pocket queens with a heart, queen 10, jack 10 with a heart, like all these type of hands. And like we block the main trap, the ace-x suited. So as Golder here, I feel like a mandatory follow through, and he is capable of finding it. Have some of that. And something really interesting here for Budai, like when we're assigning Golder bluffs here, he's not peeling ace-8 off through ace-deuce off here on the button. So literally his bluffs are ace-queen off, ace-jack off with the ace of hearts.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to peel ace-8 versus ace-deuce. So when he's tripling off here, if we think he's got the ace of hearts, like it's only actually ace-queen, ace-jack that he can have, because the ace-10 as well is one that's not going to take this line. He's probably going to check flop. So it's quite an interesting point here for Budai.
Yeah, so it's those in what, the occasional pocket sevens or something with a heart, right? Something like that.
Yep. And then like for value, he's just got catalogs. He's got ace deuce of hearts up to like ace 8 of hearts, and like ace jack and ace queen of hearts in there as well. He can still have like 9s that don't elect to free bet.
I think they're in there. Yeah.
So queen jack suited as well, all the queen jack suited. Yeah. So like the bluffs seem kind of scarce here, and the value just seems catalogs. And I always say, like in these spots when value combos are outweighing the bluffs heavily, I feel like these are the spots we want to fold. Like I know we could see it would be a sick call from Budai if he can fold it. It would be a sicko call if he can find it. But like Golder's got ace queen, ace jack with the ace of hearts as his bluffs. He's maybe got, like Andrew said, pocket sevens with a heart. But then he's just got all the ace deuce suited up to ace queen suited. He's got queen jack suited, 9s and 10s still in there. King 10 and king 9 suited can also be in there as well that don't elect a free bet. So
well done, Mr. Golder.
Yeah, sick move.
I quite like also that I think a lot of people here polarized to be all in only. Whereas like 1.5, I think we can just have 2 pair right still here. So we can have all the 2 pair, we can have flushes, we can have straights, we can have sets. Whereas when you jam, right, I think people start to think, well, now you're saying you have a flush.
Yeah, really nice hand to get to cover that.
Very nice. Yeah, fun one.
And it's all good and well sitting in the booth here, no pressure on us. We can strip down the spot, but to actually be in game and to actually triple off, it's hard to do when you're sat there, lights on you.
Yeah, Alex has the momentum. Title in the bag earlier in the week. Looking to push on. So we see Ensan here from +1. Pocket deuces, and oh my goodness me. Well, Jay, we've got another one to cover here. Jack 9 deuce, 2 clubs. Bottom set, which is incredibly disguised from this position, versus top pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, deuce is full ring from +1. Kind of a spicy one. Like last 10% of the field approaching now. But Ensan, timing impeccable.
I'm not going to lie. How does Dukic only have 2 outs here? Look at the top right of your screen. For some reason, 7 clubs have been folded.
Wow.
What a bad beat. What a bad beat.
That is ridiculous.
Anyway, do you think Dukic is thinking to bump this up, or it's too many to get in? We just call?
No, yeah, just call. No, with no raising here, top pair flush draw.
He does raise.
Okay. In Dukic's set, we can raise here. But like, I feel like Theory's just pure calls all Jack X of clubs this stack depth. Like reason being, like our hands are just so strong. Like our opponent's got a lot of ace high, king high that draw him very thin. He's still got the strongest overpairs in range. He's got the better Jack X. He's got all, well, I wouldn't say all the sets, but apparently he does.
One thing I will say is that Ensan's very spicy customer and decides to slow play the deuces. Did of course have the option, Jay, to bump it up.
Yeah, this is the thing as well. I like, you can talk about how to play the hand all you want, but when players are sat there and they've been playing with someone all day, there's dynamics that happen, but we don't get to see. And if someone's been doing something out of line, or if Dukic thinks that our opponent could potentially like ruffle it off, like free bet shove as a bluff, then fair play to him. But
and Ensan very capable of, you know, really getting out of line. Like we've seen it before over the years. Dukic perhaps knows that he's a very aggressive player, but this is one of the problems, I guess. King of Spades rolls off. Nice check in my eyes from Dukic, recognizing that This card's not the best for him, Jay.
Yeah, once we do elect to raise here, or a turn that just always gets checked. Ow. This is the other problem as well. I feel like when we're down the streets here, our check raise gets called on the flop, and we have to basically knuckle all turns that aren't a 4, club, or jack. And we're met by a bet. We're now just the pot suddenly getting juicier and juicier, whereas we could have just potentially check called a few big blinds on the flop. Off we go to the turn.
It's also one of those, right, that like what hands do we have that actually want to get it in? It's normally like what, Jack 9, pocket deuces ourselves, pocket 9s. Like Queen 10, we're probably not raising, right? Like even the nut flush draw, I'm not sure it's raising at 35 deep. Maybe. Well, as it stands, 2.3 in the middle. Ensan looks over at Dukic, sees he has 1.8 million behind. We just ask for it all, Jay, or do we go non-all in? Looks like non-all in.
All the big chips.
Yeah, 1.2. Just a shade over a mil, okay. And this is grim for Dukic.
Yeah, now just handcuffed here against the range of Ensan. Like still can have some aces, but potentially like the King Queen, King 10 not going to go for a third street as played, so maybe feels like he's only going to be repping some 2 pair plus here. And holding the Jack's kind of relevant, although Jack of clubs, no, not removing any Jack 9 combos.
Does find the fold, well done. Maybe beat like a 9-10 suited. That's one that comes to mind for me, that it's not that typical to see it take off turn, like it may just check.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for Ensign to have bluffs there.
Yeah.
You have to be, once again, really creative to find
Yep.
the bluff in that spot.
A couple of really intriguing hands back to back for us in the booth.
But like, if he's seen that man like calling check raises with ace high like throughout the day, like I can get behind the check raise if there's some sort of dynamic there and we have reason, good
Sure.
logic for doing it.
Right, off we go to Luxon, Camp House with a very 2025 min raise steal off 11 blinds.
Yeah, this is
Quite interesting from Zurita.
King 10 off from gun here off of.
You will occasionally see it sneak in, but it's, you want the right lineup, I would suggest.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a bit like not disrespectful to the table, but it's kind of like no one's going to be free betting me here,
Sure.
and unless they've got the goods, they're going to be playing honest.
Now we can see Zurita did have the option here to just 3-bet call the under the gun opener. One of those, Jay, where you, it's the eternal argument, do we just run it or do we try and keep in the Queen Jack off of this world, you know, the King Queen offs?
Yeah, this is the thing, because this should be like a really polar range here from Kemp House. Like I'd expect him to just even send like Jack 10 suited, this type of stuff.
Yeah, really tricky now for Camp House. He's just gonna try and fold out some potentially better. Wow, and Zurita just folds flop. Okay. Camp House gets the job done.
And just that hand alone, I think that's why he's opening King 10. If Ace Queen isn't making it like 4 bigs and getting it in versus our just sub 11 stack, then maybe Camp House just picked up once again table dynamic. And
Yeah, well done. Not easy to fire that shell.
just finding little spots like this when you're shallow as well, like the very good players, like just keeping that head above water and being able to stay in the tournament.
Very nice. Folks, if you are just joining us or if you've been here throughout, this is, of course, the main event, day 2 of the 2025 Mediterranean Poker Party. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood calling the action. And we've got another couple of levels or so to go before the end of the day. And we're creeping down with 1,200 runners in this one, down to about 120 remaining, or exactly 120. 10% of the field left. Back to the Onyx we go. Lines now up, 50k, 100k, 100k ante. Budai makes it 200k here, plus 1. Round to Alex Goulder, out of the way with the Jack 10. Gonna fold round to Christoforu. And hand over. Very reasonable, I think, versus +1. King 7 off. Not the most appetizing of prospects to defend. And on we go. As I see Jay frantically Hendon mobbing somebody.
Oh no, I was actually pulling up the YouTube chat.
Okay, that's
It's
even
late.
better. Yeah, exactly.
I totally forgot about the YouTube chats.
We need some interaction. So guys, in the wee small hours, if you would like to ask any questions, myself or Jay, please do get in the mix. Please let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know who you're rooting against. That's my favorite question to ask. All right, back on Budai. Back to back big hands. It's King of Hearts for him. 27 bigs to start. 200k to go. On Gulder, we've seen these two go to war already a few minutes ago when Alex executed that treble barrel. Like this fold, Jay, with King Jack versus under the gun, it just starts to kind of shrink. Yilmaz is just showing. He just wants to be in there, Jay. We're seeing him VPip a lot. You know, typically not a hand you want to peel too often from hijack, but he has position.
That's why I still can't believe my man checked back 2 pair. If he'd been playing with him all day and he'd been seeing like he's opening 10-9 off and some of the hands he's been in with, like
sure.
Some check back from Bidniak. Deuce clubs here. Not going to be defending this one 4-way, just reversed implied odds sometimes. We are going to be dominated. Make a flush, bigger flushes out there, make top pair of 8x over pairs out there.
Queen Jack 7 then. Yilmaz flops the nut flush draw. Very tricky spot this for Budai in a multi-way situation. Very reasonable, I think, just to check. Yilmaz with the first decision point, Jay, whether to take a free one here 4 ways or just go ahead and start bluffing. Let's decide on half pot.
Never be a bad thing. Start putting some chips in with an up flush draw in position.
Like, this is real tough, right, for Budai. We saw him with that 10 Jack of Diamonds spot. This feels kind of ugly.
Yeah, especially against B40. Feels obliged to continue with the Broadway draw 2 overcuts.
Pot behind, big turn coming. It's a blank of sorts, 5 of diamonds. Does, of course, produce that double flush draw. Yilmaz now wants to take a free one and improves to the nut flush.
I guess that's the other good thing about check and flop, like you can dictate action on the turn, assuming opponent's playing in flow. Have a look at the river for free.
So, like, what do we assign as, like, as Budai, Jay, should we bluff our hand? It's one of these really awkward spots, right? Like, I guess we beat Ace 10, King 10.
10-9 suited.
Some of them got there on the river. It's really tricky, isn't it? Like, whether... It's hard to bluff, isn't it, with Ace King, no spade. It's just one of those really tough spots. And Yilmaz, well done. Up over 6 million. Right, back we go to Luxon. Atanas Pavlov goes for the min raise from +1 with Ace Queen offsuit. Round to Camp House. Pocket deuces in the big. These two guys both with a wealth of experience. And look at that. Camp House, I think, recognizes that Atanas can have some light opens. I don't hate it against, you know, against players who'll find them, Jay. He just decides, I'm going to run my pair. I feel like this is opponent specific, Jay.
Yeah,
and
it has to
you know,
be.
if this is someone you haven't played much poker with, I don't think you'd ever ship it in here. But as it stands, we have a flip.
Oh, what is going on?
What is happening?
Once again?
Flop quads twice within the last hour of our coverage. And how do you feel as Atanas Pavlov? That one's going to sting.
Yeah, it has to be player dependent, and I've seen a lot of Athanas on streams over the years, and you are right.
Yeah.
Like, he's the type to just open like any suited king, even from +1, like dabble into like even queen 10 off potentially, and so if he's opening wider than he should be, I can get behind it for sure.
I don't think it. Yeah, I think it's like quite reasonable. It might look like a punt on the surface against certain players. You're going to get enough folds, and you're going to flip a good amount, right, against the sort of ace, queen, ace, king suiteds of this world. And the offsuit varieties. Sore one for Atanas. As soon as you see the deuces, right, you're just like, oh no. Oh no.
We don't win these.
I don't feel like I'm going to win.
And Camp House, just like that, we spoke about the king 10 off open, but sometimes a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, as we see Zorita then, still out in front at the Luxon table, 4.5 million. One of my many spies has sent me a wee message. And he says, Zorita is known as Yanga and is one of the top Mexican regs. Very solid.
Okay.
That information comes from Mr. Adam Owen. Gentleman, as always. Thank you, buddy. There we go. Yanga.
Is that Adam Yid?
It is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like it. I've never really spoke to Adam, but I love him because
Lovely
he's a
guy.
Spurs fan.
Lovely guy. Spurs.
That's all that matters.
Ah, don't worry, mate. It's
we're
the
friends
hope that
just like
kills
that,
you.
mate. We're
It's
friends
the
just
hope
like
that
that.
kills you, buddy.
We'll see. We'll see.
I know. I'm not going to lie. It's one of those spots. Neither of us is loving it. Eh? We're both terrified.
Yes, we are.
It's just like, I think it's going to be the most sweated and not in a fun way European final of all time. Both fan bases is just like, I don't want to watch it, right? You almost don't want to watch it.
Yeah, literally.
For the fear of it all. Right, Atanas lost that flip. Now all in for a shade under one big blind. All in for 80k. Tommy G finds a big hand of his own and has his man pipped. Decision on him, Jay? 17 bigs?
Yeah, I'd just make it 3.5 here.
And then call off someone behind.
Yeah, he's going to ISO though.
Yeah, hard to be too critical.
Like if like Pavlov was all in for like 3 bigs here, I can get behind it. But when he's literally in for less than the big here, we still want potentially some stuff going on behind us, try and get some action from.
Sure.
Maybe Tommy G just happy to pick up.
How does Atanas, by the way, find pocket 9s under the gun with 0.8 of a big blind and he's somehow only 23%? There's no justice.
There's not.
All right, Mr. Pavlov, 390k in the middle, looking for a 9 to remain in this main event. Deuce, 5 deuce. Quad deuces once again. 2 outs only for Atanas. Needs the 9 of diamonds or the 9 of clubs or his day is done. And sadly for him, it is done. 3 of diamonds completes the board. We do lose Atanas Pavlov. GG, sir. There'll be plenty more runs to come. $9,500 for Atanas. I'm sure it's Atanas and not Anatis, by the way. Like
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm just insulting a man I've known for quite a few years. It's the risk we take in the booth, Jay. Nice result for Tommy G. Sherbakov, we saw double with kings a while ago. Has them again in the hijack. Race to 200k. And from Ensan in the big with the ace-3 off. Flops bottom pair on the 8-7-3. Sherbakov gonna like this one. 550k, excuse me, in the middle, Jay.
Just going to be a check here from Ensan. Sherbakov with the overpair. Just going to be continuing, you expect. Plenty to get value from on the big blind range. All the Jack 10, Jack 9, 9, 10, 6, 5. Loads of straight draws, 8x, 7x, 3x, even potentially some ace highs versus hijack.
Quite like this sizing choice. Like it might maybe a little big, but I think that people often just auto c-bet like a third in lots of spots, and this is certainly a board that we get to bet large. And Ensan, even with just a pair of 3s here, feels compelled to stick around.
Yeah, 4 of clubs turn. Not changing too much. 16 combos of 5-6 completing. some stuff like 7-4, 4-3 suited, 8-4 suited getting there, but as Shervikov, too much to be getting value from. All the other 8x, dry 7x, the stuff like 8-6, 8-5, 7-5, 7-6, picking up gut shots to go along with their pair, 7x of clubs, 8x of clubs there as well. So just going to be another street sizing for a river jam. On a fair few rivers, will be some that potentially we check back.
It looks like a shade over half makes some sense. Going to leave himself about the same behind. Okay, 650. So it does leave himself 2/3 pot back. Let's see. That's assuming Ensign calls, of course. Let's see what he lands on. On the face of it, Jay, just very difficult to continue with this hand.
Yeah, it's tough now. Ace of clubs as well. One that Shervikov's going to have with some of his bluffs that turn a nut flush draw.
Is there an argument to just fold flop like there is for me against 400K?
Yeah, against the bigger size potentially as well.
Like just almost rather have like a 7-6, right? That has some backdoor capability. It's obviously tough, of course. You can't be too critical. Well played, Sherbakov, up to 3.9 mil. Sterba still out in front at the DTD live table. Shade under 6 million for him. Stuart on the short stack, 6.3 bigs. Gonna need to get to work quickly. Back to Luxem we go. Nice flop here for Jessica Tussle. Defending pre against the button open of Tomasian. Flops top pair, 20 big blinds behind.
Yeah, 20 seems like nice check call.
She agrees with you. And that's a nice turn. Jack of hearts improves to trips. 2 pots back, Jay.
Yeah, not the most appetizing turn to be barreling home here. That's Tamazian. Not folding out a 10 now, definitely not folding out a jack. Maybe we do fold out some 5x, but feel like free card is in order.
Seems reasonable. 7 of clubs completes the board. Jessica gonna be pretty happy with this turn of events. That 9 in hand, of course, Jay, just blocking the occasional 8-9 suited and offsuit from the button. Gonna go for value.
Yeah, still plenty of hands to get called by. There's check back 10x. There's still some check back over pairs. Queens for aces don't like this turn. Potentially going to check when Tussle can have a lot of trips. 350 into 950, just shy of 40%. Expect it to be an ender hand. Just picking up with some chat boxes on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Bobby James Poker tuned in.
Hello, Bobby.
Mr. Bobby James. Adam Owen says, come on, you Spurs.
Obviously.
And good evening to Luke Booth.
I even gave him compliments.
And we got John Keaty Poker here. Says
John Keaty, Big John.
2-2 is a standard jam, nothing about player dependent. Is that with ICM, John? Do you run that with 10% of the field left?
Big John.
I don't think, with ICM, I don't think it would be in there.
By the way,
Chippy V, potentially.
I got to say to John as well, congratulations. He just won a big old 1K at another festival that shall remain nameless. Well done, John.
Congratulations, John.
Okay, off we go. Bidniuk. Jack 9 off on the button. Makes it 200k to go. Budai. Is he just flatted here? No, sorry. He was posting his blinds. Okay, decision on him. 22 bigs effective. Imagine you jam this one, Jay.
Yeah, pretty clean. Pair.
He did say all in. Okay, thought he would.
Against the button. Open. Just going to pick this up so often. Nice find from Budai. Like it a lot.
Yeah, Banicevic, who finaled the 2K just this week. In shape here to make another deep run. A little surprised to see him asking for a count here, Jay. Gonna be aware, right? That's 0.2 million-ish. By the way, I'm pretty sure that Bobby just had a little son or daughter.
Oh, did he?
So, and if I'm wrong, Bobby, I apologise. But I'm fairly sure, so congrats, buddy.
Congratulations.
I can't just congratulate John on winning a poker tournament when Bobby just won the biggest prize you can ever have in this life.
Nice words.
Thanks, mate. What do you think of asking for a count here, Banishevich? We're never calling this off, right?
I feel like we've been in the booth for about an hour now, so maybe it's one of these that we're in the big blind. We're waiting for the blinds to strategically go up on our button. Sometimes see it in modern day poker. Every little edge anyone can get.
I find it hard to do the Team Snake move, as I like to call it.
Team Snake.
Team Snake, mate. Team Snake. Like the old. Oh, I can't find my table. I can't find my table when you know you're in the big blind. The old classic. You know the John Travolta meme where he's looking around from Pulp Fiction?
Yeah.
Team Snake.
Nice little
shocking, right?
Reshot from Moon Eye. Apologies, guys, bit off tangent. It is late here in Cyprus, 20:03 local time.
Banishevich was in the tank for no reason, so we had time for a bit of nonsense, right?
That's true.
Yeah. Okay, we're back. Normal service resumed. Back to DTD Live. Open from Sherbakov under the gun. Defend from Sterba. Jack 9-6 middle pair for Sherbakov. One of those ones for Sterba. Overcard, backdoor nut flush draw.
Yeah, I think a bit more dicey against gun. Like times it does roll off that ace, still like all this ace 10, ace king queen in our range, in our opponent's range. Feel like it'd be an optimistic float, but we will see.
Well, he's in there.
Like, can see it versus MP, can see it versus LP. Not too sure against gun, but gets the nice looking turn card.
It's a fun one for us. Sherbakov improves to a gut shot to a straight. Sterba now with the nut flush draw. Checks it over. Decision on Sherbakov.
Yeah, seems like a nice clean check back. Big blind can have some 10-8, can have some 8-5 suited, some 2-pair combos in there as well. Just a nice one to check behind.
Sterba finds the nut flush on the river. King of clubs, Jay. This we always going for check raise.
Yeah, I feel like check here. I know we can see Sherbakov with a hand that he's going to snap check back, but I feel like check's probably going to be nice. King, queen, ace, king obliged to bet for value. Ace, queen, ace 10 obliged to bluff. So against gun,
yeah,
seems like a nice potential spot to check. It would have been the same result. Sherbakov always checks back his hand, in my opinion. Nice little pickup. Fun float on the flop working out.
Sherbakov playing very nicely. Just ticking along. So I'm winning the two nice pots with the kings. Correctly snap fold in a 9 here. As we take you guys back through the schedule, this is, of course, day 2 of the main event. Another couple of levels to go, Jay, hour and a half or so with us. Then back tomorrow, myself, Jay, and Steve will be taking you through all of the action on main event day 3. And then on the 13th, the final day of our coverage at the 2025 edition of the MPP main event final day. Taking you all the way through to crowning the champion, who will take home $1 million this year. You see Budai on the button, pocket 5s, 26 blinds. Decision for Goulder, ace 3 off.
Interesting one. The Goulder hit. Against button always continuing, but sometimes, especially at this stack depth, you can take these offsuit, high-low stuff, blocker, unblocker.
Yeah, I can see call,
yeah,
bet, fold, and jam. Like I can see all. Yeah, and he just puts them in.
Goes for pile.
Yeah, I think it's certainly. Wow.
Wow, he gets 5s to fold that quickly.
Very quick lay down. Don't get me wrong. Like I can see landing on fold, but I mean, take a minute.
Yeah.
I don't think I would fold against most good regs.
Yeah,
it's not nice. I mean, maybe it is a fold with 10%.
Yeah, Golden more than capable. Like should have like deuces, root 4s in there, right? And
he will.
Capable, potentially some wheel aces. We do dominate.
All right then, all in and a call. DTD Live. Stewart versus Dukic. Not a bad hand to find under the gun with shade under 9 blinds. The pocket 9s. Not a good flop. Ace, king, 4. Things looking bleak now for Stuart. One last chance to find a 9. We can see there's only 1 remaining. So 1 out once. No good. GG's. 10 of hearts completes the board. Big double up. Well, not big double up, but big pickup, should I say, for Dukic. We do lose Josh. GG. 112th place. Good run. $9,500 picked up. And add Dukic up to 3.5 million. Back we go then, over to the Luxon table. Jessica Tussle. Ace-5 suited in the hijack. Opening for a min raise. Over to Tommy G. 2.1 million J, King-9 of spades on the button.
Interesting one here for Tommy. At 20, like, potentially could go for the 3-bet bluff. Would have to go like 4 BBs or just north of, but don't mind that either. I don't think flat going to be happening too much at 20, maybe in there a little bit. Like King-10 suited, I feel like just says I'm all in.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot. Of course, so often we only see select hands, right? We don't know how tight Jessica's been playing, what the situation is. We know Camp House is in the big, who's very capable of squeezing it up if we flat all this stuff. Camp House does defend here with the 10 deuce. Flops bottom pair. Jessica with the gut shot to the wheel. 1 overcard, backdoor hearts.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty clean continue. 2 saw hit. Especially the big blind should lose some offsuit deuce X and 3X at this stage. Should only really be suited base and maybe the ace deuce and ace 3.
It does size up a little here, 300k into 550, so 60%-ish.
They're already making life for bottom pair difficult here.
Yeah.
Against this particular size. There you have it.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, nice from Tussle. Nice little size up there, getting the pair to fold. Nicely done.
One of those, right, when she bets 150 calls, right? So it's decent adjustment. Jessica up to 3.1 million. Zurita still out in front. Bunch of 20 to 25 big blind stacks on the Luxon table.
Back over to DTD Live. Sherbakov been involved a lot, and that's why I thought that was a free bet. Saw a chunk of chips coming in from Ensan. It does just defend the king queen. Nice one to just call from the big piece in LP. Kind of an interesting flop here. Both players flopping a gut shot with their 2 overcards. Backdoor second up flush draw for Ensan. Once again, you see the bigger size from Sherbakov here. Seen this before, 400 into 550. Just north for 2/3 and was also against Ensan on a similar looking board. Did have a lot of straight combinations, possibilities from the big blind. Like on this board, king, queen, all the way down to 6-7. And it's the jack on the turn. Things you love to see as Ensan here. And Sherbakov.
Yeah, this is dicey waters. Improves to top pair J. Gut shot. Straight draw. Ensan just sitting there with the stone cold nizzles.
It seems like one we could potentially check back as Sherbakov, and there it is. Does knuckle it back here. I think like it a lot.
And look at this. It's going to allow himself to minimize damage. May even not lose another chip in this pot, Jay. Hard to imagine we get to value bet this.
Yeah, worst river to value bet here.
Wow, this is going to be such a tilting result for Hossein.
Diamonds completing, AX completing, and
wow.
Sherbakov does well to lose minimum. And Ensign says, give me the pot. I got the nut straight, and Sherbakov gets off lightly. Nice little check back on the turn.
That's just the inner fist pump, innit? Like, I'm the best. Very clean river for him, so to speak, if you get me. The 7 of diamonds, where we just cannot lose another chip in this pot. Would have been interesting to see what happens on a deuce or something like this. We'll never know. Well done, Sherbakov. All right, back to the Onyx we go. Mavro Moustakis been raised to 200k. King 8 offsuit here, Jay, from the cutoff. Pretty wide open. Does manage to get called by a holding. He dominates. Bidniuk in there with 8-9 of spades. What a flop that is. 9-7-3. 2 spades. Top pair and a flush draw for Bidniuk. Really interesting hand for Mavro Moustakis with that king of spades and backdoors in hand of his own, Jay.
Yeah, an 8 of clubs, the power suits, feels like a combo. King 8 that just always has to bet on this board, and once again, similar board to what we just saw. Lots of these straight draw combos out there from the big blind, so potentially can have some of these larger sizes, 350 into 550 here. Good for 60%. And now it's Bidniuk. We've got top pair and flush draw. Is he going to fast play this one? Or just call and take a turn? He has gone for raise.
I think it makes sense. Such a high equity hand.
Yeah, just
like,
happy to run his equity, I guess.
So. Almost one that the cutoffs at the time thinking, okay, I was maybe barreling off very often here. So once he sees the stream back, might be pretty happy that Bidniuk elected to raise.
Yeah, King 8 spade club on that board seems like the one that does go a bit mental on certain runouts.
Right, back to Luxon we go. Open from Brockman. Defended by Tamasian. What a flop for him. Not flush draw. Got shot to the wheel. Versus the 2 overs. And he's going to donk this board. Intriguing. 200k into 550.
Interesting choice of board to donk on here. Especially against Button, who's going to be having a fair amount in there himself. And Brockman going to take one off here with the Queen Jack.
I like this. I think in theory you just need to call here.
Yeah, 2 overs.
2 overs, backdoor hearts. Just gotta call.
Too good a price, nearly 4-1 on our money. Right now there's Tamasian maybe wanting to get a better lead here to run a multiple street bluff. The times we don't make our hand.
Yeah, kind of intrigued to see him. Like, I don't think we get too many flop leads here.
I don't think we get any on 9-5
And it's just a nice board to check, let your opponent bet, and just check raise, right? And or even check call, whichever. 6 of clubs turn then. He does check. Now Brockman with a tricky decision.
I feel like maybe we have to just like stab once here.
Wow, he's gonna check. And the river's the queen of spades. Somehow Brockman has got out of a very dicey situation with a river top pair.
Yeah.
And Tamasian all of a sudden.
I just feel like as played, I'm going to give him a lot of 6x with that turn check, like lead flop, turns of 6 potentially. Might have started taking off with Queen Jack to try and dislodge like these pair gut shot hands by the river. But no need to do that when you can just check behind, realise, and make top pair on the end.
He's going to go for value. Looks like 25%, and Tamasian all of a sudden thinking, what does my opponent call flop with? Check, check, turn, and then bet a quarter pot. But it's pretty hard for us to rep too many nutted hands ourselves, Jay.
Yeah, after check, check.
Right.
Especially.
I mean, we're not going to bluff this hand much in general, right? But it's curious to face 25% river, right?
Like, I'd feel like the bluffs would just start bluffing turn as well. That's why I probably would have stabbed Queen Jack, but it's optimistic.
I always find these spots intriguing, right? Because like a 5 or a 6 isn't going to do this. A lot of the 9x raise get it in on the flop. So he's kind of saying he has, I don't know, pocket 8s. Is it going to do this for thin value or a rivered queen? There aren't too many.
Yeah, maybe thinks no better ace high ever bets here. So it feels like a lot of this king jack, king 10, jack 10 floats, but probably expect these floats to be bet and turn a lot of the time.
Great result for Brockman. Little did he know how thin he was drawing. I think he showed.
Queen of hearts, good one to show.
And there we go. So we tick down. 109 players now remaining.
Gold up.
Yeah, back to the Onyx we go. 200k raise from Alex. First position.
Played well this session, has Golder, hasn't he? Hasn't really put a foot wrong, got that jam through with the ace queen on the river. Nice reshove from the big.
Around to Christophoru. Hasn't folded yet.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no, oh no, he's not finding this one, is he?
He's finding a flat. Oh, he's not, sorry. 3 bet, 700k. Wow. Okay. Don't try this at home. Interestingly, this is going to put Golder in a really kind of dicey spot.
Well, we don't know what's been going on at the table with Golder and Christophoru. Once again, don't know if there's any dynamic there, but usually general rule of thumb, ace jack off, opens gun, we get free bet, especially this size. It hits the mark. But if there's some sort of dynamic there, and Christophoru and Golder have been playing together all day and they've been battling, maybe Golder takes this one. No, he does not.
Looked very much like he didn't believe his man, right?
It did look like he didn't believe in that at all. But
right not to believe.
But agree with the fold. Like, it's just not worth it for the time he's got it.
Sure.
It's just like in that spot we go for a 4-bet and it just jams on us. It's like, see you later. Like 25% of our stack.
Andreas getting spicy. Back to DTD Live. Ensan, Jack 9 off. In for a raise to 240k and Cov rig.
Yeah, nice clean one. 9's on the button. Just shy of 13 against cut off open. Fist pump jam.
As we say in Scotland, touch your toes and in it goes.
You don't say that.
I don't personally. I've heard it said. I believe it does get said. I mean, it's not my own personal quote. It felt a little bit bleak saying it, I won't lie. Anyway.
It tickled me, to be fair. I wasn't expecting that at this hour, but there we are.
Aye, aye.
This should be getting through.
Right, enough said. Jack 9-0. Take us back to the YouTube chat, mate, while Ensan is Hollywood folding.
There's a lot of, I think it's maybe Romanian. I don't want to get it wrong. Some language I cannot read. And someone says, why are they playing this late? We are on a 2.5 hour delay.
We are.
So the players probably already bagging and tagging.
I can translate the Romanian.
Oh, can you?
It says Spurs are drawing dead in the final, Jay. Have a day off, mate.
All right.
Yeah. And it's also saying, like, let's go covering.
Oh, I missed this. John Keaty Poker says, the fact that you have to question if I run it with ICM hurts my existence. Oh.
Ah, John.
Sorry, John.
Such an emotional character, Mr. Keaty.
I didn't mean to upset you, John.
John's no upset. He's printing. He's
yeah,
crushing.
Of course he is.
John, run the odds on Spurs winning the Europa League final and get back to me.
I don't need to know that. I think you're slight favourites, actually.
I have no idea who's a favourite.
I think you're like 5 to 6.
It's the tallest dwarf battle, isn't it? Right, Janota, DTD Live. Under the gun, 24.5 bigs.
Yeah, just an open.
Even though it's late, we're having fun with it, guys. If you are just joining MPP main event day 2, myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood on the call. About 30 minutes left, I'm hearing, of our coverage this evening. Now then, round to Ensan. He's going to activate with a 3-bet, 525k from the hijack. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, I can see it. Just north of 5 bigs. We'll fold out like the ace jack, ace 10 off, even potentially some better suited ace X. even getting a hand like King Queen off, King Jack off out there with that 40% equity, going to be a win. Well, a tough one for Janota here. I find these ones really tough when we open gun and we've got 24 bigs. And once again, if we feel like Ensan's getting after it too much, maybe he just feels 9's too good not to put in here for 24 effective. But it's a tough spot when we open from gun specifically. I'll give him that.
Yeah, it's the old, certainly not supposed to fold, and he agrees, in they go. And it's just such a nice result when you catch the hand in the cookie jar. Pick up 775k here. The times your opponent is light.
Last 10 seconds.
Still ace-5 suited, Ensan. It's always quite tilted, to be fair. You know, you're like, right, I'm gonna go for this one. This guy's got too many raise folds. And then they eyeball you.
Last 10 seconds.
Into the muck they go. Bad timing from Ensan. Very reasonable, of course, to try and leverage some pressure on Janota.
Everyone will take a shot less.
As we continue towards the end of today's coverage, of course, is the main event day 2, the kind of final knockings before the players bag and tag for tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow afternoon, and we'll get close to the FT. Do you think? Not far off, maybe final 2 tables.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah,
we'll see. What we've got about half hour left of the day, 100 odd left. Probably going to be left with somewhere late
90
80s,
left,
90
something like
odd.
that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out tomorrow. We'll look
Yeah.
how many chips are in play, and we'll make a rough estimation of when we'll get to the FT.
In any case, please stick with us. Christophoru opening +2. Queen 10-0. Gulder in there with the 6s. Allows Yilmaz to come along with the King Jack off, who flops best. Does seem that Christophoru really getting after it. We saw him open Jack 8 suited from a similar position. He's in there swinging. Once again for Gulder, this really awkward kind of holding J.
Yeah, annoying that the big blind's behind us as well, sort of in that sandwich position. From the small blind here, 6 is no diamond. Does seem tough getting 4-1 with a player still left to act behind us.
Does feel compelled to stick around for 1. Backdoor straight draw just enough to keep him in the mix. Yilmaz looks like he's reaching for overcall. No, it's a raise. Makes some sense, right? Sort of define. Tricky, right? These type of spots. Maybe maybe just wants to define where he is in this hand.
To be fair, if it was against someone I didn't know and hadn't played with, like always call him. But what I've seen from Christophoru so far today, I actually think it's actually kind of nice. King Jack, no diamond, like the way Christophoru's been playing. If Yilmaz is aware of that and feels like he's going to get called lighter and this player's a bit sticky, then potentially goes for his value right off the bat here.
Yeah, very frustrating spot for Gulder.
Which one?
Perhaps recognizing there that Christophoru way over c-betting.
Kings?
I don't know.
Nice pick up for Yilmaz, up to 7 million now.
Check raise. If I have ace king, ask Papa.
Maybe.
Lean, you fold. Huh?
Back over to DTE Live.
And you're not going to make a pretty wide defend here. Dicey with King 5 in my eyes. Versus Ensan, off to the Jack 9 3 board we go. Both players coming up empty. Ensan still best, 2 overcards. Backdoor straight draw for him.
Looks like just counting out c-bet. Jack 9 free rainbow, +1 versus big. Feel like we will have high frequency c-bets on. Just going to be hand over.
Nice easy one for Ensan.
That's what I was saying.
Back to the Onyx we go. Bidniuk. Seeing him in the thick of things. On the main featured table. Raised to 200k from +2. Budai. Hijack. 21 bigs. King Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, annoying one against CP. Feel like trying to call. Calling chips. No, he's gone for the free bet here.
I think I prefer this to flat. You know, knock out the equity behind, put the Razor in a tough spot.
Just horrible when we get 4-bet ripped on King Jack, so it just has to hit the mark. Such a beautiful
It's
hand.
true.
Like, I find them really tough, these spots. Like when it's an early position open and you've got like between 20 to 25, like all the King Queen suited down to like Jack 10 suited, it's difficult to know how to approach.
I still feel like you get 4-bet jammed on infrequently enough that this is kind of nice and just, you know, the times they jam, okay, we tried. One of those. It's the Bart Simpson meme, like, at least you tried. And the cake goes in the bin. Unfortunately for Budai, his hand has to go in the bin also.
Knew straight away what he's up to like that though. Was aware that he was free betting to fold.
Yeah. Just unlucky, I think. Nice pickup for Bidniuk. You can't underestimate also, right? Like, it's long days for these players, right? You get into this stage of the day, just nice to just bag up and go to bed. Come back fresh tomorrow as we go back to Lux and have a 4-way pot here. Open from Camp House. 3 calls, 1 from Kim. Tommy G with a pretty spicy overcall in the small. Allowed Brockman into the mix. He's flopped an open-ended straight draw and flush draw. Camp House with the nut flush draw of his own.
Yeah, and after check through flop, I think it's actually a really nice check here from Brockman on the turn. If we're planning on check jamming, because like we can still have all this queen deuce suited, 8-6 off, queen 8 off, queen 6 suited from the big blind. Like mainly suited combos going to have to be when we're defending 4-way, but we can definitely have a lot out there.
So like, this is kind of a weird spot now for Camp House, right? Where we're sort of now targeting the showdown value, right? Because nobody's bet, so
I think it's really nice.
Trying to fold out like 7s, 9s, Jay, like an 8x in the blinds, stuff like this.
I think it's really nice as well that we go 4-way, because like Camp House, like heads up or even 3-way out of position to 1, yeah, he can potentially have some checks with some top pairs, but I feel like 4-way is just always betting Queen X or better. So maybe seems kind of capped here to like jacks at best. And as Brockman here, is there potential to try and get him off some of these 1-pair holdings? And I think it's a really good spot with our hand when we are called, even if we are up against, say, something like a check back Queen X, which I don't think is going to be too much in there as Camp House when we go 4-way to the flop. So as Brockman here, is he going to send the lot in?
It feels like he's going to fold.
He's just going to make the call and see rivers. But
I was going to say, he doesn't look like the type to check jam. Both players praying for a diamond, only one of them. Oh dear, I was going to say only one of them actually wants it. You could see the whole cards. 9 of clubs, river. Brockman now with the check mark and Camp House with the decision. Maybe one of the few instances, Jay, where we might bluff with our hands. Like, it doesn't feel great.
It doesn't. Like, as like Camp House as well, what have we got for value that wants to go 2 streets now on this run out once we check flop 4-way out position to 1? It's kind of like, I just feel like it's hard for us to credibly rep top pair or better. Like turn deuces, I guess. But
here we go.
He is going to send the cake in.
I can see it here. I can see it.
But then again, let's look at this from Camp House perspective. Brockman probably leads a queen himself on the turn once it's checked through flop. So from Camp House as well, he basically saying you've got an 8 at best here. Like you're going to lead the turn with a lot of your Queen X when we're 4-way after flop checks through on a dry turn. So therefore, from Camp House's perspective, it doesn't look like Brockman ever has better than a queen hit.
That's why I felt like he might go for it.
So just an exploit, I think. That's all it is. Just basically says Brockman's never got any strong hands. Maybe some rivers 7-5, Jack 10 of diamonds, but
I mean, one thing I will say is that
when Kim was in position, right, pre-flop, pre-flop, Camp House, I think he can still have some strong Queen X, or even the King's Races, thinking he'll stab in position a good bit, allows both blinds to potentially reopen. Like, I don't think it's impossible to have, like, like King, Queen, Ace, Queen that wants to check jam
What?
I can see it. Nah? We'll agree to disagree.
We'll
it's
agree
okay.
to disagree. I think, yeah.
It's allowed. I know what you mean, no four ways. He may just elect to do the bet themselves.
Yeah, like, you don't need to go big either. Like, just flush out some equity, start ranging opponents, condense ranges, all this.
Yeah,
just,
interesting one. Credit to Camp House, by the way, for finding that jam.
Well, like I say, when you think about Brockman's range, it's very difficult for him to have better than one pair, and very hard for him to have a queen as well, potentially.
Yeah. Very nice. We've seen Camp House win a few pots that most wouldn't win, I would suggest, over the last couple of hours. Well, Sterba, troublesome. Ensan just defending here, by the way, with the ace-king off. Going to have an incredibly disguised strong hand, and this is dicey now for Sterba. Goes for value on the flop, as you would expect he would with the king 10.
Do you think this flat here against hijack, Andrew, always free betting or any flatting for you? I feel like one that just always gets bumped up. But
I think I would always at 36, 35 effective.
Maybe
I could see call maybe against like under the gun. I could see it.
Sure. Queen of Hearts on the turn.
Yeah, Sterba doesn't know it. This could be a blessing in disguise, the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, nice one to just check back now. Lots of flushes from the big blind. Still
right.
12 combos of Jack 10 from our perspective. It is betting, but we can get in some real tangles here when we are met by check raise.
Yeah, I think he's just going for the old, I'll set
Free
my
showdown,
price.
yeah.
Sure, let's just set my price. There's going to be enough hands that we beat that Ensan doesn't.
And to be fair, actually playing it
raise.
in this manner on this occasion, because River's just going to be going check on all rivers other than the Case King, really, isn't it? So maybe Sterba losing minimum, taking this approach. But the times Ensan's got a flush or he's got a Jack 10, and we're sprung by check raise, it's just horrible.
Wow, but we do get there. With the river, 10 of clubs, 2 pair for Sterba. Ensan hates this run out. He's reaching. Okay, it looks like he's going for the old tiny bet. Not that tiny though. What a confusing hand. Sterba's not loving this, Jay, I would suggest. Like, what do we beat here?
Yeah, it's horrible. It's actually grim because, once again, what was Ensan ever going to bluff here that we beat? You just expect him to check all worst 2 pairs. You expect him to just check a spare King X. So
you just need him to be turning
Ace 9 with the Ace of Hearts.
8-9 with the 8 of Hearts or something like this into a bluff.
Like,
what a difficult hand to dissect at 4 AM.
But the problem is we're getting 4.5 to 1 on a call. We only need to be right like 18% of the time, 19% of the time. It's just such a good price we're getting here as Sterba, but I just can't see how this is a bluff from Ensan.
This is one of those, isn't it, that in real life you think, I can't win.
Yeah, you just can't. Like, what's he supposed to have? You never expect him to have this hand, that's for sure.
9-10 potentially.
9-10 just checks though, Andrew. Like there's
I don't know
Jack
if
X
he's
gets
betting
there.
it. He's betting his King J.
He's folded
He's
it.
folded.
Oh my word.
Ensan, you're a genius. Oh, is he going to show this?
Is he going to show it?
Oh, Sterba, you're so steamed. You're just sitting there going, how the hell have I lost this pot?
Was that a bluff in Ensan's head? What did you think he was bluffing there? Do you think he was value betting?
I would hate to speculate on this one.
Either way,
it just feels like a spot that you never would lead. And so he's made it work.
Well, I guess there's a spot potentially we could have some lead, just not with that hand.
Yeah,
yeah.
Of course, yeah. That's what I meant. Right, back to Luxon we go.
It's nearly 4 AM.
It is nearly 4 AM,
It's
guys.
good.
Forgive us.
We're all good.
If we're a little delirious. Lazao Ninkus opening with Ace Jack. Camp House in the big, defends with 10-6. Goes check. Turn Ace of Hearts. Camp House now falls behind. The old delayed C-bet here from Lazao Ninkus. got a pretty nice hand to do this with. That Jack of Spades, of course, relevant, blocking some of the strongest hands that Camp House could have in the big.
And how awkward for Camp House was turning the deck for us to see. Obviously, lots of ace highs in the +1 range. And we got second pair, dummy and gutty here. It's kind of awkward.
I think compelled to call one. Tough against the 450k size in. Does feel with that gut shot, he has to stick around. 8 of clubs completes the board. And you would imagine Camp House checks in floor. Yeah.
Quite an interesting one, Snapchat back there. I feel like when the Jack plays, maybe like knuckle back A7 through ace deuce and try. Just worried about check raise against a capable player, perhaps.
This is the problem, I think. And
Yeah.
Camp House
The thing is,
has
like,
been around the block and is
Yeah.
certainly capable of check jam
I
river.
guess that. The thing is about 8x though on the river, like when we choose that size on the turn, it's only really the 8x with the up
7-8.
and down that call, like
Yeah.
the Jack,
Jack
8,
eight.
7-8. That's about it. Like we lose like all this like 8-5, 8-6 suited, King 8.
Yeah. All right, back to Onyx. Mavro Moustakis opening under the gun with the King Jack.
Christophoru 3-bets the 8-4 of hearts, but doesn't 3-bet the ace deuce suited. The
He's
man
a spicy guy.
is fun to watch
They're like my favorite players to watch in the booth.
when they just
The
want to.
vibes, man.
Yeah.
It's the vibes.
When they look at a hand, they go, "This is my hand." Whatever the hand be, they're going to win that pot.
You just look at the guy and go, yeah, he's got it. I'm not going for it. Right, Budai, you found 8. You're all in. 1.3 million. And Banicevic lurking pocket 9s on the button. 3.4 million in his stack.
Yeah, and Mavro Moustakis with us covered here. Need to think about what Badai is going to shove facing this gun open from a cut-off.
I mean, this feels like bottom of range if we are to stick this in, right? The pocket 9s, like, I could see fold. I could see him deciding to run it. Yeah, he's going to go for call. Potentially can now fold if under the gun jams.
Give me one of it, please. One what?
Feels like one of those, right? Like 10s we're in,
Ace deuce of
9s
spades.
the line, 8s we fold.
Yeah, I think
right,
ace
on the
would
button.
fold in this particular
Sure.
spot.
Terrible spot then for Budai to see Banicevic here in position to get over 5 million as we close in on the end of the day. 20% then for Budai.
Prima de Bili se zma delio se. Studio Piccare.
10-7-3 with 2 spades.
Elen dorgo sotter.
Does have the 8 of spades in hand.
Sarengaro.
5 of clubs on the turn, no additional help. So 2 outs once for the Russian. Can't find it. Queen of diamonds completes the board, and we do lose Budai. VG Sir out in 98th place for Dimitri. $9,500 for his efforts. Banicevic, great result for him, up to 5.2 million. Yilmaz, chip leader there at the Onyx with 6.7 million in chips. Gulder 3.6, Christophoru 3.8 million, both healthy. I believe, Jays, we get a little beautiful look at the MPP trophy, looking like something out of Superman. It's the, what's it called? The thing that kills him.
Kryptonite.
There we go, thank you.
I've never even seen Superman, and I knew that.
Right, Onyx table, Yilmaz, 6.7 million. Closely followed by Banicevic after winning that 9s versus 8s confrontation. Fun table, Christophoru was in there swinging with some spicy holdings. Great run so far for Mr. Gulder once again. Won the 1K mystery bounty to kick off the festivities. Over the last couple of weeks, he's still in there into day 3. Jakob Sterba then over at the DTD live table, 6.8 million, bags up the chip lead there. Hossein Ensan always entertaining, got that Murky River bluff slash value slash blew our heads off in the booth with the ace king, 4.5 million for him. Nenad Dukic and Akmert both in the mid 30 big blinds realm. And over to the Luxon table, we have Zurita, also known as Yanga, 3.6 million for him, 37 big blinds. Nice solid performance from Jessica Tussel, pretty much won every pot we saw her play. She's bagging up 3.4 million. Camphouse in there threatening. And down to Pavel Kim and Garrick Tamasian, they're going to have work to do in the early goings tomorrow, 16 and 13 big blinds respectively, Jay.
And there's the payouts. That is what we are going to be playing for tomorrow. Not sure whether or not we'll hit the final table, but if you are going to be there and your first above $63,000 going to be in your pocket, the ice sets at the 7-figure score at the top. $1 million up for grabs.
It's so hard not to do the Dr. Evil voice every time. I'm not going to do it this time. We're going to save it. Potentially tomorrow or on the final day we'll do it. But yeah, pretty great day's action, Jane. Look, we ticked down to 98 players or so. So tomorrow, guys, please do join us for day 3. Myself, Jay, and Steve Warburton will be taking you through the action. We're kicking off around about 2:30 local time here, so 12:30-ish UK time for day 3, and then on to the 13th, the day after, final day of the 2025 MPP main event. Of course, it was a 5k buy-in, 5 million guarantee. We smashed that, 5.8 million in the pool, $1 million for first, guys. So please join us tomorrow, and thanks for joining us tonight. It's a very good night from us from Northern Cyprus. Good night.